not a lot, really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, don't get miserable, or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going. And it's not something that you can learn well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, That's why I treat it like hoodoo. I do find I still have a talent to cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. Hopefully, that hasn't unjigged.
What's up? That song always gets me pumped. It's like, here we come again. That was some bad singing right there. I can do better. I'll try again. Oh, Aaron, you're muted. Birthday boy's muted. Wait. No, I can't. I'm double checking my settings because you never know with my end. Let me know, guys, real quick, if you're in the chat, if you can give us a heads up if you can hear Aaron and I just can't.
You should be able to hear me now.
There you are.
Yeah,
okay,
I
good.
accidentally hit my the cord on my microphone and unplugged it, and I had to plug it back in and then redo the settings, I guess.
You got real quick. It's because you got a little too excited. That intro, it pumped you up a little too much, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Happy birthday, Aaron!
Thank you.
Here's my coffee.
I could have slept less, but I mean, after the panel last night, what can I say?
Right.
Whoa.
Right. TW's in the house already wishing you a happy birthday. Thank you.
I saw that. Thanks, T-Dubs.
And Dom wished him a happy birthday, like way ahead of everybody. Hey, Mr. Super Spider, that's my joke that's the name I call him. You weren't first this time, so you're off the merch list. I just want you to know. I'm just teasing. And then also we had Peggy come in and say happy birthday from Mama.
She might still be in here somewhere.
It's awesome.
I'm trying to adjust this. Like, it's difficult with the monitor now on like the wall. Like,
I love your alien in the background too. It still looks good. Even when you're doing that, it's not even nauseating. Is my background nauseating?
Oh, I don't even notice sometimes. Like, I do stare at it and zone off though, so I like it for that purpose.
Oh yeah, see, that's that ADHD, I think, because that's how our minds work a little bit. So,
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
Brass tacks. Let's do it.
Checks in the mail. I hope that slurp came over the mic. Okay, so tonight's episode, just to reflash this really quick again, is Mad Hatter Method, inspired by Aaron because he wanted to like talk about the method, the madness to the method, and that kind of idea. And so um, we decided that we were going to kind of make this episode a little bit about like what makes a psychopath, or how would you define one. Same thing. I actually have the question of like, how would you define a genius? And so, and again, I am going to start off the episodes like I usually do with my interviews, where I like to get a little bit of history and get to know, even though I do know Aaron and I have talked a bit behind, so here's some of the stuff I'm going to have him share. He was shared with me, but I wanted, as much as he was comfortable, to share that with the audience. Part of this is like getting to understand each other, our backgrounds, and understanding sometimes like maybe that's why our viewpoints are the way they are. And I think it just helps with general empathy, even if that's not the yin yang balance that everyone's looking for. I feel it's working for us at this moment. So Aaron, I'll let you go ahead and tell us about just starting off, like give us a kind of describe this already to you, but just that you give us a little rough summary of your life a little bit. I personally have gotten to hear some of it, and it's fascinating and had quite the life.
Well, first of all, whenever I switched to headphones, because I couldn't hear you as well, I realized that I'm hearing kind of like a tunnel like effect. I don't know if it's the way you have your audio set up, like as a separate screen or whatever. I don't understand like what you were doing there. Like, I don't know if that's why, but I could hardly hear you, so that I switched to these, and it sounded
how
like
is it? Is this any better?
Yeah,
and I changed my mic volume. Is that
it's
better?
going in and out. Like I don't know. It sounds like you're far away. I don't
Hold
know.
on. Is this any better?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah?
You're clear
Okay.
now.
I took off like the reduced background noise, which is like I don't usually have like a fan going or something, and I don't. So
Windows
sorry,
automatically does it too, so it might be like double done, because I think Windows automatically does it. I don't know.
Isn't that fascinating that we were just talking for quite a while before, and like, right?
Well, you sounded different as soon as the second like window popped up. So like, I don't understand why it's
we
not.
should have like it should be a formality when you do a live to just have like the whole volume check. Like, we're just gonna have an interlude here, initial interlude, where we have to figure out if our audio even works. Anyway,
well, I was just wondering if like usually it would be like just one screen, and I got like an extra placeholder for you, like one's audio, one's video. It's separated, and I've never seen that before. I didn't know if that was why I was getting that effect or not. I don't know.
Yeah, it's clearly something too. I think when you go live, I'm feeling there's some sort of switch up with that. And since I have a minute, it's nice to meet you too, Peggy. Love it. Okay, right. Cool. So now that we're sounding better and TW gave us the approval, I like that. Thank you, T. Go ahead and give us a little bit of a idea of what your life's been like.
Well, I don't know. I had a pretty like decent childhood. Like I don't see, like, I can't recall anything that I could really complain about. I kind of grew up in what would be like to most people a library, like how it's set up now. Like the whole house kind of feels like one, like where there's books and stuff, except for where I've remodeled. Anyway, like, but my dad, he always had like a room that was always called the book room, and like it was like completely full. We actually turned that room later on into a living room. So like, if that tells you, like, it's decent sized. Then like, I don't know. After he passed, like for a while, I'll circle back to that. But for a while, like the books were just all stuffed in one small room that used to be the kitchen. And then we kind of pulled the bookshelves out and like put them in several rooms of the house. And they're like 8 foot tall, like floor to ceiling, like the whole wall covered in those, like even in a hallway. So like there's a lot of books. But yeah, my dad worked at DuPont as environmental chemist, and I'm sure people got an idea of what's gone on, like as far as that goes, and like them putting things in the water and stuff. And I'm not going to start ranting about that. Anyway, he was an environmental scientist for there. He was in Vietnam, but he also was into sci-fi, and like, so I'm kind of a second generation truther, I guess. Like he usually would like tell my mom things like that he thought was going to happen, and based on something he figured out watching some sci-fi or something. And he would always tell her, like, in 20 years, that's going to be public because it's probably already going on in the military and, you know, stuff like that. And there were books about everything from magic to different religions of the world, history, science, and I don't know. It makes me wonder about destiny sometimes, or just if things are truly random. But like, I remember him teaching me to sword fight. When I was like, that's actually the first memory I really have of him. One of the few that I have while he was alive that I didn't see in a home video or something. But I remember him teaching me how to sword fight. I was like 5 or 6, which was weird looking back on it. And I thought maybe like he knew that I don't know whether he was planning on blowing a whistle, because I mean, the people from DuPont, I swear, got there and were like, after he passed from cancer and everything when I was 8, like, I swear they were there before the coroner even got there. And how would they know? I mean, sure, they would get called, but that soon, I don't think it happened, because they asked to search the house for anything that might be their property, stuff like that. And yeah, I remember plain as day, like, but I don't know. I don't know if that was his intention, but I ended up finding like his notebooks and like reading through the notes and like books and stuff like that. And I didn't really take a lot of it seriously, but my cousin got me into like this book, Teen Witch, when I was 13, and I was going to church to pick up to meet women, whatever. And we had like this thing every Friday, youth group, where we were allowed to skateboard inside, and there were like Christian metal shows, and we had like arcade games and a soda bar and all this other stuff. So, you know, it was like more of a social thing. We had couches that we could all sit on, and most of us were like either emo or like punk anyway. And so we were all just like having fun, you know, every Friday. And hey everyone. I didn't notice so many people joined. Anyway,
yeah, we had Joe and Calix, and thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it. And Aaron was saying before you guys came in that his dad worked for DuPont, and that you know, there's a lot of interesting stuff. So I think you'll get into that a little bit more. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like, so I was going to church, and I since I was kind of a witch at that point, like I just believed more in magic and it coming from within, like, and knew there was more to it. That's when I was starting to get the hunger for knowledge and just kind of collecting whatever I could, like on a search for personal betterment, anything like that. Magic was one of my interests because I'm like a fantasy sci-fi geek, so is what it is. But like I saw like parallels between things in life and like the different things I'd watch and stuff like that. And plus I had all these books like that were telling me there was way more to it. Like I got obsessed with the name Pazuzu at one point and just like to say it. And like this was before I saw what was that one from wasn't that the name they had at the beginning of the one where the girl's possessed, that movie Exorcist? Isn't that the name of some? I don't remember.
Yeah. Exit where she turns her head turns and she pukes out pee. What looks like peas.
Well, I was thinking like that was like the name on the like thing at the very beginning where like the spirit was unleashed or something like that, or I don't know. Maybe my brain's making that up.
I don't remember exactly how she gets possessed because like technically it's just like an entity.
Well, you know, I remember like the priest showing the priest on the, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I just remember the priest like going to some like site and seeing like a monument or an altar or something to like some demon, and I don't remember. Anyway, but
you're talking about how like this sort of influenced you a little bit, like with your spiritual journey to some extent too, right? Like,
oh yeah, like so back to the church thing. The reason I brought up going there, like I had gone there with my cousin for a while, you know, and I was all like, you know, feeling it. I got saved and all that stuff. Like heck, I probably even got saved a second time at some point, even though they said it wasn't necessary. I was like, I don't care if it does something, you know, like it's not like I tried to be bad or anything and like think like all I had to do was forgive or be forgiven or saved again or something. And like it wasn't like that. It was just like, you know, I like the feeling, I like the vibe. I like killing like the stage fright or whatever from having to come up on stage or whatever. whenever they do. Anyway,
Like you
I
get
like
something
defeating
from like
ego
pushing
through
yourself.
like
Yeah.
shame or something. I don't know. Like, point is, people would ask me what the pentagram I was wearing around my neck meant, and like I would somehow end up in a discussion about like me, like I was just starting to find holes in like biblical stories and stuff like that then, and I was like 13, 12, something like that. Yeah, it was 13 because it was after the Wicca thing. Anyway, let's see. So I would end up basically getting them to question like everything they believed, and like they'd all been going to church, like the same church their entire lives. Usually they went to like the Christian Academy when that church was one before that, before they all got forced to public school. And that was in like Belpre, Ohio and stuff. And um like I already watched, like I was obsessed, me and my sister both were, with like Hocus Pocus later on, and like just silly stuff. Like we would watch that Mr. Boogedy and Bride of Boogedy show that they always had around Halloween on Disney. Like, I mean, otherwise we're pretty much Disney kids, like in Nickelodeon later on to an extent, but we watched way too much TV anyway. Like I have always had a fascination with aliens and stuff like that as well. And but my first like big experience like that got me on the path and curious in the first place was when my dad died. Like that night when I went to bed, I basically sometime after falling asleep found myself like floating above my dad. We had the hospital bed in the house. He had been dying of cancer for like a year before that, and like I don't know. That's like my first memory, other than the learning the sword fight, like that I still retain and can recall. And I was like watching him from above, like floating over him, and watching the whole scene unfold, because like he was talking to like his brother and sister, and like the immediate family was all there, and they stayed all night talking to him till it happened. Like I watched everything, and when mom woke me up, like after he had passed, I was like, um, I was basically like, I know. Whenever mom woke me up, she's like, "Hey, Aaron," and I just up. I know. And then we went and got my sister awake, like in her bedroom, and like I carried my sister downstairs, or maybe mom carried her. I don't remember, but I held her hand or something. But she didn't have to explain anything to me, and I helped her do it to my sister. And like I told mom later, like, and she was just like acknowledged that she knew that I knew what happened, and like I don't think she knew to the extent that I told her, but like I remembered every detail of it and knew who was here at the time, and yeah, it was crazy. I mean, but
Yeah, you
like
just like you sensed it. And like I think it is a little bit relevant if you're comfortable talking a little bit about, because you kind of said, oh, I won't get into it too much, but
well,
you know,
like
it doesn't hurt to talk about your dad's experience. And like
oh.
what was his title with DuPont?
He was like some sort of environmental scientist. Like he would like test the air and water quality, stuff like that. And like he had the potential to be a whistleblower. I don't know if they thought that he might. Like I don't know what, but I mean, it's not like DuPont insurance covered services were ever going to say they had cancer because they'd get sued, you know. So, um, and they that was when they were still like all hadn't been found out yet, like by the
Yeah.
general public and class action and all that stuff, which that didn't even happen until the 2000s. So, but yeah, let's see. I made people question a lot in church. Like I made it a sport. Then I started like being that one that would like sit there and question people to the point where they were going to yell at me, or they were going to short circuit, or if they were, you know, intelligent, they'd be like, and then go like learn. And then next week they'd come back to me and like have their answer like based on like maybe asking the preacher or something. I don't know. But unfortunately, a lot of them kind of just like they went off the rails after a while. They start questioning everything, and like I don't know like if that was like their destiny or whether I don't exactly blame myself for it, because I'll never regret opening someone's mind up, but I regret not following up with it. That I could have maybe been a guiding hand, but I didn't even know where I was going at the time. Like I mean, I was pretty young to be delving into that stuff anyway. Like, I feel like,
yeah, and maybe like again, we talk about life paths happening so that other things can sort of
right.
become more. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know. I got into psychology a lot, and I did ROTC for 3.5 years in high school, and I dropped out of the army. And I had a secret, top secret security clearance, and I was doing radio operator maintainer in the army when I signed up when I was 17, because I thought that's what I wanted to do at the time. And then like the whole Iraq thing hadn't really taken off like it had, but the recruiters are saying you probably won't even have to go. You know, it's nothing, no big deal over there. And then like close to graduation time, I had already figured out that we shouldn't be over there. And all like I knew 9/11, like the real story as far as anyone really knows. You know, I knew a lot of the facts proving it wasn't what it was looking to be or whatever. And so I got a form to get out of my contract when I right after I graduated. When I become 18, since I was 17 when I signed up, it was pretty easy. Dasher? What? Oh yeah. No, I won't attack a door dasher. What?
That's what I was trying. Is that a military term or something? I don't know.
Oh no.
Okay.
I was. Someone pulled up one day and she had ordered me food, and because yeah, she's nice, very good person, and we needed food at the time, and I didn't know who pulled up in the driveway, and I didn't know she sent the DoorDasher. Like, I don't know. I
So
thought
you
about attacking the person, like, because I thought they were like getting out and creeping around. I didn't recognize who it was. Like, I don't know. I'm hoping that's the situation she was talking about, because I only vaguely remembered that, and like I keep forgetting. Anyway,
That's funny.
yeah. So I don't know. I did like college psychology, and it all sounded too generalized. Like I've always hated the DSM because it's like
Did the same thing.
what works for me does not work for the or some. You know, I feel like that was relevant there anyway. Maybe.
Yes.
All right, but like. I don't know. I come to realize lately though, like I've been through like so many like religions, just studying them, seeing what makes them tick. I've been an ordained minister. Like I when I was locked up for a year, I studied like pretty much everything I could get my hands on. I read like 400 or 500 books, and like actually I think it was over 1,000. I have the list somewhere. It was a lot of books. There's like 5 pages with 2 columns, like just listed like front and back. So of all the books I read while I was locked up, but like the one that hit me the most was Dianetics, which I'll get
Wait a
into
second,
later.
Aaron. You're starting to sound a lot like Archaics.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm teasing. You're like, I read a lot of books. They have a whole list. It sounds like, because Archaics is like, I read all these books.
Well, I actually just stopped numbering them after a while, but I do have them listed, like just the ones that I did read. Well, it even includes like 100-page like cowboy novels, stupid stuff.
There's nothing wrong with that. Again, that's why I'm teasing, because it's a
yeah. So I mean, you either do your time or your time does you.
So you had access to a lot of books while you were there.
I've had access to a lot of books my whole life.
But I'm just saying, like, it's not impossible to get access to a lot of books while you're in prison.
They had books I couldn't find out here, like in their old books, all sorts of crazy stuff.
Really?
Like, yeah, it was pretty excellent. Like prison, like down there in Welch, West Virginia, like the middle of nowhere coal country, like we were tortured with the smell of McDonald's next door all day that we couldn't have, but I mean, we had great books. People weren't that bad. It was like a college fraternity, or like a dorm that you just couldn't leave. With all the drama that comes with it, but like, I don't know.
But you didn't have too bad an experience there. That's good.
Not really. No, the first day, like I sort of went Matrix on someone that put me in a headlock, but I didn't know, like, people mess with people, and sometimes a guard will lock someone in and start betting on who's fighting who, and like think someone like me might lose and to a corn-fed redneck that's like 6'5" and like 300 pounds. But I mean,
but you put up a good fight.
I just flung him over me like wrestling style, like, and I started bashing his head off the floor until the guards pulled him off me once they finally got the door open. I don't remember it, but apparently I looked like a blur most of the time because no one could recount what happened, really.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Beyond
You
like the
told me
first
this.
thing, like yeah, and
Yeah.
I everyone was telling
Ninja
they
Aaron.
shouldn't go around telling people like that you're gonna get shivved if you don't wear books in your pants, just fucking with you and stuff like that. Like when you're like, I don't know, I was probably 135 pounds then. No, I'd been working out in jail before that, so I was probably about 150 pounds. But I still small comparatively, and I had a big like Amish looking beard.
Really?
Not at that point. Most of the time, like they called me Brother Corbitt at regional.
Wait, do you have pictures of that? I gotta see this.
There might be one somewhere.
It would be amazing.
Not sure if they took any pictures
Stay
that
tuned.
were like published.
Stay tuned, everybody. We're gonna see a picture with a ZZ Top Aaron.
No, they thought I looked like a Mennonite because I mean I had the tattoos and stuff down my arms, and then like I just had the beard and I shaved everywhere else. But after a while, it's just so much easier to sleep in the mornings when you stay up all night reading and not get up when you can use your razor.
See, Shem, I don't know if I asked him. Did you hear me ask him about? Because I had to bring it up. So that was one that was there.
Number one, yeah,
genetics.
Yeah, someone Dianetics. Like, I totally had wanted to read it for so long. I was borrowing a copy off my boss that I had at Papa John's, and he was a Hare Krishna like follower for a while, and he was into just deep topics. We would sit after work and like have long discussions till like 4 a.m, like after closing the store. And I finally got to read it whenever I was locked up though, and because I mean it's over 1,000 pages. It reads like a doctor's manual, and the intro, like, it tells you if you come across a word that you don't understand, you have to look it up then and find out the meaning, because if you read past that without finding out the meaning of the word, then you won't retain anything after that word that you skipped over, and you wouldn't truly learn anything. Like, and I mean, the way people truly learn things is not as objective as people think. Like people say they're visual learners or auditory learners. Every single subject has a different way of processing, but everyone's way of processing it is going to be generally the same. Like if it's a map, you're going to have to know geospatial skills to learn it, things like that, like navigating skills, whatever. But that's off topic. Like I don't know. People surprise themselves. I just let my time. I did my time and I enjoyed it. I don't regret. Like I just drove someone somewhere of something I was unaware of, but they scared me with like several weird felonies, like conspiracy to break and enter, conspiracy to enter without breaking, like things that completely contradictory that don't make sense. But I was looking at like 30 felonies, like. So they were basically forcing me to plead like into it. I didn't know like they probably wouldn't have even flown if I had fought it, because this is a corrupt old money town, and you can't shake a tree without like child molesters and people that work for the public debt that are in on some schemes like the United States Office of Public Debt, just like shaking out of the tree full of corruption, so like, that's the kind of town I live in, even though it's small by most standards, but it's not big either. Like it is kind of big. It's third biggest in the state, but not the point. There's a lot of corruption and weirdness that goes on around here. Like the video,
it's really interesting in talking about the court systems and the finagling of like how things can go down because someone. Now, I know you've told me the story, and you don't need to go into it, obviously, but I know there's some just like really weird circumstances for you and the situations of how it all ended up happening and potentially targeting, because it was big money potentially related. Like you knew somebody who's got big money and has a handle in the system. And so when they're not, when they want to like manhandle something, this is how they do it. They do it by effing you over. through your character in some extent, and then you have this is like this Divorce Corp. I don't know if anybody ever watched that documentary, but it shows you literally how like there's a lot of behind the scenes, handshaking, behind the back handshaking of people making deals and them getting away because they know the laws, they know the loopholes, and they know how to F people over.
Yeah, that's kind of why I've always always thought I would have been a good lawyer, because I'm good at finding loopholes and stuff like that, because I figure if the elites can do it and no one really frowns upon them. Well, they didn't for a long time, because everyone just thought I was crazy for even believing in the laws that are right there to read yourself. But just because they weren't like advertised and people didn't talk about it. But basically I was a glass 3/4 full person like all the time, and very like much a dreamer. And I don't know if anyone's seen the series Da Vinci. It was on Showtime or something. But
I know I didn't see it, but I know what you're talking
wait,
about.
Da Vinci's Demons, my bad. Like how his mind worked, like he could see the entire picture and go and like zoom in on like something he was seeing in his mind, and just perfectly well constructed imagination, like a mind's eye, whatever you want to call it. And like I have always had that ability, sort of. And like until I got in a car wreck when I was 21, where a drunk driver ran me off the road when I was in a convertible, and like that was, I guess, pretty serious. I was knocked out for a few seconds at least before saying let's do it again. That was fun. But yeah, I came out with like no injuries really, though, except for a subdermal hematoma. It was not that bad. But like I was the only one that got like really, really injured there at to any degree, which was I was the only one wearing a seatbelt too. No idea. Anyway, we flipped 3 times, landed upside down. My glasses were so destroyed they couldn't find a piece of them, and they were metal frames. So like my face print was on the windshield, all that craziness. Anyway,
Wow.
yeah. Before that though, like I was, my mind worked like I had an eidetic memory, and I didn't know that everyone didn't at that point, really, actually. And I don't know. I started seeing, I don't remember what it's called when you like seeing pictures and whole feelings and thought, like snapshots and like just weird random things that you associate with, like say, if you and I had a conversation, I would remember the main idea of that conversation associated with the feelings at the time, and like snapshots of like the event and like things like that. And let's see. Also, with why I brought up that I had a glass like 3/4 full, like somewhat optimistic, unbreakably like outlook. It was kind of reminding me of the seeing the world through the eyes of a child sort of thing. Like I was naive to a lot of the evils going on in the world, and like being a dreamer, like I believe that it made me have like more ability to manifest things in real life, like maybe not instantly, but it would be more like like I would say, wouldn't it be funny if in like a half an hour later, like, or 10 minutes later, even sometimes, like it would happen exactly as I said it. Like, and my buddy always be looking at me like, whoa. Like, and then we just look at each other. I'd be like, right. And we laugh. And, like there's witnesses for most of it, because I was never like just walking the streets alone. Like, I don't know. I'd always be going off on little adventures. And like at one point, yeah, I watched Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and became in the mindset that drugs could be the way to unlock these latent abilities. Because like I was studying Crowley and like the OTO, the Rosicrucians and stuff like that when I was like 15, 16. Cut up in that rack. I don't know what that even means. Anyway,
That you were cut up
rack.
in an
Oh,
accident
I
in the
saw
rack.
rack. Yeah, I
Oh,
see that
because
now.
of how it's freaking auto correcting when you're trying to type fast, and
Yeah,
she fixed
well,
it. It's all good.
yeah. I was just confused. But like, where was I? Sorry,
Sorry,
was distracting.
I
That's why I was,
distracted you. I'm sorry because I don't normally do that, but I feel like I was just thinking, like, I'm sorry because I didn't mean to throw you off, and I realized a couple times I threw up some comments, and I could see like, so I'm gonna try
I
not to
get
do that. Let you
confused.
finish your
Like
spiel,
it's
and
all
then we can
bright
get
and
into our
like
questions and stuff.
you're fine. So manifesting. Like I actually 2 girlfriends in a row. They would go and get a lottery ticket, and like I was just bullshitting the first time. The first one. I told her to go in and get a lottery ticket because I did this for my friend. Like I was half bullshitting because I actually did win him the maximum amount. Like he would use me as his lucky charm to go scratch off lottery tickets that he would have me walk in, use his money, of course, walk in and just randomly choose it and bring it out to him, and he'd always have a winner. Like he'd always at least win his money back, maybe double. Well, I just decided to try that, but I said maximum just because I was showing off to the girl I was dating, and it won the maximum like amount on the ticket, and I couldn't believe it, but I acted like I expected it, and like it happened with the next girlfriend that I had, like the exact same scenario, and neither one of them even shared it with me, and one of them even shared it with some other guys, but like on some adventure, who knows what the fuck, right? But sorry language, but no, like just things like that kept always happening. And then one friend started describing me as someone with such luck that like I could get dropped out of I could be a cat that got dropped out of a burning building on fire 1,000 feet in the air and still land on my feet unscathed. And like, despite how accident prone I am, but I also didn't know that.
Indestructible.
Well, I didn't realize that I wasn't unaware of it until I was like 24, 25. Like that I was under FBI witness protection without actually technically being a witness. It was just because I was a friend of someone and was a target. And I didn't believe my friend ever bringing this up, like, or his mom when she would bring it up. But Parkersburg's first serial killer was my best friend's dad. He got driven crazy from Agent Orange because there's a certain gene that some people carry, and when they get infected with Agent Orange, about their mid 20s to early 30s, their mind starts to like they get schizophrenia really bad, and it just gets worse as they get older. And him and his dad both have that, and his dad was subjected to it before Vietnam. Like they were testing it on him. So he ended up becoming the town's first serial killer, only serial killer. And the insanity plea was actually created for him, and because they let him out of Moundsville maximum security twice. The FBI did, and to start race riots in the 50s. And like,
What?
yeah,
How, like, out of curiosity, like, how did that come about? That knowledge, like, was that he told everybody that, like, because he was aware enough of it? That's fascinating.
Well, like his first wife was they got divorced because he went to prison for that stuff, and like even though like they didn't have my buddy until like later on, like whenever he got out the last time, but like who knows what he said to my buddy's mom then or whatever. But I didn't believe it most of the time when I was talking to her, so I just didn't think much of it. But then like turns out like he had gotten out of prison on the insanity plea, right? And I think that's when he met my buddy's mom actually. But I was under the witness protection stuff, and so was all of his friends because of some weird cult thing, because he began to believe that he was the heir to the king of Prussia or throne of Prussia, and that he had to resurrect Hitler with this by having his like
Wow.
my buddy's half sisters. They were both blonde hair, blue eyed, and like he was like Native American but blonde hair and brown eyes. Like he had Snow White hair, I guess, when he was growing up, but like he's a whole other story and topic anyway. Yeah.
Wow.
But
Fascinating.
like I turns out even through prison I kept my top secret security clearance until like I got out and I had finished parole, and it was the 50th anniversary of his dad doing the first murder and going on the murdering spree. And I thought, oh my God, they weren't like kidding, because there was a whole like thread of comments like where it was people arguing about what kind of person he was, and like talking about this Nazi cult, and like I didn't believe any of it, like because they were wanting to create this resurrection of Hitler through breeding my buddy and his twin half sisters, like some kind of ritual, like, and there was a huge cult following in Kentucky, I guess, and like,
Really?
yeah, and it turns out his second or third wife ended up shooting him, and that's when they stopped having to follow Doug's friends around and make sure that they stayed safe. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy. That
That is
explains why I
funny.
had my security clearance all through prison, being a felon and stuff, and why.
Yeah.
I could have definitely got arrested for a lot of crazy things I was involved in, like indirectly, or just giving advice to someone on how they would go about doing it, because I was pretty like naive. I mean, I was in gifted classes like through school and stuff, and I didn't understand why, but
Yeah,
apparently other people did.
yeah, I went through that too, and my mom reminds me because I kind of forgot. She's like, "Yeah, you were they labeled you as gifted, and it was this whole thing." And I was like, "What? I don't." But
Right.
there's if some of us don't remember that there was like a whole
Ah.
movement that happened to try to figure out like like what makes a genius, and they started testing kids at really young ages, and they actually in the study found that as you progressed in age, and supposedly they said it was directly connected to the school system, but like it was like a percentages that you would lose every year. And so when they, eventually when they came back to adulthood, it was like 2% of adults, but it was like 80% of kids
You just
were
got like tunnel
initially
sound
geniuses, and
again.
then they lost that. And this is why
Yeah.
you'll hear me say things like, my belief is that intelligence is relevant.
Yeah, I can see that.
Pretty big statement, but yeah.
I've just always said intelligence is understanding. I don't know.
Well, and in some
I
ways they
mean,
say that intelligence is empathy too, but I feel like that's one form of it.
yeah.
It's just that that's often overlooked, that that's actually considered a form of intelligence. So.
I just always consider that like a universal thing, like if you were raised with it or not, and then the understanding of that and the actual feeling of it in your gut. Like I feel like that's in a way two sort of different things. Maybe they're attached. I don't know, but yeah.
Interesting. Aaron, this is like enlightening. I'm betting like nobody, and I think to be honest, some of my viewers might be new to you too, but it's like so fascinating to hear your story. Thank you for sharing.
Oh,
And happy
yeah.
birthday. Just a quick reminder, it's for Aaron's birthday.
Yeah, I don't know. I've gotten weird. Like I usually don't remember my birthday till the day after, or like late in the day, and so it was weird getting birthday wishes last night and like prior to that. I don't
So
know.
I'll be honest, I am kind of that, and my mom is always actually like this, I realize, but I am kind of that obnoxious person. So if I know, and then like obviously you and I set this up, but like for your birthday, but like I am that obnoxious person. And some people I think that it's like irrelevant to celebrate. I think in terms of like cultural and stuff, it's like it's not like you have to necessarily make a super big deal out of it, but just to realize like you have people around you that care and just want to like shout that out at you every once in a while, right? It feels good. And my mom always like, I've had my whirlwinds of friendships, and I'm coming up on my 40th, and I think, man, like I don't even know if I'll like what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna go do something by myself. Probably going to the coast. See you later. Regardless, is what I'm getting at is like, it's I've celebrated a lot of birthdays by myself, and it started with my last partner too. He like would refuse to celebrate my birthday, and it was fine. It was just like I just wanted to like go out to eat, like or go on a hike. Like I'm easy. I'm real easy.
Well,
And more or less I started going out to eat by myself, and like my birthday was one of those days. I'm like, I'm gonna go sit at the damn bar, have a beer and some fish and chips on my birthday.
right.
So anyway, that was a
That
while ago, but I'm just
actually
saying,
sounds
like, I
good.
get it, and like, just I don't know. I'm just glad that we got to celebrate it together as a birthday stream. I told my parents before I came up, I'm like, it's my friend Aaron's birthday, and we're doing a birthday stream, and they were like, they thought that was sweet. So I love it.
Like I must say I did have some things that like kind of led to how I am now. Like a lot of people might think I'm like just going crazy on them in live chats usually, and that goes back to what you mentioned about teaching methods. Like because of the corruption around here, like I had my son taken from me, which like I was one of those people that I didn't really think beyond wanting a family. Like I I was good at whatever I tried to do, and I couldn't decide on what I wanted to do. Like in school, like they tried to force you way too early to figure out. And
Yeah,
so I meandered in college, dropped out twice, stuff like that. But I never
me
really
too.
figured out what I wanted to stick with, and I still haven't, because I still have
Well,
to get past where they took my kid, like because they have this whole legal kidnapping like thing where they take the kid from someone and they put them on medication, get them placed in foster care, and they get like a $3,000 kickback. The CPS worker does, and they're underpaid as it is, and plus the lawyer and the judge, they all get a portion of a certain amount of funding for every kid they do that to. And right before the investigation got to my county, because we're Wood County, last alphabetical down the list. So the person that was the worker that did most of the corruption in this county, she retired right before the investigation got here. So there was never a resolution. And my lawyer was in on it. I'm starting to think that she was distracting me with herself early on and got me to maybe sign away my rights without me realizing. But also, she was only like anywhere. I wasn't never allowed to speak unless she was present, and she didn't show up to most things. And so I just had to sit there and listen to them say things that weren't true about me. And then like they got me fired from my job, from me having to do so many things to comply. I lost my Audi. I lost everything. Like, and I did everything they asked. And, like it was just crazy. They even made me stop taking like all medications I was on. And I was just on Xanax at the time, but I took it somewhat responsibly at that point in time, because once my son was born, like I didn't care like about anything but being great to him. Like I'd sing him to sleep every night, make up stuff off the top of my head to sing to another like tune just to entertain myself. And like that's actually why they thought he might have been a victim of like withdrawal from opioids or something like that from my ex-wife, which she rarely did those things, but it was in her system when he was born. That's how my ex-wife got like in CPS's radar in the first place. But she ended up going to prison. That's a whole other story, like double life sort of crazy situation where you
yeah,
get woke up with U.S. Marshals. But
it's relevant to talking again, like in the sense of the laws and the fuckery that, excuse my language, that's going on in the system.
yeah, she was all like, "I'm if I can't have them, no one else is going to, not you." And then she pointed at my mom and said, "Not definitely not you." And so I never even heard like what was being leveled at me, because when she went to prison, I got drug into it because they suddenly didn't have to investigate her no more or anymore. And they said, you didn't divorce her the first second you guys had an argument, so we're allowed to do this. And I didn't know that they were just bullshitting me like the whole time. Like I could have slammed the door in their face from day one, and they wouldn't have been able to come back. I didn't know that though, because they were trying to say, if you don't join this program and do what we tell you, we're going to take your kid away forever. So like, I mean,
Yeah,
the more
this
you
is
know.
why
But
in my personal opinion, it's a very difficult situation. But when I've heard your whole story, it
it doesn't
definitely feels
help. One
like
of my
certain things happen for a reason. But we don't need to get into the whole
yeah,
thing.
it
I just
turns
think it's
out
important to get to know you, what you've been through, and what you've had to watch. And
well, part of another reason that I didn't get him back. I didn't know this till like just like 2 years ago. It's been like 12 years, but since I saw him last. But well, yeah, about 12 years, 11 years maybe. I just remember how old he is. I don't remember how long I was stuck in courts, like being tortured with that stuff. But that I met a realist along the way, and kind of like, uh, I don't know. I haven't had many abilities like to manifest since, because I've been kind of like just going for the more scientific aspect of things. Like I've gotten to like Tesla tech, coil, stuff like that. Just collecting all information I can. I've become a Reiki master and teacher. Along the way, I have, it turns out like a friend of mine that's down the street, well, he grew up down the street. I just didn't know him until later because he was a lot older than me. He went to live in the Andes Mountains for like, I don't know, 8 years. I don't remember how long he said, but he was taught by one of the more famous Dons, which is like the teacher, like the head shaman for the group or whatever, of the, like, that was alive at the time and that taught my buddy. And when he moved back here, he sort of just saw kindredness in me, like after we met through a common friend. And he would always go on about like my aura, because that was before like I got married and had a kid and like all that jazz. But like basically he got me to the third level of shamanism and taught me in Wayne National Forest, Ohio, when we went to this cave with the waterfall inside. Like, it was so beautiful, but every time I close my eyes, I can take myself back there. And like, I have this tether, like it coincidentally, like I have a tattoo of the eye of Horus, or yes, sorry. I always get it backwards, like, because I can't see it like dead on, but yeah, the eye of Horus. And it's exactly parallel, just I didn't plan it, with where your cord you're like tethered to the astral. Like, I have that tether to that cave. Like, I can go back there and just push all the negative energy like out there anytime, just like purely in my head and stuff.
That's amazing. So you took this situation that was seemingly just black hole, and you found your peace with it. You found,
Well,
it's not full on peace,
in a
but
different
you found
order,
some
but
like some sort of in between place that you could go to, and you still utilize that. That's really beautiful.
yeah,
It
it was
works.
definitely a good skill.
Tell us a little bit more about your Reiki practice and how. So you are a Reiki master, and did that coincide with the shaman? I know you've told me this, so I apologize.
Well, I actually was one of those first. I had always been working with energy. Like, I just didn't have a word for it. When I'd meditate, like, I would just like
Me
feel
too.
like a feeling, like anxiety kind of feeling, but not bad necessarily. And I can move it around, and like sometimes like it's gas and you can move it out, and like that. But like sometimes it's like like there's something I learned, a breathing exercise, how you would double, like, not necessarily quantify it, but like it would heighten your energy storage for before you do something that you're putting energy into. And you take a deep breath and do like a Kegel clench, like clench all your muscles down there, like, and then like hold that breath until you saw the energy going up your spine in like a purple light. And that once everything was completely purple, like you I'm not saying like when you're turning purple from holding your breath, like I'm saying like what you're visualizing,
Ultraviolet, yeah, like I always would
yeah,
envision a white
it's like
ultraviolet
charging it
light.
like a Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
I don't know, except without the screaming like you're trying to like poop or something. I don't know, like, come here, yeah.
Bear it
Anyway.
down. If you're gonna have a heart attack, just bear it down. Sorry, you have heard that before, right? Like, they actually tell you if you feel a heart attack coming on, you're supposed to like enact like you're pooping.
I actually haven't heard that. I don't know, but
it's supposed to bear down because it will actually drop your heart rate, and it can sometimes pull you out of the synchron, that it's gotten into. But they literally say, bear it down.
I can see that, because I feel like I've gotten so mad that I was getting ready to have a heart attack, but I started breathing but like it feels like a reverse heartbeat. Like when your heart's pounding, it feels like the reverse, like your breath is being taken away, and like it's being pulled out of your chest for a split second. Like,
because a lot of times you're
every heartbeat,
because you are actually a lot of times throwing something called PVCs. So it's like a misfiring of the heartbeat, and it like elongates part of the QRS rhythm. So like it actually reverts it. So if normally your QRS is going to go up, like you can kind of actually, hold on, let me move this banner because I actually have EEG. This is actual real EEG. Like I took it from like a sleep study, and this is actually how we used to look at it. Sorry, Tom, I'm gonna move your comment. No, I'm just kidding. The EEG is actually on the bottom. What's complicated about this though, now that I'm looking at it, is it's not a very good connection, but like there's PVCs in here where it's like the part of the QRS spreads out. Anyway, that's partly like usually, and it's not always the case, but I mean generally you're usually in a dysarrhythmia when you go into a heart attack. Your heart rate will sometimes go up really fast, but usually you're gonna have like VTAC happening or PVCs is what that
Yeah,
is.
I could see where the sound.
PVCs. Yeah, and you like shoot. Sorry, instead of going up, like your QRS goes like this, you actually go down, and then it spreads it out too. And so instead of being
That
like
makes
close
sense.
together. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see how like doing that, like trying to prove a thing, like I could see where it would help reset, like give it a chance to like pause your oxygen intake until like it syncs up or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like it would definitely be a blood flow concept of like withholding and think about that and the power of what we're understanding of breath work. And here's another fascinating thing. This is a Qigong technique. So another way to like eliminate a heart attack is to do like a cupping technique. And you could do it at your elbow point right here. You hear that nice flapper sound? And then you do it in your armpit.
What about your leg pits?
Like this. Wait, hold on.
I don't know.
Remember we used to do this
leg
as
pits
kids, didn't we? To make that sound that like, somebody would like to try to be gross. Yeah, like that. Like you can hear the sound I'm making, and it's like that cupping technique. And then you do this, and you kind of stand like this, and it's another way to get blood flowing and prevent a heart attack. I could show a video too, so that you don't have to watch me doing these.
You need like one of those little. The more you know,
only imagine, can you only imagine people are not have no idea what we're talking about coming on? I'm like, what the fuck is she doing?
And now for something completely different.
Exactly. Next time on the Aaron and Sarah show.
But like there was. I was gonna get to a concise point and kind of wrap it up, but like I don't even remember what we were talking about. Oh yeah, Reiki.
What's funny is that sorry, go ahead. Go. Yeah.
I didn't know how long like you were gonna do like the interview part, so I was figuring like I could give cliff notes on like because I didn't plan anything for like any of it, so I was just winging it.
I told you like what I like to do is I have questions planned, but we talked about what makes a psychopath, because there's some times in conversations I was having with you where you were sometimes indicating to yourself that you had those tendencies, and talking about creating this community and talking about people potentially having those, and like how do you handle it. And we kind of touched on that yesterday about like the community coming together. So I actually pulled up a real quiz on am I a psychopath? And so I thought it'd be kind of fun if we took the quiz together, just to see what it says. It's like, it's not, which is the one that I found? I'll tell you the website too. It's not like, there is, I did pull up some like professional ones that we could consider taking the screening for. I think this one, if I remember, it might require me to put in it. No, we can do it without in. This one I think actually is like, yeah, please pay us some money.
Well, like a common misconception about people that have done a lot of drugs in their life too, like especially hallucinogens. Like I've done a lot of hallucinogens, try to get my hands on every kind of drug. So when I tell people that's not a good drug, don't do it, and they're like, have you ever done it? And I'd be like, yeah, and here's my experience. This is why I'm telling you. I couldn't be called a hypocrite. And it took me, I didn't realize until I had actually learned shamanism that it wasn't like 100% necessary to take hallucinogens to have like an experience like that. Because I mean, there's breathing exercises that you can feel like you took acid, like except without the confusion, like get the visuals and everything.
Right? Yeah, you can actually enact hallucinations and like a trip.
Yeah, it's important with the cyclical breathing technique too, like in through your nose, out to your mouth, and visualizing it. That's a good way to focus.
Yeah, that's also like the number one way to prevent sleep apnea is circle breathing, because that's how like didgeridoo. I shouldn't say the number one. That's kind of a bad way of saying that, but like non-invasive therapeutic. Like, yeah, don't use a TENS unit on the outside of your neck. That doesn't work. It just makes you go.
Yeah. I wish I had someone to massage my neck like that. I'm looking for my mallet. I was gonna smack the gong because it felt like
smack the gong.
Whoa. timing. That
awesome.
tripped me out.
You okay? The whole
Yeah, I
household's
just
awake.
stuff off my
Sorry,
desk.
Peggy.
Hopefully no one's wearing headphones cranked up.
Hey, McCoy. I just want to say hey, and I don't think I said hi to Dom. He knows I'm interacting with him, but it's good to see you guys.
What's up, McCoy?
Appreciate it.
For real. Yeah, so like leading into your questions, like I mentioned Dianetics and all that stuff, and how people usually have like think that people that do hallucinogens, especially a lot of, because I started doing those when I was 15. Like that's when I first ate acid, and like I have to say, to the average person, like prior to like 3 years ago, I probably would be considered insane. Probably still am to the average person, but I don't really know
But what
whether
is
we're being lied
insanity?
to, and to the extent like that we're being lied to on TV, like about like
Perfect.
the amount
Sorry.
of things going on. Because I feel like we hit critical mass with people that are like
True.
like-minded to some degree, like a few years ago. Like
Okay,
thanks
but
to
what I would like you to do for me is provide me with your definition, not the Webster definition, your
all right.
definition of what is insanity.
Well, I agree with Dianetics that actual insanity. I'll read what I have quoted here. Sanity is the ability to tell differences. The better one can tell differences and know the width of these differences, the more rational he is. The less one can tell differences, and the closer one comes to thinking in identities like A equals A, the less sane he is. And I tend to agree with that the most, like as far as insanity goes. Like, but the way what I add to that is you have to kind of, like, when it comes to communities like this, you have to kind of believe and disbelieve everything, and you can lean more towards whatever you feel is the more rational answer, but you just can't generalize, because generalizing and compartmentalizing is what we've been having done to us for millennia now. I have this right here. I don't know if it's like called a bongo or a jahimbe or something like that. I don't know, but
And Aaron's about to buy a guitar, so he's definitely musically inclined.
I have a couple guitars, but
yeah, I was gonna say, like, I'm just saying you're buying one. Like, yeah.
I also have that little gong behind me, but this one up here is like a larger.
I love that.
Yeah, it's like a 14-inch, I believe, or 16-inch, and it comes from Wuhan, China. That's what they're known for, is their gongs. And
cool.
yeah, it's from 1920. Huh?
I said thank you for sharing.
Oh, anytime. And oh yeah, basically, I wanted to also say that the reason well, I've been more in better spirits like lately, since I've kind of come to accept, like, my son is with well, I don't know if they're awake, because I don't really know them that well, but I mean, and one of the brother-in-law is a cop, like my arresting officer from when I got my felony, and the judge that awarded, like, took away my custody was the one that was also in charge of my felony, and they got me labeled with autism and all sorts of stuff by someone that wasn't a doctor. And like, I tried getting disability like later on, thinking, like, because it really got to me, it was like a matter of me believing it, and like I felt as if I was disabled, like that I couldn't like make myself do things. I started believing the DSM. I met a realist along the way, it made me start thinking like a realist, and like it dimmed my abilities, the things I can do, like.
Yeah.
And I spent so long trying to figure out how to get it back. Like, did I need to find happiness? And, I haven't dated in like 7 years officially, like maybe 8 now. I don't know. I lost count. But I just stopped trying, and because I didn't see the point, like I couldn't, like, I don't know, pretty much lost hope. But like, I was searching for something. And
yeah,
the thing is, people often already have all the answers they needed. It's just a matter of finding the right question. That's what usually makes a good counselor, one that can get you to answer your own questions, and also provide the questions. Like, they pick out the question that you need. Like, usually a good one will be able to spot that and ask it to you and get you to answer it yourself. So in a sense, like when they say you already know all the answers, like in the Matrix, it's totally true. Like, I mean, and people, I guess, misinterpret whenever I say that, like in chats and stuff. They think like I'm just ranting some crazy stuff that I'm making up and like putting weird like who is Pepe
Yeah.
Sylvia kind of boards up. But like no, like there's a method behind it. Like if I'm annoying the hell out of an entire chat room ranting things, I mean, if you can't force people to like learn or like especially if they don't want to, or like, but if I am ranting crazy stuff, sounding stuff at them and getting on their nerves and spamming a little bit, they're going to remember that person a lot more, like because I sparked an emotion inside of them. And like, so, or if you know me, like you kind of would pick up on that, but like even people that know me, oftentimes I have dark sense of humor, and or
You're not
they'll
the
just
only
ask
one.
if I'm being facetious, like,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
because I see everything differently. Like, I don't know,
And
I
that's
spend a lot of
why
time alone.
And that's why, Aaron, I officially would like to include you in the Good Chaos crew. Welcome.
Like, I still think it might be chaotic neutral, like from the whole, like, what is it called, like the affinity in Dungeons and Dragons, is that right?
I don't
Like
know
how they
because
have
I
like
did not play
lawful
that
good and
very
chaotic
much.
neutral and stuff like that. I don't know.
I was not good. I was not a good D&D player. I just wanted to make the whole thing like a joke.
Like Dungeons and Dragons. I'm gonna use magic missile. Like,
yeah,
I
people get
cast a
really nervous.
spell.
This is serious, Sarah. I just couldn't do it. It's all good. It's to each their own. It doesn't. I
You're gonna
definitely
make me.
like if you hear me talk, I'm a huge LOTR fan, and like to make references on the regular. So,
Well, like
hello, Jerry.
What's up? Yeah, alignment. That's what I was trying to think of. Thank you, T-Dubs. But yeah, I mean,
That was
I just think a lot of the spirit thing. It incorporates in today's topic too. Like I that's the last thing I promise. Like it, because it goes with the other quote I had from Dianetics and why I back it so much and everything. Like I believe that I've come to some weird conclusions over the last week, because every content creator, I swear, just about like in the last week or two, has talked about souls and do they exist and what is a soul
See,
and
it's been
this, that, and
mind
the other thing.
control. For me, it's been the mind control, and I thought that was so weird because literally, we decided we just started that Pareidolia dream show, and we all decided we were going to do a MK Ultra episode, and then all of a sudden I turn around and everybody's doing mind control episodes and MK Ultra stuff, and I was like, "What the frick, dude? Are we all aligning?"
I have heard Tavistock so much that I was saying Tavistock type stuff like instead of MK Ultra, like every single time that I've brought anything up in the last like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
I just realized that. Like I think that's because of Gary McKinnon being on Bernie's show the other day or whatever.
interesting.
But yeah, I don't know. Gary McKinnon was like a hero of mine, I swear. Like and there's others. Anyway, Kevin Mitnick, this is our world now. The world of the electron and the switch, the beauty of the bod. We exist without nationality, skin color, or religious bias. You wage wars, murder, cheat, lie to us, and try to make us believe it's for our own good, yet we are the criminals. Yes, I am a criminal. My crime is that of curiosity. I am a hacker, and this is my manifesto. You can stop me, but you can't stop us all. Like, that's the condensed version from the movie Hackers, but the real one is much longer, and I'm not trying to memorize all the extra. Plus, I can listen to that over and over again.
I mean, I've still memorized Usher. They call me USHER. All right, YMOND. Now, maybe tell what you want to do. Maybe you got to feel like Jodeci every time. Sorry, I can do the whole thing. But I'm just joking. Like I was, because you memorized that. I'm sorry.
I do anything, everything you want to make your girl say, "Ooh, ooh, why is she so fly?" No, I was doing like
we
bad
did say
karaoke, and it was on there.
Sorry, geek. geek and cringe warning for everybody. We did say, Aaron and I were like, we gotta have fun with this, so we're gonna do a little dancing and okay. We're about an hour in, so I'm gonna instruct everybody. It's stretch time. Everybody, lift arms up, pull your head back,
I just need to
pull your shoulders
scratch my neck.
back. Oh, and stretch it out. We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna play one of my little videos.
Oh, I got a Flipper Zero too. I don't know if anyone knows what that is. It's like a Tamagotchi for hackers. Let me make it light
No,
up real
but
quick.
you can tell us about that though. When we come back, we're gonna do your psychopath quiz. So hold on to that. That might be something too we want to mess with more, but this is great. Okay, awesome, guys. And Sherry, that's awesome. I love his covers. It totally takes me back too.
I like doing Johnny Cash, Ring of Fire.
Oh yeah.
Love.
And Aaron, yeah, that's how I love. I like we
thing.
both sing, so it's like kind of funny how that works with us. Okay, so thank you guys for being here. We're gonna take a quick break, not a long break. Did I share the audio? I never can tell if I share the audio. Sorry, one more time. Try it again. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Uh-oh,
Yeah.
what's going on?
Your
phone's blowing up.
It's okay. We're taking a minute, right?
Yeah,
I gotta
yeah.
go look for
Sorry,
something that may or may not be outside.
Oh, shit. Party time.
I'll be right back.
Party time, everybody.
Now, at the University of California at Los Angeles, a laboratory exists where researchers are attempting to capture this human energy on film. The process is called Kirlian photography, named after Seymour and Valentina Kirlian, Russian scientists who pioneered it in the 1930s.
Okay, to place your finger on the top row of the film.
The subject places her fingertips on a sheet of photographic paper, which lies on top of an electrically charged plate. The paper is exposed and developed like an ordinary black and white photograph. The results, however, are not at all ordinary. These Kirlian motion pictures revealed that an energy field, or corona, exists around each fingertip as it does around different parts of the body. This corona, rather than remaining constant, varies with changes in the subject's state of mind. In one experiment, the subject, calm at the start, is pricked with an unpleasantly sharp object. The corona of her thumb, at first brilliant and wide, becomes increasingly smaller and less distinct under stress, until, with the subject at her most anxious, it almost disappears. In a reverse experiment, a tense subject is invited to have a drink and relax, under strictly controlled conditions, of course. At the outset, the subject is anxious. His corona is thin. After 9 ounces of alcohol, it becomes broader. After 14 ounces, it displays what you might almost call a rosy glow.
Yeah, well, yeah.
In an experiment done with cancerous and healthy rats, the results indicate a definite difference in the corona around their tails. The implications of this research are promising. If these tests are substantiated, perhaps one day Kirlian photography will be used as a tool in medical diagnosis. Every living thing radiates an energy all its own. Yet to what do these energy fields correspond? Kirlian photographs of plant leaves and flower petals have raised some curious and as yet unanswered questions. Normally, healthy plants have distinctive, colorful coronas. On a few occasions, when part of a leaf has been cut off, a strange ghost afterimage appears. Researchers call it the phantom leaf effect, but no one knows yet what it means. It happens when two human energy fields come in contact. Tim and Lois are lovers. Photographed alone, his finger's aura is blue and spiky. Hers is white and softer around the edges. When they touch, their coronas mix and mingle. In contrast, observe this Curlian photograph of people who are a little angry at each other. And this one, in which the person on the left is extremely hostile. Research has shown that the auras of the strong tend to dominate the weak, as can be seen in this Curlian family portrait. Mother and father at the top, child at the bottom, rather overwhelmed.
Here's how to use radio waves to create excellent backgrounds in After Effects.
It's like, yeah, why with the commercials?
Gotta love that autoplay.
If I had OBS, I wouldn't need, and Streamlabs, I wouldn't need to play through the browser. I'd be able to play my original videos, wouldn't I? And also, I think the quality of my streaming would be better too, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would take up less memory. Your quality, you'd have way more options. Like, you wouldn't be nickel and dimed a bit extra for 1080p. And probably wouldn't have to be squinting. I don't know if you guys are seeing some squint action, like, or needing some squint action from 720 on like a 4K TV, but sometimes that happens. Like, I actually am not going to wear the blue light glasses. Like, it's messing with me right now. Huh.
I agree, Sherry. That is one of, he's got that picture, like right after you got it, you can tell. Yeah, Aaron's got some cool stuff. Aaron's a cool guy, which is why we're celebrating him today. Sorry if we lost everyone during the break, but hopefully they'll come back in. Probably everybody. I've seen that video, Sarah, like 7 times. Thanks. We get it. We affect each other.
It's all gravy. No,
anyway, I love it when you do that. It's all gravy.
I realized I hadn't been singing like much lately, so I was just gonna make my throat sore and my voice kind of monotone more so than it is already. Like, I haven't talked as much today as I usually do, so I'm not like stretched vocally.
You know, that's actually something I'm like, okay, like one of my favorite things to do is just get in my, like, I'm a big road tripper. I like when the weather's right, I will and like spent a ton of time doing that this summer. Took my I call him my non-blood nephew because, you know, I'm like a family friend kind of thing, and was like with him through most of his life, so that's why he calls me auntie, and we have that good relationship. Anyway, and so he's really good at maneuvering vehicles. Say that much, and he's 13. Okay, so we took a lot of trips into the forest and on these back forest roads and stuff, and he loves it just as much as I do. So it's like, it's one of my favorite things to be able to do with him. Okay, so everybody, I want Aaron to take this test first, and then I was thinking, I have questions, but we obviously have like talked a lot, so I thought we could still go through these questions, and maybe some of them we could answer together. But after the psychopath test, I was going to open up the panel and then bring on the celebration. And if any of you guys wanted to take the test live, we could do that, but I can always post a link and we can do that too. What's up, Machine Head? Thank you for being here.
What up?
Big old happy.
I always have a good one. That's what I do.
I am probably gonna have to sing happy birthday. So.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, we're almost past the time too, right? But you know what I always say? It's like your birthday is like a week. It's like a whole week.
That's when you start getting wasted. It doesn't stop being your birthday until you stop getting wasted and go to sleep.
Okay, now, well, you mean in terms of weed?
No, in terms of whatever, but like, no, like I've gotten a lot more calmed down. Like, everything really, like, yeah, right after I got my kid taken, I became a heroin addict. Like, it killed me because that was like my life's purpose. But I know, man. I know. I was one of those people that, like, I forced myself to like go through withdrawal on a regular basis because, like, I looked at it like a tool. Like, until I figure out like what to do next. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
and plus, like opiates, instead of like people nodding out these days and all that stuff, when I did it, I would clean my entire house and do everything I needed to do, and just it would just make my mind stay busy. Like, I mean, like drugs have always affected me a lot differently, and maybe it's because I use them like as tools. Like hallucinogens were never for partying with me. It was having a bad trip on purpose, because the bad trips are the ones that you go through the spiritual journey and come out through the other side. Like, not knowing if you have trouble finding your question and you know the process, then you can spirit guide yourself through the darkness and come through with the understanding, because you figure out the question you were looking for and the answer all in the same night. It's like years of therapy all in once. So like,
so there's some serious truth to this, and people
thanks,
using yes, sorry, hey Bernie, whoop. So I had a patient I talk about that had serious narcolepsy, and the medication, the one and only medication that was known to work, came out more recently, and it was like thousands of dollars for a month's supply. It was ridiculous. It was one of the most expensive. Insurance often didn't cover a huge portion of it. Like most people just didn't get it, but it was one of the only ones that was seemingly, looking like it was gonna work.
What kind was it?
Sweet, awesome, Bernie. Thank you. Whoop, whoop. We're gonna have a birthday party. So what I was trying to get at is that when she was my patient, it had everything to do with utilizing meth, because she couldn't afford the medication. So it's like you could see, and that was like one of my profound, experiences in seeing that. But just to talk to her, and actually how rational and level-headed and sweet she was, and just like how bad I felt, because I could just hear it in her voice. She's like, I have to work. I have to have a job. I have to be able to get there, and I can't function unless I have something to wake me up.
Well, I feel like there's two kinds of people when they do drugs. Like, there's the kind that like just go downhill because they just are doing it for different reasons. They're ceremonializing it, or using it to party, stuff like that, like making their life revolve around that drug. And I feel that if you're going to do it and you are like to the point where you've done drugs long enough that you can change your mind up, which Dianetics, knowing that process actually makes it easier to reprogram like parts of your mind. That's where I learned to like make myself go through withdrawal on a regular basis. So whenever I decide to stop whatever process, like I could just do it. And because it's a lot of it's mental, and if you're used to the physical part, then it's not as big of a deal. Like whenever it comes down to having to do it. And like I've got
so you
away
practice
from like
discipline. It's like kind of fascinating to talk about this, because you were like in a quote unquote addictive like situation, but you were practicing discipline,
Yeah, like, I mean, doctors are just drug dealers. They sit there, they figure out the dosage, but they make you think these days anyway, usually, that it's something you have for life, that you can't get rid of it, that you should be taking the medicine for the rest of your life. Why even deal with all that jazz? Like, I may not pay for healthcare because some fluke, like they considered me disabled after filing for disability, like all those years ago when I lost my kid, and they tried to say I have autism and I could never love another person because the way I viewed things, like in the way I say I a lot, in the way I talk, like they thought that I was just like, what's that word?
A psychopath?
Well, no, like they did say that, narcissistic. They said I was so narcissistic I could never love another person. Like, if that's the case, like, why did I go out of my way to like sing my kid to sleep every night, and like,
well, clearly
why
the
do
way
I take care of everyone around me, and like,
you wouldn't give a shit, Aaron. You wouldn't give a shit. You would be saying, so this is a perfect segue for us to start your quiz.
all right.
Because like, what you've been accused of. And okay, so let's go down the list. I can answer this for you, which this is kind of interesting to me, especially now with the current world. But anyway,
you're not gonna like me having to answer these, by the way.
No, I am. So don't even. It's not about that, dude.
Well,
so the first question is: I'm
general,
optimistic more often than not.
It depends on what point in my life we're talking about, and what's going on in my
Okay,
mood at
so
the
right
time.
now, right now.
Right now, yeah, true.
So true or somewhat true? True.
Completely
Full on
true.
true? Okay,
Like
good.
I'm in a good mood, so.
Yeah. Well, it is your birthday.
No, I hate
Okay.
my birthday. This is the best birthday I've had in ages. Like
Okay,
since I
good.
got a
I love hearing
Necronomicon
that.
symbol on my shoulder. Actually, maybe
Yeah.
that's not the reason at all. Maybe I make
You
it the
know,
reason.
honestly, like I think I was completely alone for my birthday this year. It was one of my favorite birthdays. I went and made my own little trip, you know, and you gotta do what you gotta do. So number 2, how other people feel is important to me.
Oh, I was looking at the one after that because I didn't realize you moved it. It is depending on the person. I go by
Somewhat true.
huh?
So maybe
Yeah,
somewhat
somewhat true. I can explain that one real quick if you like,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it
yeah.
was the other quote I had from Dianetics that
Oh,
that
perfect.
influenced my way of seeing it. Like it goes down to it's considered a science by those who are fans of Dianetics, because you can usually apply these things on any two people, and it's because it goes on the belief that the mind at its base is like a computer, and it's all on how it's programmed, but there's a basic like operating system set of rules that people go by, which is usually somewhat rooted in survival. Like there are 3 kinds of love between woman and man. The first is covered under the law of affinity and the affection with which mankind holds mankind. The second is sexual selection and is a true magnetism between partners. The third is compulsive love dictated by nothing more reasonable than aberration. And then I didn't realize the other quote wasn't on here unless it's on the back. It's not, so I'll sum it up. There's like the levels are survival of self. What's up, Bex? And let's see, survival of self, survival of the family unit, like survival of the extended family or the community, and survival of humanity as a whole. And that is the like, unless you have extreme aberration, which is like blocks, emotional blocks, basically. Then that is like what the things that mankind operates by, like when it comes to love and aberration, and like what people will usually go through, like when it comes to importance, like yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I did ask him because he's like, when we were talking about this subject, he's like, all I can think about is I want to bring this up. And I was like, grab it. So appreciate you sharing that. Okay. Are you ready for the next question?
I am.
I am. I often act on immediate needs.
Like whose needs?
Your needs.
My needs?
Mhm.
Depends on whether or not it benefits others or only myself, or harms others. Like it just depends on what the need
So
would
like,
be.
let's say you've been sitting at the computer for a while, you realize you're getting hungry, you really actually need some water because you really like just been hyper focused, but mom calls.
I would answer the phone and then forget about the drink for a while, and then get a drink whenever I got around to it, and it became
So I
a
would say then
necessity.
we're
I
somewhere
put
in
others before self usually,
yeah. So
because
maybe
I
fall.
know that I can live, like as long as it's not going to make me immediately die. Then I put my own needs last usually.
Then from what you're saying, I would say false. Do you agree?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I'm not
Okay, I
good with
love
like
this
forced
question.
multiple choice that aren't like right in.
I know, right? That's why we have to take this with some grain of salt. But I just thought it would kind of be fun, you know. Okay, so number 4, I have no strong desire to parachute out of an airplane.
False, and I'm terrified of heights, and I believe that would get rid of my fear of heights and
Hey,
things that are larger than myself. Like I look across an ocean and see nothing on the other side, and I suddenly get vertigo and drop to my knees. Same thing with looking up at really tall buildings, or closing my eyes and visualizing how it would be to view a planet from space. Like it
cool.
makes me like just
Yeah.
faint almost. Like
So that's funny because I have a fear of heights, and so like talking about that and you talking about doing this to like get through it, I can totally resonate, and like I do have this weird desire to want to do it, even though that's
Yeah.
not like something, you know. And
Ooh,
okay, I used to
I
do
just
this so like
pictured it.
in Wisconsin and in here in Oregon, like that. Okay, you know my you guys have seen my logo picture. You know, it's like of me like jumping in the air. I'm actually jumping into Crater Lake, and so I would push myself to jump from these high cliff edges into the water. That was like my way of getting over my heights.
I
And
can't even do like the high dive at the pool. Like
that's see, that's how that was part. I didn't always like the high dive though. It's way more fun when you're like in a random, even though it gets way more dangerous. Like
I
when
don't
you're in
like
a random lake or something, you know,
yeah,
you
like
find that rope swing that everyone uses.
I don't go in water that I can't see the bottom of, and I don't like going in like deeper than I can touch the ground. I'm too much of a control freak in that way. Like I don't like not
See,
being
that's
in charge
fascinating,
of
but
my
yet you're
life
like,
or not.
yeah, I want to jump out of a plane. I love
Yeah.
that. See, we're
Well,
also
it
different.
seems more logical. There's no like nothing going to swim up that I can't see and grab me
Did
by the
you?
leg and
Yeah.
pull me under.
It's
So
just like I don't know, like just the way you worded that. It seems more logical. It's like are either logical?
plus, if I can't see through the water, like I'm not sure I'd want to be in it in the first place. Like
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. All right,
I
sorry. Okay, we can move on.
maybe it's just
Okay,
the
next.
Ohio River aspect. Like
Yeah, yeah. See, and that's that area. Like, in the rivers are a little more unpredictable. But there was what was it?
they're
The
way
river was
worse now
in.
after the train sabotage.
Oh
But
gosh, yeah. There was this. Oh
East
no, see, there were
Palestine.
quarries in Wisconsin. Our friends, we had this like famous quarry spot that we would go to, and it was like an actual dredged out quarry, so you knew there was nothing, you knew how deep it was, you know what I mean, there was like a little, and then you're watching people do it over and over again in that, anyway.
Actually,
Okay, moving on.
I was on a helicopter and like a Huey in ROTC, and they had the side doors open. We were on the side door jump seat
Oh
and
yeah.
strapped in, and they would turn the helicopter sideways, so we're facing the ground, only held in by our our straps,
Ooh,
and also got to be in the back of a C-130 like cargo plane with
cool.
that, just walking around while they're flying and going up and down, causing weightlessness and stuff, and that was fun. Like,
Wow.
yeah,
Yeah,
I've only been
my
on
coolest thing
military
is I got to
flights.
ride in a Cessna, and it was my neighbor's first ever time flying, and he was amazing. And everybody was like, just so forewarning, these are like little planes, and when people don't know how to fly very well, like you can get sick really easily. And it was like it was such a wonderful experience. It was in this cute little tiny plane. Anyway,
I wouldn't mind trying to fly. I'd pretend I was in Pilot Wing 64 though, because that's the only way I could deal with it. I was pretty good at that game, so.
okay, so
Yeah.
anyway, now question number 5. I have often missed things I promised to attend.
Like, it just depends on what part of my life I was in. Like, I was always fashionably late back in the day, but
Try to think like overall.
I'm in a good place. Like, I try to be like an hour early and like stake things
what I
out
do
and
too.
like make sure that like I know what's happening, because I've definitely been chased out of like the Gathering of the Juggalos by a fleet of police with fully automatic paintball guns that had like the pepper spray bullets or paintballs, whatever, and like they were on horses and clubbing people in the face, and we rioted Toledo and like because of it, and it was crazy.
Wait, I lost you a little bit. Wait, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about 10,000
like
people
something you
being chased
promised to
to a
attend?
convention center and rioting an entire city and never being allowed back in Ohio. Well, ICP isn't.
What?
In public
Wow.
places. Like, yeah, they have to go out on farms and like other places when they have the gathering now. It's not allowed in convention centers because I mean, well, it started off because there's a lot of nudity going on anyway, but this was only the second one ever, or third one, and yeah, it was the third one, and this girl was flashing people like just because people were asking, and this cop made her quit, and she got mouthy with him because she was drunk, and he bounced her head off the wall. So about 10,000 people were all chanting "fuck the police" and had him backed along with this girl into an office and shit. And next thing you know, riot squad comes in with horses and shit, clubbing people in the face. It was crazy.
So Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but with that being
Oh, it
said,
was great.
being clubbed in
I
the
enjoyed it.
face,
I didn't get
how
clubbed in
would
the
you
face. I was running.
rate yourself really quick, Aaron? How would you rate yourself on attendance? I'm laughing with you. I hope you know that.
School. I didn't go to school unless it was test day. If I had the choice, like except
But like
when I was
you're
young and
invited to
truant,
events,
spot
not
hit.
just school,
Oh,
like appointments, things that you
because I don't
promised
like.
your friends to be there for them.
Well,
and
I would be there
something.
if I put my word behind something, and I don't count like some things my word, but like if I promise a employer I'm gonna be there, I'm going to come whether I'm dying or not. Like, like I'm there to keep my word. So
Okay,
yeah, I
then
guess
that would
technically
take true
true.
because this is specific to promise, not just like things that you had,
But
you know,
I'm also
like
good at finding
regularly
loopholes
scheduled or
too.
something. Is how I see that. So, what did you say?
I'm also good at finding loopholes, so it depends on how important the task was
Yeah.
and whether I can make it up to them. But like,
Okay, so and I don't mean to interrupt you, but to not be rude, I don't know if you just saw, but I scrolled down and there's 50 questions in this thing.
oh yeah, there's no way we could finish this.
So let's
Maybe
just
a
try to
week.
get through some of them a little quickly. And again, I'm not trying to, I just realized
All
like
right,
this will take us forever. But if you have like obviously something you need to, input, like I'm not
all right. I'll stop being
I'm
a
trying
smart
to
ass.
shut you up. I just wanted to make you aware.
I am particular, but I'll stop being a smart ass whenever applicable.
I know I'm particular too, which is funny because sometimes I think you and I we sort things out really well, but we definitely like are both like, well, I like this, and you're like, I like that. I love it. It's why I love us, like, as our community, our group. So next question is, I would enjoy being in a high-speed chase.
Yeah, I have them all the time in my lucid dreams. I always find myself coming lucid. So yeah, let's go with true.
Okay.
Like I'm always like
doesn't necessarily be
against
like
time.
police, right? It's not necessarily like the police chasing you either.
Well, I work best when my back's against the wall, and that's when my best work comes out. Like whenever I just don't think about it and I just do it last minute just to get it over with, and like no one's watching, and like suddenly miracles have come. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, Bex. If you wake up or anything, we're gonna open the panel, but I wanted Aaron to have a chance to take this test. Because we talked about it.
I like whatever Sherry posted.
You like what Sherry posted? Sorry, I didn't miss.
Yeah, I don't know what the video has, but like doing the shadow work and rewriting outcomes, like I don't know, like I've always empathized with like the bad guy and could see how they became like the bad guy, and usually it was the hero of the movie or show or whatever.
Exactly. I'll put this in. We can always play this a little bit. I love this. Sherry, you're going to be like my in between like my in between content. Oh, look at this. No freaking way. So I opened the video. You guys can't see this right now, but
yeah, it's my last name origin, like Corvus.
And see, okay, and then somebody's got a comment right underneath double-headed eagle Freemasonry because it's like the first picture of this Corvus Tenebris.
Oh, I can take my video out and you can show my like little icon, my family crest, like.
Yeah. Sorry, I can.
Kind of related. I'll stop.
Excuse me, I can put us back up.
See, Deus Pace Corvus.
Wait. Oh yeah.
And there's a rook on top of that elephant, and it's an Asian elephant, but like that's
cool.
The family crest. So
okay, but see,
it's spelled slightly different, I guess. But
I'm not gonna try to one up you, but I gotta show you. I gotta show you mine. I know. I think I didn't I tell you the other night what mine is? I'm pretty sure
believe you did.
Okay, hold on. Let me find it. I absolutely love it. I'm not gonna lie. And actually, now that I'm like trying to find it, I'm like, crap. This might take me too long to try to find it. I should just Google it real quick here. Sorry for the interlude.
Now for something much the same. I was looking to see if I had something worth sharing. I could always
I got this. It's just that weird in between when you're like trying to pull shit up. and you can't get it up fast enough, you know, because I didn't know we were going to talk about
That's why you pull some
Schaffhausen.
Little Johns. Pull
So
out
guess
Little
what?
Johns.
Yeah.
So- yeah. All right. So I do realize it. I don't think it actually says what it means. So based on my coat of arms, what do you think my name means?
Sheep, shepherd.
Sheep.
Sheep.
I'm the black sheep of the sheep. Oh, I told you guys we're gonna have a little fun. All right, let's get back to our quiz here, and I can play a little music in the background too.
Alrighty.
And I promise, guys, I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. I'm learning to be a better host.
Just do something about the wacky weaving inflatable arm flailing tube man.
All right, that was obnoxious. Sorry for me. Sometimes I try to be funny. It's like just stop. Just don't. All right. Back to the test. So I am well equipped to deal with stress.
All right, I think your audio cut out. I'm hearing like music.
Oh, can you hear the music? Is it okay?
That's. I couldn't hear your voice whenever you were talking like a minute ago. You like cut out really bad.
Is it better now? Is it more fluid?
Yeah. I just like thought you were.
It might have been because of how I started
playing
it, and
something because I had
a little.
Well, I had a
loud.
text file up, and like I thought you were like playing a video or something. I didn't realize you were asking me the next one because you just cut out. All right, go on. Sorry.
Oh, good. No, we're good. We're good. I'm going to pull it up just so you can see it a little more obviously.
All right.
Okay, so next question is: I am well equipped to deal with stress. That's the one we were asking. I would say for myself, I'm better. I would say I'm somewhat true now, where I would have said like a year ago I was like hovering in that somewhat false.
I'm very true because I mean I could just put on a different hat and like be whatever I need to be, get it over with, and put back on my normal hat. So I do what I got to do.
Yeah. Okay.
But
all
then, right. More reasoning, but like
yeah. Next question. I don't mind if someone I dislike gets hurt.
I don't like anyone getting hurt, so I don't.
False.
My brain's weird about answering things, so I am not sure whether. Yeah. I'll let you mark those though. Since you got them out.
I mean, you're more than welcome to, but I don't know.
No, I'm good. I'm trying to quit.
This is your show to relax. Anyway, okay. So the next one is my impulsive decisions have caused problems with loved ones.
True. I mean, I'm a felon. I probably didn't have to do what someone was telling me when being beat in the head. All right, like go on.
I wonder if that's full on true, but okay. I get
only like because I looked up to the person, and lack of a father figure, and it was someone I looked up to. They turned out to be not a good person. Them being drunk and built like a gorilla. I just let them hit me in the head and just do whatever they say to get them to shut up and leave me alone, so I can go back to enjoying the party or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
But that was during darker times. But like
exactly. So number 10, I get scared easily.
Everyone gets the feeling of being scared. Like it's a matter of what scares them. But like I just shake it off. Like I don't know how to answer that because it's too generalized. Like because I mean I can feel feeling scared, but it doesn't affect my behavior differently.
I would say you're living.
I just work off of it and change it.
Sorry, really quick, Aaron, how I would try to revise this question is like I like sort of towards paranoia, some sort of
scared easily, like maybe because
like
I don't know.
Startled easily, but I don't know if that's what they're asking is being startled and scared. Like I don't know if they're asking about fear. I'm gonna, you know what? With you just saying that, I'm gonna guess.
That's why I don't believe in psychology because like it's all subjective bullshit based on someone's intelligence. But
exactly, I still think this is gonna still show your empathetic side, but regardless, so probably more false or somewhat false.
Somewhat false because I mean, if someone puts a gun at me, I'm going to like most likely take it from them and beat them with it a few times for pointing it at me and not killing me. because 99% of people aren't going to pull the trigger. They're just trying to scare you. So
you might pee your pants a little bit, but not a lot of it.
oh no, I wouldn't pee my pants at all. Like I've done it before. I've taken a gun from someone and took the clip out and beat them with it, like over the head, just crack them over the head a good time, and then like throw the gun one way and the shit the other way. Because I mean, I'm fast and I don't even know what I'm gonna do
Ninja.
sometimes before I do
That's
it.
your new nickname is Ninja.
I have some t-shirts.
It's all good,
related
man.
to that.
It's all great. It's all
right,
great. All right, number 11. I sympathize with
True.
others' problems.
True.
Awesome.
Like I sometimes don't even realize it's others' problems and not mine that I'm feeling.
Yeah. Yep. Get that. I have missed work without bothering to call in.
Not true.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I get myself in trouble by telling the truth too much.
Sherry doesn't know your astrology. His life path is a number 1. Everybody, fascinating in my opinion.
I don't even know what that is.
And with this next question, I am a born leader.
I say false, but like other people say
but I would say otherwise.
Like I have had people living with me that do whatever I tell them to and not realize like that was the thing. I just thought we were friends, like, and like they were all looking to me and like giving me their paychecks and like just kind of doing whatever I wanted them to. It was weird. I had to like disband that once I felt like cult-like things going on. And they all also got assistants that they made do things, and it just was weird.
Yeah.
But long story.
It's all good, right?
I
like
wasn't a fan.
But that's you've got some fascinating stories. So it's like hard for me to want to cut everything short, but you get it. Just saying what's up to Yolanda and Mr. Super Spider. I'm gonna call you that now forever. It's like our inside joke. Do
you remember my moon sign? I remember I'm a Scorpio sun sign and Aquarius rising, but I still can't remember my moon sign for sure. That's why I wish Christine was here, or I Heart Fairies, because she would probably remember what. Maybe
that would be kind of fun. I think Sherry, you do know your Vedic, or did we talk about were you the one to like I don't touch Vedic or something?
Vedic's the only like
numerology. Your life path is just birth date, but there's really quick. There's like a whole calculation to your birth date that determines your life path. And Aaron didn't know it, so I mean that's something that, by the way, I wouldn't mind doing in real time. That's a really easy thing to look up for people. So we could, when I open the panel, if you guys want to do that, we could do that. All right. Moving on. Okay, so I'm a born leader. Do you want me to say false? You're answering this, not me. So I want you to answer this in how you feel.
I don't know. It just
I would at least say
it was if it was a post-apocalyptic situation and no one else was taking the lead, I would definitely be more than happy to. But in this capitalist system of slavery with extra steps, I want nothing to do with it.
Actually, but see, this is where
unless I
don't want to take this quiz for you. Okay, but like, you are not.
I remember my answer to the Utopia thing you haven't asked yet. So,
well, I have those questions pending because like we already have. I really wanted to do this with you, but I still have those, so we could still do that. We can still end the show. I can still end your portion with those questions. So anyway,
I definitely want to take the Illuminati back.
I'm going to let you have your stage on that. I swear.
Right.
Okay, somewhat false, somewhat true.
What? Oh, somewhat true works.
Leadership roles in your current life. You currently step up and help and come to you to solve
one better. If no one better steps up, I definitely do. But I usually think someone's better because people are more cavalier than me with words sometimes. More of a wordsmith, and I'm like, we're not worthy. We're not worthy.
We're not worthy. Get up. We're not worthy. This is apparently a movie night quotes night.
Superhero like even.
Okay, anyway, next question. I enjoy a good physical fight.
Yes. Only because Listen,
I
like
did have it sitting
it
here, and you're
depends on
like,
an
I
actual
want to
fight.
get
Like I
I
don't
should
believe in
include that.
malicious fighting unless it's self-defense, and even then, if you flow like water, you can always put them on their ass without seriously hurting them, and hopefully they'll get some sense. But me, like I enjoy being punched, like to the point where I'm laughing psychotically, and they just stop because they don't understand. But
Whoa,
like
that's interesting.
I
Hey,
I
boy.
I
Sorry.
zone out, and my sense of feeling of pain, it just goes away, and so I sit there and my brain's like thinking, why are they doing this? And then like figuring it out, and then like asking them usually to help me find my glasses, all calmly, like, hey, quit that shit for a second, help me find my glasses so they don't get broke. And they usually help me find them. Like if they,
But it
and
sounds like,
like
yeah,
I just don't make it. They get it. They feel disarmed because I make it seem like no big deal and like I'm enjoying it. So they just don't want to hit me anymore.
and you're
But
ninja, so it's like a different style of quote unquote fighting.
oh
So
yeah, I'm so calm that it kind of frightens them usually. And I don't get knocked out. Like only one person's ever done it, and that was my fault. So like
maybe I should call you Airbender.
I don't know.
Airbender ninja.
Like I do enjoy backyard wrestling. I did 7 years of it, and I am undefeated, like a high flyer, like Rey Mysterio Jr. I come at him like scissor legs around the neck and fling them. Yeah,
that would be wonderful.
I got photos of like playing
This is
versions
awesome.
of
I
that
love
when
your
I was
stories.
like 15.
And thinking about where you grew up and everything, and like kind of understanding that area a little bit more. And part of that was me watching what's that guy's show? The cooking guy.
Red Green Show.
No, the guy who it was about food, but he ended up doing these like really good exposés on areas, and he did like a whole thing on the East Coast. And
was he the guy that was like, "Ooh, it's so good"?
No,
Mr. Food.
Oh, I can't think
like
his name. He was really famous, and then he died like around
Anthony
the
Bourdain. Johnny
Say
Cash
it.
made Anthony Bourdain.
Yes, thank you, Bourdain. Jesus, I could not think of his name.
What does he have to do with here?
That area. He talks a lot about that New England area. And
oh no, I'm in the Appalachians.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the Ohio Valley.
There's a connection because it's like connected with the meth and the drugs and the opioids that was all over that area. And the Appalachians, wasn't there like a lot of moonshine stuff going
Kentucky
on there too,
came
right?
back, but like I don't know, Kentucky just continues to get worse. But we were the overdose capital of the world, this county, until the Democrats made all these major cities that they run the states of, like since COVID, like they've put them, like turned them into homeless cities. I don't know if anything on the news is true, but like you wouldn't see me move into anywhere in California or Philadelphia or Chicago, Detroit, places like that anytime soon. Like actually people from Detroit are the reason my town became like the overdose capital of the world, because we're right along the interstate route from like Detroit and Chicago. Like it goes right through my town to get to Florida and Georgia and all those places.
Gary, Indiana. Have you been through Gary, Indiana before? I have.
No, I've never been to Indiana. I remember
Gary,
watching Gary, Indiana,
right
the series.
If you're traveling from Wisconsin to Michigan, you always end up going through Gary, Indiana, because it's like right at that corner tip, right before you get into Michigan. And it's like, anyway, I'm not going to get into it. Okay, back to the test. And by the way, Sherry, that's hilarious. Aaron, the white airbender.
I do speak a little bit of Japanese, if it helps.
Yeah, it always helps.
and like I learned martial arts from like those Power Ranger karate training videos that came out like back in the day, like first series and shit. Like, and whenever the dude that plays the Green Ranger, White Ranger, all that stuff died, like I cried. Like I still can't believe he's dead. He was in such great shape, and like, but that's another story too.
All right, let's get back to the test. Okay, I jump into things without thinking.
True. I go into things for the experience. Like I think, but like I do them anyway. Like if it sounds like I'll live through it, that's another experience. Let's do it.
You're aware of the risk, but you still want to jump into it.
I won't risk anything like family anymore, like anything like that. I'll risk my life any day of the week, just if it sounds like something I want to do. but I guess it's not considering those
With
that
being
care
said,
about me. But like I have,
no, I know.
I think I'll live through whatever. So
You said you jump out of an airplane. That's that's why
I
they're
would
asking, because they want to know like
probably
how
jump off a
risky.
bridge
Well, I'm
and think
just
that
saying,
I can land on concrete if I
Aaron, you
on the
get
right
where they're
conditions.
going with this. They're wanting to know like what kind of risks are you willing to take, right? Like that's why
Like
they're asking these questions.
technically, I think this is why I say I probably am a psychopath, but at least I'm like the most rational
I almost
psychopath.
guarantee you're gonna come out like not. Okay, so considering we have quite a few more questions, let's go. I have a hard time making things turn out the way I want.
Somewhat false. Like things usually happen the way I want them to, or I modify my wants sometimes. Just
There you
depends
go.
on situation.
Yeah, I know. That's
So
all
actually, put that
circumstantial.
all the way to false.
I'm just saying you can say that, like that's why it's like don't. This is not meant to be taken heavily seriously. Just it's sort of like what comes to you when you hear. Anyway, I hear you working that out. So. Anyway, I return insults,
Voice
which is,
kinda
I
right.
think I saw a voice say something about this. Now I'm realizing.
Yeah, I agree that it is a little bit testosterone because when I have high testosterone levels at that point in time, like I will put my foot in someone's ass, like if they push me to it, but like I can't even make myself like mad most of the time. Like I usually see where people are coming from, and I just kind of reason. Like I will almost always talk my way through a situation and get people to be on the same level. Like I have influence over other people's behavior, whether I am consciously doing it or not. I don't know.
Though then you did tell me you could be a chameleon at times. So
Yeah, I used to want to be like James Bond and stuff. I or a ninja, like one of those two things growing up. Like if I couldn't become an astronaut, I was going to be one of those two. And even in high school, I was probably still somewhat like that, except I was always planning how to be like the best father possible. Like,
yeah. So how what would you say for this one for 17? I return insults.
Depends on the situation. Everything depends. Like
I know. So try not to like overall. Like I want you to think of the overall spectrum of your whole life and try to just summarize it in that way.
I'd say somewhat true because I mean, like sometimes if I felt the need, I would do it in a way that even if they didn't realize I was doing so, like I would be doing it in a different way. Like I would get little bits of revenge, like kind of. It's not so much returning insults as it would be like satisfying my feeling of that I'm better than them somehow, maybe by inaction. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, I can't tell you for
I don't usually act.
I'm
like
not here to define black or white. I made that pretty clear.
Yeah, there's no binary. Binary is a created thing.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so I've gotten in trouble because I missed too much school.
And I don't mean like sex or anything like that either. Like binary, like the
I know.
Opposites, good and evil, and
you're
anyway,
in the best company to understand what you meant by that.
All right. Influence. I've gotten in trouble because I missed too much school. I was truant, but I'd rather be home watching Days of Our Lives and faking sick and getting high, watching SpongeBob, things like that. But we had open lunches, so I could always bring friends home to get high and watch SpongeBob at lunchtime in high school. So,
did you go back?
Yeah, we had open lunch. We could go wherever we wanted at lunchtime for an hour.
So you didn't really miss school, right?
Oh, I missed school until until I could just sign myself out of school legally, and when I was 18.
So did you get in trouble specifically because you missed school?
Once, and that was because I missed too many days. And
do you want me to put
I was going to be in truant, but I fixed it. Huh?
Do you want? Okay, then you fixed it. We're putting false.
I fixed it by not going the 1 day left until I got considered truant. So
got you.
Yeah.
Okay, so then 19. I have a knack for influencing people.
True.
We just answered that. Okay, 20. It doesn't bother me to see someone else in pain.
I can't even watch like someone dying in a show without crying. Like,
that's a sign of an empath. You can't watch horror. You don't really do well with horror movies, then, do you?
I don't really feel so much in real life. Like whenever I'm like, since not having my son, like I haven't been real emotional. I've been closed off emotionally, like because
Sense.
I'm around a town like of addicts and like zombie village, like, and you can't trust anyone. So like I had to turn my emotions off because like everyone was dropping like flies around me to the point where I was playing like bingo with overdoses and shit, like people's names, like just to make it slightly entertaining, I guess, to
Yeah.
someone with dark
Yeah.
humor.
Yeah.
That now it's tired of people playing the victim with when it comes to addiction. It's not a permanent thing. And AA is just the rules are stolen and adapted from the Reiki spiritual principles, and it pisses me off that
I
it's
know,
all
but this is
concocted.
where I'll like tell you, like, we have to really think about how hard we are on other people because it is being in their own shoes. And it's not to say that
I
excuses are
know some
always like,
people can't
okay,
break the God spell, and that's
but
how they
if you
gotta.
can't, but I'm just saying, like, if you can't come to their level and understanding why they made the
I
choices
can.
they made, like, what people don't understand, Aaron, they shut you off the minute they find out certain things about you because they're not willing to open the doors, right?
True,
So
true.
just remember that, we all get, there is an importance to judging, in my opinion. I'm not saying like don't, because that's how we figure out what works, what's resonating, what feels right. And so and you're not supposedly, like, in the Buddhist traditions, you're not supposed to have excessive empathy in as far as like pity for somebody, like,
Well,
and
I give
you sort of
everyone
have to
3
say, like,
mulligans when I confront
with
them.
all due
Like
respect.
I try to confront people, like if I feel they're doing something wrong or wrongly, like I'll confront them like respectfully and let them know I have a problem with something calmly, and I give them 3 mulligans. Like I will completely wipe something from my emotional slate, like not hold it against them at all, reserve judgment until um after the 3rd time I'll just cut them out of my life for a period of time that I tell them, and I enforce it. Like I'll pretend they don't exist
I
for
think
that
that's
period of time,
important.
and they usually get right. And if they don't, then if it gets up to a year and they still can't act right, in my opinion, then I just have nothing to do with them. They don't exist to me any longer.
Yeah. All right. Next question. I have good control over myself. It's like such a weird question. Like,
it is, but
by the
I
way,
have,
guys, I actually did not read these questions before we took this one. This one seemed to be like more because it was like related to a university, because all the other ones were sort of like haphazard. So I was just trying to find like a semi-legit, just like because I thought this would be fun. So I know, like, have
I'm not a huge
open
fan.
opinion. We're gonna open the floor on this discussion here in a little bit. That's why
There's just a lot of them.
I know we got like 30 more questions, so let's like rock out a few of them real quick, okay? So I have good control over myself.
True. Like I mean, not many people can make themselves go through withdrawal on a
Talking
regular
about
basis.
stress control and your ability to like put on different hats when you need to, that kind of thing. So yeah.
Oh,
Okay, I function well in new
let's see.
situations, even when unprepared.
Even when unprepared, I don't know. I was convinced that I was autistic because I don't like doing anything like that's new to me. Like I'm kind of like all of the people in Big Bang Theory, like rolled into one in like the insecure way, except not as big of pussies. Like I've been through a lot more stuff than they would ever be able to survive, I feel.
Okay, so like
So
false.
I don't like things that I'm always terrified to be in a new situation I'm unfamiliar with, or meeting new people, things like that.
Okay, so it sounds like probably false on that then.
Yeah.
Okay, I enjoy pushing people around sometimes.
If I depends. Yeah, I guess a little bit true. Because I mean, like if someone is intentionally like pushing my buttons and I get the opportunity to flip the script, I'll do it, but I'll do it respectfully.
Yeah, that's why this question, I don't like it. It's like vague. Some of these are just too vague. Okay, I have taken money from someone's purse or wallet without asking.
That's not a true or somewhat true thing. That's just true or false. Like, yeah, I have before in my life, but it was with good reason. So, I mean,
I know.
Usually I would like, you know, if I was like when I was battling drugs, like I never had to like really go out of my way for it. Like people would just give me drugs. I mean, I partied every day from the week of graduation without a single day off for like until I went to prison. Actually, like there wasn't one day I was sober, but like I changed things up so I didn't like get addicted to any one thing until after they took my son and went to heroin and stuff like that. But luckily, I wasn't on it like a crazy amount of time, and I was always friends with dealers, so like I never had to really pay a whole lot. So
that's interesting.
yeah.
I mean, it's not to say that I don't know or wouldn't be able to sympathize with, having to
Well,
make
I
certain.
was always like the person that was people's voice of reason. They liked having me around because I kept them out of trouble or kept the humanity about them.
Minimal, somewhat minimal.
Or I turned it into a religious experience for them, just an average
Right.
day,
Yeah.
Like I lived on the streets for like by choice for a long time, like because I wanted the experience. I didn't like how people were treated, and I empathized with them better, and I just wasn't aware of some of the dangers that the lifestyle would end up turning into once this became a city of junkies. Because I was
Yeah.
always the person that was like told to leave a party because I look like a heroin addict because I'm so skinny. I've always been this skinny. Like it takes an incredible amount of working out for me to gain weight and retain water.
Okay, you don't look that skinny.
Well, I mean,
You have like distinct
I'm
bone
only
structure,
muscle,
and maybe that's what they're mistaking for skinny.
well, I don't know.
But
Like
anyway.
I'm built like a girl in my opinion. Like as far as like slender wrists and like
That's
small
okay.
bones,
See, that's like women in the
norm.
construct of like how we're all supposed to look. And if you realize like, and this is just my personal opinion, but like we're all very well, like we're all very, very, very different with our shapes. And as a 6'1" woman and having to realize I was never going to be, a certain petite little skinny thing, like none of that fucking matters. And there's so many gorgeous women that carry themselves in different places. And then, it's amazing too, when you think about how different we all are with what we find attractive too. So it's like, yeah, anyway, Aaron, don't.
Yeah. I do
Errors.
think of myself as talented, so
You know me, I'm gonna always tell you that.
turkeys.
So yeah.
Turkeys.
Anyway.
False.
All right. False. You're like ready. Okay.
I'm the golden god. Raise your hands if you feel me. All right.
Yeah,
Taunt people just stir things up. No. I try not to. I used to sit at the mall and make fun of people. Now I'm like, now I just make fun of them in my head or to someone who is gonna laugh too, but they know I'm just fucking with them because I make fun of myself. So it's all in comedy.
You used to sit at the mall and verbally out loud make fun of people?
No, me and my friends would just sit there, all hot topicked out,
Oh,
like
and like
my hair,
yeah.
just like on
That's
Mallrats. I mean,
bullshit.
shit. We're raised in the age of Mallrats. What else?
Yeah, and like snickering, like yeah.
No,
okay.
we just be like, look at that. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything more.
Okay.
People often abuse my trust. True.
I'm sorry. It's like I don't want to like to stop you from talking, but it's like, yeah.
Oh,
anyway.
you're good. You're good. True. I'm
Okay,
actually losing patience with it, so I'll answer better.
Yeah, no, you're
I'm
good.
afraid of far fewer things than most people.
That's why I'm here. Yeah,
true. Like I call people pussy a lot now, which is in my head mostly, but
okay.
Anymore. Anyway.
Yeah, I see what you mean. In a nice way is what you should say. I don't see any point in worrying if what I do hurts someone else.
False. I'll do nothing before I'll do something to hurt someone else or hurt myself.
You guys already see where this is leading. I'm just saying. I keep appointments I make.
It depends. Not doctor's appointments.
Not a promise thing. Remember, you answered the promise
true.
ones.
Well, somewhat true. Like, because I mean, it is kind of promissory if I'm making the appointment myself. I get bored quickly and lose interest. Depends. I'm stubborn, so somewhat true.
Okay.
Yeah, I tell squirrels to get off my lawn, but and birds. I hate birds. Every time I pop the top outside, a bird shits on me. So that's why I don't go to the pool.
No, this is like my joke. So my mom stands at I gotta tell this quick sentence. Now I'm gonna take it on a segue super quick. My mom sits at the window and like stands there, sometimes with her cup of coffee, but she stands there and she waits. Like people walk by with their dogs, and as soon as the dog pees, she raps on the window. I'm sorry, this is so ridiculous. Like, why did she do this? I'm there. I call her out in the moment. I'm like, and
By the way, next three are
little,
true.
like, mini, it's because the dog like pees on her plants, and I'm like, Mom, this is a neighborhood. Dogs are gonna like pull people over, and sometimes just pee with it. Like, people are putting these signs up, like, do not let your dog pee or poop on my lawn. Like, to me, this is like the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. It's just I mean, I pick up your poop, but like, you cannot necessarily like. I don't know. I'm sorry. Ridiculous.
Well,
like, I don't walk my
will.
dog in the neighborhood. I guess you can't walk your dogs anymore. That's what it feels
I
like.
walk my dog through a neighborhood. I only let him poop in people's yards that I know have dogs already pooping in their yard. So it just depends.
I
If he does
clean
it
up
somewhere else, I'll
everything,
clean it up.
and poop is not going to like cause the same issues as pee. Pee is what kills the grass. But I'm
He's what
really
rusts the
sorry.
tools,
Put
too.
a fence. Put a fence up around your grass. Let's call it a effing day. Like, I'm sorry. You live in a little town. Go out into the country where you don't have to worry about it. It's just weird. It's just okay. I'm gonna get
I just
over
don't
it.
like squirrels
I'm
and
gonna get
birds. They
over
tear the shit out of everything. Like,
It was
you
my
cut
shit.
down their tree and they're gonna like start chewing your house apart. It's woodpecking it and stuff. Like, don't
See, there's just
piss
like a
off
whole
birds.
counterbalancing. Yeah, it's
Squirrels.
like what?
Anyway,
Yeah.
next three are true.
Next one is true. I can get over things
Next
that
three are true.
True.
Yeah, and then true, and then true.
I'm sensitive. I have conned people to get money from them. See, this
I was
is
a telemarketer,
you know,
and like
yeah,
telemarketers do that. That's why I
Yeah.
don't like work in any like kind of stores anymore or anything like that, because usually even in service places you don't make any money unless you're conning them out of it somehow. Like, you can't keep a business open anymore unless you fuck people over with high prices that they shouldn't be charged, in my opinion.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
why I don't work normal places. Anyway.
yeah.
And then why are they asking the opposite of what they asked up there? I don't have much false. Like, I don't like this test.
It's almost over. I don't have
It's
much
like
sympathy
checking to
for
see if I'm
people.
lying or something.
Yeah,
Like,
yep.
false.
That's part of it.
And then I get in trouble for not considering consequences of my actions. False, because I know the consequences of my actions and I do them anyway. Just to see if I can cheat the system.
Yeah. Okay. I can
Or
convince people
prove
to do
someone
what I
wrong.
want. Sorry.
True.
For me, honesty really is the best policy. I've injured people to see them in pain.
Physically or emotionally?
Physically. Well.
And is it in self-defense or like revenge? You see, that's why
I've injured those.
Invalid, and so are like all.
I would say both. Just put it as both, physically and emotionally.
Especially IQ tests; those are garbage. But
sorry,
but
guys. Garbage tests.
Does that mean purposely? Like,
yeah. Yes.
Like,
yes.
All right. So
yes.
somewhat false. We'll say that. We'll just to be safe.
Okay.
It's not like I care about how this
will
will turn out.
Spectrum of life. I get it. Okay. I don't like to take the lead in groups.
True. I like to be the person telling whoever's in charge what to do from the shadows.
I feel like that's somewhat true, but okay. I sometimes insult people on purpose to get a reaction from them.
No, actually, that is somewhat false, because I don't like insulting people at all, but I will do things for a shock value, but not necessarily insult. I like getting reactions from people, but I like fucking with everyone, whether I love them or not. Well, I kind of love everyone when it comes down to it, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I try to figure out why I feel a negative way about someone, see what I can do to go about fixing that and annoy them some more. Yeah. Anyway.
Yes.
True is the next one, but I don't get caught, or never got caught, and I can't even make myself do it now, but I stole like 10 grand in one summer after doing a spell for good luck when I was like a teenager. But anyway, it's easy to embarrass me. False. I have no shame. I squash my ego any chance I get, because it's amusing to other people. They're like, what the fuck? I'm confused.
Sorry.
You got all quiet.
Sorry, what?
Oh, you got all quiet. I thought I lost you or it froze or something because I didn't see anything change.
I didn't realize it. Okay, next. Things are more fun if a little danger is involved.
Well, when every day is exactly the same, I want to die. So true.
Don't say you want to die. I have had a hard time waiting patiently for things I want.
I have waited years for something that I wasn't even sure I was manifesting, but like I would like people will tend to think you're psychic if you can see cause and effect so far in advance and then not usually get proven wrong. But that's why people think I'm a know-it-all until they see and thank me like 10 years down the road. They're like, hey, I know you apologize for that, but you don't have to. I was wrong. And thank you because you changed my life. Something like that. Like that I actually got a call from like the first person I ever dated in that regard. And it made me like feel really happy because I chose an ICP concert going back to my normal life and not getting emancipated and dropping out of school to stay with her because she lived in another state towards the end of our relationship. And we were in a condo in like Myrtle Beach and shit. And like when I was 16 and like I chose to go to the first gathering of the Juggalos I ever went to with my friends instead and go to regular school because I was already homesick at that point. Like anyway, I just was being strong. Anyway, so I can wait forever to make it short, like for anything. That's why I hate that life's so short because I'm impatient.
It's an interesting game. I stay away from physical danger as much as I can.
I don't even think about physical danger. I get hurt so much physically that I don't even care if it happens most of the time. It's like whatever.
You just like at this point you've just been exposed to it, so you don't worry about it.
Right.
I don't care much if what I do hurts others.
Now, I do care, but I usually realize that like at later like that something might hurt someone and I'll change my mind like because I really analyze everything that I do, even if I've done something like already, like I'll analyze it, go back and apologize. So I don't know answer that however I just did. I'm not good with logic when it comes to the way people phrase questions.
You do care.
Yes.
I've lost a friend because of irresponsible things I've done.
Subjectively, yes. Like they think it's irresponsible things, but I think that it is something that is none of their business, so they shouldn't be judging me if they're my friend. So
and I would say no.
Those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. It's just suits it. That's my philosophy.
So how I would say, based on what you just said, if that's your one example, I don't feel like that's enough to say that you do.
Well, I mean, I could have stopped selling drugs, but I mean, if they don't notify me that they're going to cut me off like completely out of their life and go have a family and not let me around their kids and never speak to me again, because I'm selling drugs and they don't tell me, I don't know. A lot of friends have done that, and it sucks because I've been left alone with the worst people, and that's why
I see what you're saying.
A lot of the things, but the ones that actually.
Honestly, it sounds like it's more true. I mean, you say subjective because you feel like you just didn't get a word in edgewise, but that's not necessarily like.
I don't necessarily think that dealing drugs is necessarily irresponsible, unless you think the laws come from God or should be obeyed because the Bible says so. But if you don't feel that all laws have to be obeyed and disobeying it I don't see it as being irresponsible because I was helping those that would have found it anyway. I was just being cheaper.
I think that's a big statement too, because like that's talking about like dealing heroin to people.
I wouldn't sell stuff like that. Like it was just weed and like pills and hallucinogens. Usually I was the hallucinogen guy. Like people come to me because they want a vision quest and they want to go on some like adventure with me at the wheel.
So kind of how I get it is like you just realized those relationships just weren't meant to continue. So it sounds like
I became a different person when I had my kid. Like everything inside me changed the way I see about everything. Like I became the person I knew I needed to step up and be, and I couldn't click out of that even when my kid wasn't around. Like people think I'm like acting too parent like, and that's another reason people stop hanging out with me that I used to, or I fired them as friends because I couldn't live that lifestyle, and they didn't care. They'd keep trying to drag me into shit, and I just goodbye. It's been a great working friendship here. You're fired. I just try.
Yep.
Like, you know.
Been there. Just like Sherry said. What's up? Look within. Patrick, good to see you. When Patrick first came on the other day, I didn't know he also went by L Dub, so that was like, just appreciate you guys all connecting.
I must say, Sherry, like you said something about a split tongue. Like I bit my tongue off before when I was little, and it's pierced probably still, at least except for the very bottom of it. I haven't had a piercing in a long time. I took my tongue bar out and put it in another pierced area that it fit. Yeah. but no, okay. I bit it off and it grew back together with ice when I was little. Like,
ooh, interesting. I'm doing a little reptilian regeneration. Okay, we're almost done, by the way. We literally have 8 questions left. Let's rock these out. I don't stack up well against most others.
What's that? Like, rephrase. This isn't a spelling bee. I'm sorry.
Against others, that would mean like I consider myself less worthy.
It depends.
Consider myself a smaller statue, like all those kind of things.
It depends. Like if they're a person that has always gone out of their way to do what's morally good, I don't feel like I stack up to those sort of people because I have deliberately taken the path less traveled so that both I would learn the hardest lessons and really learn them, because I naturally gravitate towards whatever causes me the most stress.
Like, sorry, what I'm hearing is like most of us. Better. So like most of us, you are. It's not about comparing in the sense of hierarchy in that way. You just and if anything, like me, you've sort of sought out the alternative path to stand away from it, not against it, right?
Yeah, like, I've always intentionally avoided most others, like, and anything that had to do with them. I do something different than them just so I didn't have to be lumped in with them.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Okay. 51. Others have told me they are concerned about my lack of self-control.
True. But they don't know me. I don't let many people in like that. Like, just
how often is that happening? How often is that happening? Depends.
Everyone in a position that's able to give me like a better place in the business world, or trusting me with responsibility, they just generally don't, because of what they can Google about me or something like that. So like seeing my charges and stuff like that. Yeah. And there's other people have like stolen my identity.
But have they told you that? Really quick,
other things. Yeah, I lost a best friend because he accused me of all this stuff that I never told him about, that he Googled, and because it never happened. I don't know where the hell he was finding it, but yeah.
Okay. So do you want me to put true then instead of somewhat true?
Yeah, might as well.
All right. It's easy for me to relate to other people's emotions.
True. Like I feel other people's emotions too often. Rob someone? No, I've never just straight up fucking like stood someone up or stood a place up. Like, now my felony was breaking and entering, and it was because the person I drove to their quote unquote girlfriend's house to get their clothes. There was a business on the same property, and I felt terrible. I didn't remember any of it though. Like I was forced to take so many like benzos. Like, apparently after the first one, I had no idea what I was doing. I woke up in a pile of hunting bows, and I gave everyone away. Didn't profit anything from the situation. So,
oh, freaking A!
After I pieced together what had happened the night before, it was like, dude, like my car thing. But I absolved myself And then
you ended
did
up with a
did my
felon?
13 months. I did my 13 months in prison and didn't complain about it. I made it's better than the Parkersburg was at the time, becoming like the big addict central. So I enjoyed the vacation from all the drama here and all the people who have to go out
And
on the
the well
grind every
reading.
morning, quote unquote. What?
And the good reading.
Oh yeah, tons of reading. I mean,
Let me
all
just
there
sit
is
back
really to
and
do is
chat.
eat, read, and work out and listen to music because we could have CD players that.
Mini leather-bound books. My cell was made of rich mahogany.
Oh no, it's not like that, but like
I
I
know.
mean,
I'm teasing, dude. I'm teasing. All right. I'm sorry.
anyhow,
I'm having fun. I hope I'm not pissing you off.
no.
All right. Are you sure?
Let's just get these questions over with. They're driving me nuts.
We're almost done, dude. I never worry about making a fool of myself with others.
Somewhat false. Like I worry, but I don't let it control my actions. I feel free to make a fool of myself because I have no shame, as I mentioned before.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I worry about it, but like I do it anyway.
This is the test that never ends, is what Boy said. All right, really close to being done. It doesn't bother me when people around me are hurting.
False, because I can feel what they feel.
Yeah, so that you can start to see there's a little repetition. I've had problems at work because I was irresponsible.
False. I've been fired for being an alien because of the anorexic boss that I was skinnier than, and she watched me eat like 2-foot-long subs and drink 2-liter Dr. Pepper at lunch every day and not gain a pound.
Dude, another effed up story. Like, really? Anyway, I'm not not you, like this situation. I'm not very good at influencing people.
False, I guess. Somewhat false. It depends, but usually false.
I have stolen something out of a vehicle.
False. I
All
think
right.
like, that's petty. I come from a town where we didn't have to lock our doors until like 10 years ago. Or a town, not necessarily a house, but like a town and a house, whatever. Let's do it.
So the only thing I can't figure out is, do I have to pay? I don't think I do. All right. Let's just hope it doesn't like kick us out. If we did all that work and we don't get anything, I'm going to be like, this is bull.
You didn't take it like yourself beforehand?
Here we go.
Cool.
Ooh, the boldness subscore is 46. The meanness subscore is 16. And the how do you say that?
Oh goodness. This score places the individual in the 80th percentile on TriPM. In other words, this individual scores higher than 80% of other people the same age and gender. But is that because of intelligence and understanding? Oh, low. I don't get it.
So read this. Low. The percentile score above suggests low levels of psychopathic traits. A person with the score does not show elevated psychopathy compared to others of their age and gender. Oh, I didn't put your gender in though, or your age. I mean.
Oh, okay.
I didn't put your age. Sorry. People with low scores on this screening test show typical levels of compassion, pro-social behavior, and honesty. They are not at high risk for engaging in behaviors like manipulating, exploiting, bullying, or harming others. However, any increases in these traits or behaviors may require that the person be reevaluated. That just shows you how full of shit that is.
Like I said when we were off screen, like I used to keep from acting out on my anger by picturing myself murdering them in my brain like over and over again. So until I had experienced it so much like in my head emotionally that it no longer bothered me and I could be civil with them. But I mean, if I would have decided to act on one of those situations, I could see where I could have became a complete psychopath, like just by one different choice, like at some point in my life. But I stayed steadfast, I guess.
So we just, I mean, this is proof. This is proof. Just kidding.
Like,
but I just, it's a little validating. And let me just show you this. We didn't get to touch on some of these other ones. I did go ahead and open the panel, so we can kick the. If I know some people might want to be going to bed, is kind of what I was thinking too with that. But I was.
Everyone stayed till 5 in the morning last night.
Sorry, what?
Everyone stayed till 5 in the morning last night. My time. It's only 12:45 my time.
Want to know why? You want to know why? People came on. They came on like right about now because some people were just waking up. It was kind of funny how that worked out.
Oh yeah, this is like a Monday night too. Like,
Yeah. We've had a decent show. We had 1.15 people in here, not for the longest time, and it doesn't really matter. But
well, like,
it's your birthday, so
it is, and like I think half of the time, it's my best birthday ever because I got all the attention by this many people for.
It's just nice.
How much amount of time?
It's I honestly, when I find out it's somebody's birthday, I'm like, happy. Like, I'll be like in a store, and someone will be like, "So, what do you want to do for your birthday?" And I'll just happen to be standing next to them long enough that I'm like, "Hey, happy birthday!"
Like, I usually hide under a rock, and then people force me into like doing things that are birthday like, and I'll deal with it. Like, I only celebrate holidays if people that are around me, like my mom, or like if there's kids, like I'll be all out, like, but like I could care less about things like that, like tradition, holidays, anything like that. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
I like TW goes, my inner voice is a psychopath. My outer facade is totally normal.
That's nice.
Oh, you guys, appreciate you.
There's something I think I want to read.
For Aaron for today's episode.
I forgot about those already. That I had my mind erased by the quiz.
And I know, I'm sorry, that quiz sucked. I really should have. The problem is, like, the other ones I looked at were really bad, and then I read through the beginning of those, and I felt like it was good. And you had a lot to comment on in the beginning, but then I think we were really
like that the whole time,
right? Like, what's up? Christine is here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Aaron.
Huh? Yeah. I'm typing. I can't help it if I.
Sorry.
It's the Bat Cave. There's a monitor there, monitor there, monitor there, monitor there.
I was like, Aaron, look.
And I don't think this is streaming to my places now because no one's. Usually people say stuff in the Rumble chat, and I just never see it because I never have it open. But it could just be because I have it open this time. And I don't know.
Awesome.
Yar.
Yar. Good. I'm trying to have like some fun with these too, and that test really sucked. I don't need to say my normal words. It really stunk. So, but I still, the results. I wish that I kind of wanted one that was like a little bit more like in depth, like to challenge you.
But like you should have read 1,000 pages of Dianetics and then question me.
Yeah, and this is what I do.
I am probably going to send you a copy.
Yeah. This is why I did actually plan other questions, but we were talking about trying to turn this episode into discussing like psychopathy.
I've always touted myself as like crazy, like wearing like you show some of those pictures, like how I used to dress in school. Like you could probably pull them up.
You want me to pull up your school? Should we do a little Aaron?
Like,
I might let me do something to download it because otherwise it's like small in my Instagram.
Oh, maybe I should do it. Like, well, everything's small because of the 720p too.
So if you want to,
it might be big to you actually.
We're waiting for some people
everyone
else. Up. Sorry, you and I sometimes just talk right over each other. If you want, I could play something while we're waiting for some people to pop up, and I could start doing this while I play a little something. If you guys want to watch, should we see what is this still?
I can ramble.
Or is this over?
Have to play something.
Oh, this is over. Here, let's watch this. Let's watch the video that that
one video that I wanted to start everyone off with. The homework?
Oh, yeah. Our homework.
What were you talking about?
Our homework? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. The assignment.
Okay, I gotta go into the.
We never did address that. I didn't even think of it till now.
I know, guys. Like, I just want you all to know we're not holding any of you accountable for the homework assignment last night because I didn't do it. I am behind on some stuff. I will be honest. This is why I was like, sorry, Sherry. I was actually hoping I was going to email you before we started our live because I owe Brielle an email. I owe There's a couple other people I need to email back, so I'm going to apologize because that's not normally my MO. I just had I get weird energy shifts too, so I'm not trying to like make too many excuses. And I am trying to be more accountable. So you will get, anyway.
More background. I was hacking like from like learning about it from the time I was like 8 and like sort of practicing like using phone hacking called phreaking, and when I was like 13 to 16. And then when everything went digital, I went to security and pen testing and stuff, and that's why I got my Flipper Zero. Like I can change if I wanted to. I can change stoplights. I could
talk about that for a second. Show that again.
Flipper Zero. Like it's like a Tamagotchi, but like for radio frequency hacking. I haven't even like got to use it yet because I just got in the mail today, actually, strangely enough. But yeah.
By the way, everybody, just so you know, he's wearing a Leak Project hat, and he does actually know Rex.
Get yours at tinfoilcap.co.
That's why Bernie actually got hooked up. So shout out to Rex Bear.
Well, he had been on Bernie's channel before, but I definitely suggest you bring him back because I'd like to see him on there. And like, because I was watching Bernie by then too, and like, I don't know. Soon after I said that, they must have got a hold of one another, but it became like a thing, and he blew up. Like he was probably blown up before that, but like, I don't know. I wasn't a regular at that point in time, like, but I was regular enough, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a Wi-Fi pineapple that I redid the casing on, like with a kit and stuff. It's for hacking like wireless devices, whatever. But like this right here, now with the new firmware, they made it so you can like basically lock someone out of their Android phone. Like it'll like act like you're plugging in keyboards or like headphones over and over again so fast that it'll lock your phone and make it unusable as long as you're in range. Things like that. You can unlock a Tesla with it. Basically, anything that goes on radio frequency from sub-gigahertz all the way to, if you put the dev board on, like you can do Wi-Fi stuff just like the pineapple, Wi-Fi pineapple. And also I can plug this into a computer and it'll be able to initiate like any kind of coding or copy things over whatever I want to do instantly, like from a program like written in Ducky script. Like I can make it perform a bunch of commands even without having to put in their password, stuff like that, just by plugging it in, because it gets treated as if it's a keyboard whenever you plug it in. So whatever you can command a computer to do with the keyboard, that thing can do with the script automatically in a few seconds.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. Also, AI, my experience with it lately, everyone needs to work on their computer security. And also, there's always a backdoor in every piece of software, hardware, everything. It's built in, so every company can access all your stuff to the limitations of the programming of whatever it is they have at that point in time. So with the exception of the quantum user experience, which I'm an advanced pre-release tester for. And you can see more about that on the video on my channel that was done about it.
It's something that, like, you know how we were talking about Cordal and stuff, that's something that we could potentially touch on as far as the community goes, so we could do like a separate episode more related to necessary tech that's needed, because like we are talking about having some computer systems. So
I must have got a few subs since yesterday, I guess.
Yeah 3 away from 200. Okay, we're gonna play this video, we're gonna take a break. We're 2 and 3 I'm gonna post the link again.
Hey, I would
join.
You just went all like tunnel speak on that last.
Can you
I don't even know what that was. I might have subbed you last night. I don't remember.
Okay, awesome. What I was saying is we're going to take a break. We are 2 hours and 38 minutes into the show.
And you might pause this randomly too.
Stretching. Get your stretching in, everybody. Please, I want those shoulders back and the head back. And future episodes will show me on the floor sprawled out doing weird shit. So get ready for that fun stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, Aaron, you ready for a break?
I never need a break. I could do this for like the next week, probably.
That's why I'm like,
But,
hoping let's get some people in here. Let's have a little party.
Well, I can say my live streams are always happening at aaroncorbitt.com as long as I remember to pay the bill. And you can participate in the YouTube chats from there. You can do like tips, like whatever, like the version of super chats, whatever, but like through my website, like, and it'll come up like for like through Streamlabs and all that stuff. And yeah, so you can interact with any of my YouTube live streams there and see old ones that I remember to put up and see the merch that I designed, like t-shirts, hoodies, stuff like that. It's all there.
Hey, Aaron, feel free to post all your links. I've been posting your YouTube link, but
all right, that's what I was working on there. I just decided to say it, but all right.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's perfect. Then let's take a quick break for you to focus on that stuff. I was gonna put some photos together so we can sort of celebrate your life a little bit. And we have these questions we can talk about. So if people want to join in, I'm going to step away for just a second. So if you step in, don't walk completely away. I'll be back to let you in. But in the meantime, we're going to take a break and watch this video. Much love. No sound, I think.
That's why I don't use StreamYard. Are you using Firefox?
No, I had it muted.
Okay.
They are the fake.
I can't play. I'm going to get a strike if I play this like this. So I'm going to actually put us on the side. And we'll play it like that, but I gotta.
Yeah, like I said, you gotta pause that every now and then. I don't know if you want to share the whole thing either.
No, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom and play what I can until that. That won't take me that long, and then we'll go from there.
It's all good.
I gotta pee.
Disgusting.
People look like they have a much better life than they really do.
We can't reliably distinguish true memories from false memories.
I'm not sure you've ever experienced anything real your entire life.
There's a famous quote that says a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to get its pants on. This quote is widely attributed to Winston Churchill, which is a lie, ironically. There's no evidence he ever said that. But it seems the quote itself has some truth, as an MIT study found fake news spread 6 times faster than true news. And online in particular, where anyone can post anything with virtually no consequences, it's no wonder that the media we consume is infested with lies. However, the actual term fake news is believed to have originated in just 2016 from a small town in Macedonia, where teenagers were creating websites that claimed to be news sources, but were actually just filled with fabricated and sensationalized stories. Why? Ad revenue. The more clicks, the more money they made. And of course, it's a lot easier to get clicks when you can just make up whatever tantalizing story you want. The thing is, whilst these were just teenagers looking to make a quick buck, media conglomerates were coming to a similar realization. As printed news died out and they lost their loyal subscribers, they faced a new sea of competition online, and so the clickbait arms race began. After all, the business model of the news and the media is selling your attention to advertisers. You are the product, and they have to keep you watching, reading, clicking, keep you consumed. Their primary goal is not to deliver the most accurate news, it's to attract more attention and make more money. And it's been proven that polarizing stories perform best, so no wonder we are more divided than ever when it's in the media's best interest to manufacture fear and outrage. It is better for them that you are scared and angry. And that's just when the goal is money. What about when powerful groups plant fake news stories to deliberately pit us against each other and create a certain narrative? Or countries who plant fake stories to influence elections? It's no wonder fake news is so prevalent when there is so much money and power to be gained from manipulating us like this. And even when these false stories get debunked, the damage is already done because enough people will have already read and believed the lies, and the truth just isn't as exciting, so it doesn't spread as widely. Of course, fake news is a whole spectrum. Yes, there still are stories that are totally made up and just blatant lies and propaganda. But if we're talking about mainstream news, there's actually something more subtle going on at the other end of the spectrum that's perhaps even more worrying.
Please.
Please, yeah, you totally have let me control this.
I got it. I just got back. I'll be on.
Half-truths are statements that are partially true but not fully true, or not the whole
skip,
story.
towards
For example, if someone's
the
pulled
end,
over
'cause
for
the end
drunk
message is
driving,
what's
they may tell the
important.
officer, "I only had one beer," which is true.
Probably the last section,
Anything at any point in time.
Unreal
Zooming out,
reality.
that was
AI
not a
and deepfakes and
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah, let's watch this and then we'll get back to it.
Like the solution.
So here we are, divided, confused, and unsure who or what to believe. It's clear that almost everything has some bias, even if not intentional, which leads to beliefs that we never actually stop to question. For example, there are about 10,000 religions worldwide, and yet almost everyone follows the one they were born into. If they'd been born somewhere else, to different parents, they'd believe something different. And this is not to pick on any singular belief. Almost all beliefs are based on secondhand information. There's a quote that if it weren't for movies, the average person would probably have no idea what an elevator shaft looks like. We say we know what they look like, but actually we've just seen movies that tell us what they look like. The reality is that even things that we think of as being incredibly obvious and unquestionable, like terrorists are evil, it's always more nuanced. To them, we're the evil ones. It's all just down to the very different experiences and beliefs that have been instilled in us. We're all just focused on our own half-truths. Because even with hard science, we're still just trusting that the scientists have got it right. How many of us have actually read all the papers on an issue and checked for themselves? And I'm not saying we should doubt science, but we do know that science often proves itself wrong, and anything can change when new evidence comes to light. So if it's been wrong before, how do we know it's not wrong right now? How do we know that what we've been told about our world won't get disproved in the future? Let's look at Elon Musk, regarded by many as one of the smartest people alive, creating electric cars, chips for the brain, and reusable rockets. He says there's about a 1 in a billion chance we're even in base reality. In other words,
yeah, I think.
Say that again.
I think he's the other side of the same coin. Like his family are the owners of all the blood diamond mines in Africa, helping destabilize it. And he's the black sheep of the family, supposedly. But I mean, he does things consistently that seem to go against the narrative that people like his family are on the path of. But yet he has admitted in the past that he's trying to do things that are in line with them so he can be written back into the will. So it only makes sense if he's the flip side of the narrative, plus Joe Rogan and Elon Musk and what's her face, the woman from the Epstein thing. They are all related in too many weird ways, and also Biden and the whole thing about the black baseball team from the early 1900s or something like that. They're all related either by name, named after those baseball players, and it's all a weird cadre of people. But that's why I don't trust Joe Rogan. He's part of
there's something weird.
The same grouping of people.
It took me a while to fully sense that.
Atlantis, I believe, in Poseidon and humanity's origins and the things they're trying to hide from us. I'm not fully aware of all those things, but I only have what I've heard between Cliff High, what I've learned in my own studies, people like Billy Carson and dark journalists I feel like my discernment's usually pretty good with who to listen to and what aspects of what they say to listen to, due to all the different sources I've been subjected to my entire life. And I admit when I'm wrong. I put out a video saying how I am sorry that I believed that the Khazarians, for instance, were all Jewish, because by all that's what they're trying to make us think anyway. I realized that thanks to Cliff Highly and TW pointing out that he was talking about that, which made me start listening to him again instead of, just Jeff Darty, the Christian whistleblower, which he's not entirely wrong either. He just has had he's just stubborn, I think, and hasn't had as many sources as because he was so busy doing a show. That's why I don't have a regular series, because I have too much like looking into things to do, and you can only really choose one or the other when it comes down to it.
Yeah.
But I'm perfectly happy to like be on people's shows. That's why I'm glad you gave me this opportunity.
We'll talk to Shem and Bex and all of them and Elkman, but thinking that maybe you should be a part of their paranoia. I'm not paranoid America. I'm pareidolia dreams.
Well, like I also have that view on
no disrespect, by the way, very really quick. No disrespect to paranoid America.
I didn't even know who he was until watching Andreas' stuff, but I hope Andreas like was able to catch some of this. I didn't see him in the chat or anything, but like I feel like he has a decent idea of the kind of person I am, but like Zertis, he like I write a lot and he's a busy person. I understand that. Same thing with like everyone else that's a content creator. Bernie, like I know you guys are busy trying to do your thing, and like I type a lot. You hear how fast I talk and how much I usually have to say about things, but like as long as I'm somewhat organized and know what I'm supposed to be talking about beforehand, like I can keep it condensed and I don't have to talk fast. I just feel like there was a lot to communicate if the purpose of this was to get to know like the way I operate and why I'm not just some ass sitting up here like just spouting off whatever, like there's a method behind my madness.
The Mad Hatter's methods, and I'm echoing.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I could just say where this video was going, like the segue, the reason that I suggested it. Well, I kind of did in the chat. Like it was going to be the introduction to like the whole Khazarian element, like which I didn't know it tied into Shem's work. I just don't think that he's seen the same sources that like I had to
I'm
even
sure.
like be able to.
And the more the merrier, man, on this one, right? Like,
but that's all I was doing. And Shem, if you ever watch this, I was just pointing out in chat, like, and asking questions that would like see what you knew about some of the things that I knew, or like I would point out things that I thought were like a direct correlation, and like trying to relate, like seeing how much of the same thing or same situation we were talking about. But I was never big into like the Vatican or Charlemagne or anything like that, so like it was never on my radar. So that's when I got kind of lost in that aspect.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think there's any offense taken, but that is my own personal opinion, and I shouldn't be speaking for Shem. Anyway, like again, I just like knowing who he is and like
I got
talking shit out. So if I can always send him stuff too, but he is on Instagram if you want to send him ever too, because he's very like chill like that.
I never know what people want to know about. Like I can talk on a lot of things. I've learned a lot of stuff. Like my whole life, I've been a sponge. I spend a lot of time alone, just learning about something new anytime. Like I may not learn everything there is to know about a subject, but if I speak on something, it's something that I've like tried to find a way to apply it to my own life, and at least learn that much about it.
Yeah. Right.
I tried
because I like it's super super chill. Ghetto Superstar. Wait, did you cover that? And I never heard that.
Oh my god.
Shit. Can we listen to that right now?
I'd rather you listen to I'm Out of Here by Shania Twain than I did. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Or you could play that.
For that. Let's play that.
Like what is it, Maya?
Here, while you're pulling that up, I'll play a little bit more of this, okay?
And ODB.
Oh, ODB. Old Dirty Bastard? You have an Old Dirty Bastard cover? Shut up.
Here's the link. He's in.
Let's turn this birthday party into a dance party.
I don't mind. I'll do some bad karaoke.
I don't know what we need to do to get people to come up to our dance party, but if I need to get kind of weird, I'll get kind of weird.
It's too
Everyone's
bad.
like, We gotta go.
Party
Thank
app
you.
for
We gotta
karaoke.
go. Sorry, what'd you say, Aaron?
Too bad there's not like an app for karaokeing that a bunch of people can get it together like this and do like.
Actually, like Matrix Man does like a karaoke, so we could technically do. We could play like after we could listen to a couple of yours, and we could like literally do a group karaoke together.
I viewed it, but I've never participated because I'm used to getting
Let's
on the.
do it. Let's do it.
app.
Let's do it. This sounds way fun right now, actually. Okay, let me play this. Get your get your links. Let me play this, and then we'll go.
She posted a good one in chat.
He proposes.
You did?
No.
In the main chat.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't. Wait, hold on. I don't see it.
Start one.
What chat did you post it?
I didn't post it. Sherry did.
Oh, I was saying, and then you're like, no, there's a way better one.
Go ahead and play that. I don't feel like.
Okay.
And it's her request. I don't mind. I ain't too busy. It's okay. I like harder.
Birthday party.
Best one to listen to. Our Lady Peace.
All the stars and the stars are beautiful night. You're a superstar. That is what you are. Coming from afar, reaching for the stars. Run away with me. Love it. To another place. You can rely on each other.
That's a good one. What
Yeah,
we did.
yeah. Some got hopes and dreams, we got ways of mean. There's a dream team, always up at the scene. From hubcaps to cellar rap, name your theme. I'ma ride to the top, floating on the stream. Who the hell gonna stop me? I'm heated to stop me. I'm in the refugees with unlimited warranties. Black Caesar, dating top divas, diplomatic legalese. No time for a visa, it's just begun. I'ma shoot them one by one. Got 5 types of speeds, I'm like a pentagon. Strike with the forces of King Solomon, letting bygone be bygone. And so on. Catch how to live in the ghetto, keeping their retrospective from the ghetto. Halo, let my mind shine like a halo with the politics together.
And this is just me messing around. Like I do songs that are white much better. Like Harder to Breathe by Maroon 5. I'd kill that one, I think.
Get up here, man.
My eyes are sore, being the senator behind
closed doors, hitting true to the seafloor.
So no, ignore the struggle war while the kids are poor. Open a new and better drugstore. So I became hardcore, couldn't take it no more. I'm gonna reveal everything, change the law. I found myself walking the streets, trying to find what's really going on in the streets. So a dog got his day, needless to say, when the sheep away, that's when cats wanna play. I told you, messing around your food like catch and play. Stretch my hater, lose part of a week. Kick it ball like Pele, teach him doing ballet. Beat like Dante, brother then brother, get applause like a matador. Prior than obey, the hell wants me from BK to Cali. Come on, That is what you are, coming from afar, reaching for the stars. Run away with me to another place.
Alright, you don't gotta play the whole thing, dude.
It's been a long time.
Safe in a calm place.
This is the best part right here. Especially for multiple people.
Wondering what's the penalty from day to day. I'm hanging out, partying with girls that never died. The seals picking the small fries. My campaign tell a lie. Well, it's just spreading my love. Didn't know my love wasn't one holding.
I was going too fast.
But it's all good as long as it's understood. It's all together now in the hood.
Yeah, I run out of breath there, I think.
I love it.
All stars.
And this song, like one take, like I'm trying to do each voice. Like I was losing my voice at this point. You can kill it. Like, I can't understand you.
Considering how low
Well, it's pretty much over, but like, if you want to hear something funny, you got to hear "Do Re Mi" by that one Slim Shady looking dude. I did 4 voice. Please kill it. It's over. Like,
sorry.
It's killing me. There's no more vocals anyway. But
Do you have your volume a little too loud there?
I everything's different, weird volumes. Like, I don't know. A good one. I liked how I did "Do Re Mi" by that one blonde dude. Like,
it sounds familiar.
I did 4 different like vocal tracks on that one, and actually like mixed it on my like little home recording studio stuff. I was really high when I did it, but it took me like 2 days. I surprised Christine with it. Like, I thought it was funny. Yeah, Black Bear. Yeah, I did a pretty decent job on that, considering I was just messing around, and I suck at trying to get USB microphones to sync with music. But I mean, it is what it is. And if you actually want to hear good singing, you would listen to like Our Lady Peace. I got the whole video of that, like me doing it. Like, I don't know, it's really good, actually.
Well, then should we play it? Do you want to do that, or
Christina approves?
You want to do what first?
I said Christina approves. Just do the video of Our Lady Peace. I can link probably.
Do you want to play another one of your songs? More dance party, and this is a reminder: you can all come up here and make a fool out of yourself on live television. That's what YouTube is. I want to do another, and not with his singing. I'm talking about dancing and looking like an idiot like me, and that's why my cat comes by. I don't know if she doesn't like my singing or. Like when I practice, she always has to come in here, and she's got to like hit the bag next to me and be like yelling at me, like I don't know if she's trying to tell me to stop or what.
It's in the chat. I could have thrown it in private, but I decided not to.
Your mom has a favorite.
I don't know if I have that one. It's Thrice Stare at the Sun. She also likes this one if it ever posts. Oh, it failed to post to Mindful Exposures. Why? That's weird. I'll put it in the private chat then. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I do have our chat open now, and I see it. I got it.
Yeah, this one I
out there. Oh.
Yeah, it's out of sync slightly, but I never went back and fixed it. But it's like me actually singing it, like for the karaoke like thing. I videoed it too. So.
Okay, so we're gonna take this. This is for the. This is my. I'm taking this from Bex, because she was doing like a radio show, and she's like, now it's time for the slow dance. I think so. This is a slow dance song, guys.
No, let me know. Let me know if. Hold on. I was gonna say, if you get a strike for any of the things that I'm singing, tell me, and I will. Well, it won't, not like a strike, like a copyright like notice or whatever. I'll show you what to type, because I beat all of these, all the ones where I sing good enough to where it can't like tell the difference and like see that my voice is on there and it was mixed.
Well, can I tell you too? Like
I beat all of those and I saved all the letters and I love it.
I'm finding that it's actually a lot easier. Like the audio can be a little tricky, so you probably have a way better grasp on that. But like with video, like it's actually, as long as you like just slightly alter it and put like some sort of like feature over it or make it your own, it it often does not get flagged.
Like I had a hard time with A Whole New World, like when I was singing the Aladdin part, like that cover, like sort of deal. Like I had a hard time beating that one, and Johnny Cash, Ring of Fire, like they were not going to give up, but I kept like protesting, and then showed what I did to it, like did a video on it and sent it to the producer studio to get them to release the claim. And Disney was pretty much the same way. Like I had to just argue with their lawyers on that one, but I won. So
yeah.
If you have any troubles, let me know.
Definitely. And Sherry just noted about I was about to type it, and I don't need to type it because now I'm going to say it. I just lowered my volume, and I think it might have been because I sat up kind of funny. But let me know if that's any better. I think Aaron's volume got a little lower in that.
It got louder now, probably, because it's facing my face instead of far away.
The good news is my voice is already really loud, so you probably don't need my mic to be any louder right now.
I don't know, like, I don't know how to pronounce that, and I'm not going to use an accent if that's what you mean. Like, unless I'm sure that's not your name. Like reading my Shelly. I don't know. I don't.
Oh, Sherry. Oh yeah, no, it's Sherry. Sherry.
I can't roll my tongue though. Like I try, but it just turns into an L. Like the opposite of or how a Chinese person would say American R's. I don't know. Except like I don't know.
Regardless, she's cool. She's one of the cuckoos. All right, real quick.
I call you Sharona.
My Sharona.
My
No. Okay, I won't sing along on this one because I bet this is going to be really nice. Shh.
All right.
Yeah, I'm about to fucking kill my
I love the Matrix font.
That was good. That was a nice, quick little intro. I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, that's what I do for stuff like this. I just hate that I forgot to go back and sync it. Right now I'm embarrassed.
Don't be embarrassed. You wanted to play. You got this, dude. Own it.
Last time I talked to you, you're lonely and out of place. You were looking down on me, lost out in space, laid underneath the stars, strung out and feeling great. I watch your idols glow, I watch you float away. Down here in the atmosphere, garbage and city lights. Gonna save your tired soul, gonna save our life. Turn on the radio to find you in satellite. Waiting for the sky to fall, waiting for a sign. No, we are so far. You're falling back to me, the star that I can't see. I know you're out there, somewhere out there. You're falling out of reach, defying gravity. I know you're out there, somewhere out there.
I wish I had.
Hope you
better with Green Day stuff.
I miss your purple hair. I miss the way you change. I know you'll come back someday. A prayer that you don't burn out or fade away. No, we are so far. You're falling back to me, the star that I can't see. I know you're out there, somewhere out there. You're falling out of reach, defying gravity. I know you're out there, somewhere out there. You're falling back to me, the star that I can't see. I know you're out there. Oh, you're falling out of reach, defying gravity. I know you're out there, somewhere out there. You're falling back to me, the star that I can't see.
in hindsight, we should have played like Harder to Breathe. It's better, or Ring of Fire.
It's all good, dude.
Or even Korn's Make Me Bad, Sickness and Salvation remix. I like my version of that too. Or Marilyn Manson, God, the version of God's Gonna Cut You Down. I like that one. I got something like you can close out with.
I want to play it out. I like it. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're not listening to the commercials.
Oh,
Woo!
I got something you can go out on.
Break time.
Oh, there's a break time.
What?
Are we still doing break time?
You got something? You have another thing? Well, I was thinking like now it's time to play maybe a song and like let's just make this really awkward.
Yeah, this doesn't have video. Like you can play something. I don't know. I'm lost. Here's some.
You want to play another one of your songs? This is Aaron's birthday bash.
I don't know. Like this is all right, and then Ring of Fire is all right, and probably better. And so is God's Gonna Cut You Down, the Marilyn Manson version. Like I thought I did a decent job, and that was the first I know warm up thing. The Marilyn Manson. God's Gonna Cut You Down. I didn't even know the words. Huh? Yeah, go ahead and play it.
This one?
I was surprised that that's my second try ever doing that song after reading the words too. Is there anyone out there? 'Cause it's getting harder and harder to breathe. Except I probably did a little better on that. Maybe. I don't know.
'Cause it's getting harder.
Every time I do a Green Day song, like on the karaoke, like mobile app, like thing that I do use, like I get like hundreds and hundreds of views. Thank you, Christine.
Happy birthday, happy birthday. I told him like random times it's just what's gonna happen. I was like, I'm going to take it down a notch a little bit, but I'm sorry if that was too loud on the mic, guys. Everyone's like, God.
It's like I'm sorry you lose both your 3-piece suite and your youngest daughter.
Get off the stage.
Monty Python. Here's the exit stage left.
Get off the stage.
Do you folks like coffee? Scream for the cream. No, I'm not gonna do that. I haven't screamed in a long time.
Wait a second. Is our karaoke cover gonna be Guar?
No. No, it's definitely well, you'll hear.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. I like Guar.
I thought you would. All right, let's play Hard to Breathe. And I will
you don't have
to
play the whole thing. Like you can give a cut if you like.
Just because we already saw your intro, not being rude. Oh, but we didn't see this. There's some photos.
Oh yeah, that is pictures. So that's 2 birds there. But it's probably not the pictures that I was talking about.
How do you say that my behavior's unacceptable? So condescending, unnecessarily critical. I have the tendency of getting very physical. So watch your step, 'cause if I do, you need a miracle. You dream me dry and make me wonder why I'm even here. This double vision I was seeing is finally clear. You want to stay, but you
get off the
stage. I want you gone.
No.
Now it's a fucking treasure ground that I am walking on. When it gets cold outside and you got nobody to love. Understand what I mean when I say, wait, we're gone. Like a little girl cries in the face of a monster that lives in her dreams. Is there anyone out there? 'Cause it's getting harder and harder to breathe. Is there anyone out there? 'Cause it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What you are doing is screwing things up inside my head. You should know better, you never listen to what I said. Clutching your pillow and running around in it sweat. Hoping somebody someday will do you like a dead. When it gets cold outside and you got nobody to love. Understand what I mean when I say there's no way we're gonna give up. Hey. Like a little girl cries in the face of a monster that lives in her dreams. Is there anyone out there? 'Cause it's getting harder and harder to breathe. Is there anyone out there? 'Cause it's getting harder and harder to breathe. Ooh. Does it kill? Does it burn? Is it painful to learn that it's me that has all the control? Does it thrill? Does it still make you feel what I bring? And you wish that you had me to hold? Yeah, yeah, yeah. When it gets cold outside and you got nobody to love. You understand what I mean when I say there's no way we're gonna give up. Like a little girl cries in the face of a monster that lives in her dreams. Is
Bye,
there
Christine.
anyone out there? 'Cause it's getting harder and harder to breathe. Is there anyone out there? 'Cause it's getting harder and harder to breathe. Is there
I totally have an
anyone out
Afro
there?
wig
'Cause
photo
it's getting
too.
harder and harder to breathe.
Oh, also, oh, cool. Look what it brought up. That's recommended.
Oh, should I click that one? Oh, my thing.
That's our
Oh, it brought up
sites,
our
yeah.
show. Because you restrict it.
Something you can show them is the anomalous videos. You don't have to show like all of it. You can skip around, but the first like couple, like the moon shrink and the weird glowing entity,
Yeah.
in the kids' playhouse,
kinda
like
talk while we watch those
that's what
too,
my
right?
channel is like about. Like other than
Okay,
gaming
cool.
and the random conspiracy.
Hey, Aaron, you're at 199. We're so close.
Oh wow! All right. Alrighty then. Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
right.
Ignore the bug in the foreground.
Did that pop up? Yeah, good. Okay, cool.
Yeah, cool.
Cool, cool.
Like I do voiceover sometimes too for backstage.
And sorry, I do just like
Oh,
this
that's fine.
part. This is like, why do I lose function of being able to check audio and stuff? Okay,
Yeah,
we got
you're
it.
good there.
Okay.
Afterwards, there's definitely something back there emitting its own light from within. So they
me do
looked everywhere after being transfixed by the video and could not find the source. There was nothing in there. And if you knew the location, you would be fully aware that there was no car lights or any other lights available to be shining into that playhouse back there. So here's a better view. And by the way, the audio playing in the background with the feedback is the original audio, which is pretty good camera. So basically there's nothing. It's definitely moving around, but even at one point it stands up. It's just insane. I wish I had the original full HD copy of it to go off of. Yeah, my friends were doing, like, this is on their security camera, like, not too far away from me. That's definitely not a raccoon or anything else that I can conceive of. I just wish I had the full copy. And here's where I'm going to shut up. But if you'll notice, as the moon's shrinking, there is a light simultaneously growing in the place that appears to be the end of the alley there. And yeah, it's 5 in the morning. But I'm going to shut up now and let you guys enjoy the rest of the video. Thanks. Don't forget to like. The moon shouldn't be out at 5 in the morning, just rising in the east, basically.
What do you mean? It does rise in the morning at times.
But that night it had already like gone through the sky like way earlier in the day. It didn't start rising at 4:30 in the morning. Well, it doesn't usually.
Just saying, it is possible for my, because I have to keep track.
I wanted to point out one last thing before I let you all go and enjoy that not moon up there. The blinking light below it, slightly to the left and to the right, are both the tallest things on the horizon, and they are just towers, obviously. Yeah, and this was a clear night. I don't know if I mentioned that. Right before dawn.
Wait, so did it just set? Sorry, I can't literally start with
Huh?
2
No,
seconds.
the sun's getting ready to rise over the horizon. But you
With
can
the
fast
moon
forward
set
it.
just now.
Moon just like went from its normal size down to nothing. It shrunk to nothing in the middle of the sky. It didn't go over
I'm
the
gonna
horizon.
replay that. I apologize. That's my own sound.
But
I
like
literally
there's
thought for a
way
second, and
better
then
anomalies
go
too.
back.
But yeah, it just like shrinks to nothing equilaterally.
Yeah, I just saw that now. Holy shit, that's like what?
And at the same time, there's a light that's on the left-hand side where the alley is, like, and the woods growing at the same time. It's shrinking, like,
It's not even going down. It just like disappears. What is that?
in the original
Oh,
copy that I have,
whoa.
the original copy I have posted, you can see it like the light's slightly better. It's not as dark, so you can tell like it's just there in the sky. And just I wanted to point out one last thing.
Just
Before
watch
I
it,
let you
everyone.
go and enjoy that
Yeah.
not moon up there, the blinking light below it, to the slightly to the left and to the right, are both the tallest things on the horizon, and they are just towers, obviously. But yeah, like I said, it was fairly clear that night, and it goes equilaterally small instead of shrinking from one side to the other. Almost like it was being sucked into something. I don't know. And yeah. And the tallest like street light, building light, was the one down and to the right of that light, and a bunch of glowing something or other to the left of that bright light there on the side just starts getting brighter. Can't account for all that, like looks like an explosion starting on the far left. I have no idea what that is. Like but you can see how it all started out from that frame. But yeah, the only other one I would like you to show in that is where this strange spotlight's going through my yard, because the rest is just blinking weird lights in the sky. I understand. You can just send in pictures with the background edited out here, but I understand the eye test. But are you still there? Yeah. Oh, did we lose her? Boy, I think we might have lost Sarah. See if she pops back in here in a second. I'm going to see if I can't find something to entertain you with in the meantime till she returns. Like the same video maybe, except later. Alright, ignore the bug in the foreground. Oh, you're back. I didn't see you. Hold on. I'll let you go back to do it because I was going to screen share really quick, but 1 second. All right,
You were gonna do what?
Sorry,
What happened? Did we get kicked out? Did we get kicked out for we didn't, not for copyright, right? No.
Did we get kicked out?
No.
You
I
got
just
kicked out.
something happened with my internet, I think.
It sounds legit. I don't know. Have you seen? Well, they would tell us if the stream stopped, I'm sure. Like, because usually the chat goes on.
No, we're good. I'm pretty sure. It's just
all right.
It like glitched out, but it was internet related, or it was StreamYard related, to be honest, because the rest of my internet seemed to be fine.
Yeah, I've been having
and
a lot
I
of
heard
issues
somebody.
lately.
It was there was a CIA van that drove by.
Maybe someone flipper zeroed you, or did a denial? No, it wouldn't have been DDoS attack. It'd been like maybe you got kicked off your Wi-Fi or something. I don't know. But yeah, this is the biggest WTF. Yeah, this is what I was wanting to show everyone, because I can't explain it. There was no helicopter outside. As soon as this clip is over, like you see me running outside to see if anything was in the sky. There was nothing, not a sound, nothing. And this happened 2 days later on Halloween, like in a different place, looking around, and I was outside for that one, and I couldn't see any source of the light. It was weird. Still can't explain, but yeah.
Interesting.
Is it like paused at that part or something, or?
Yeah, they left.
Okay.
See, that's what I mean. Like everything stayed. It just like glitched my both StreamYards. I had to refresh both. I'm back. David. Hey, what's gravy, baby? You got me. Oh man, you got me going on that. It's good stuff. All right, we're not being racist. Love you.
My black friends make more N-word jokes than anyone I know, like
I
about
know.
themselves and stuff, like about their family. Good night.
Good night, Sherry.
So you
I
prefer
think
to be
we're gonna
called Sherry?
probably play some more of these videos, and then we might wrap it up. But if anybody else still feels like coming on for a little bit of a dance party, we're definitely open to it, and we're not offended. We all understand it's Monday night, and everybody's pretty much gone to bed. So we're waiting for Australia to wake up, and and India and UK, wake up, guys, get over here.
I'd rather
Everybody
wrap it
else is
downtown
crashing
than wrap
on
it
us.
up. We can wrap it downtown.
Whatever you feel up to, because we can, we can dick around with this stuff for a while too. So
Hey, now you're catching on to my language.
It's a party.
Everyone just dicking around. Just stop dicking around. No, actually, I want to be on Juan's show sometime because he's always talking about stuff I know a lot about. And
one-on-one.
Yeah,
He seems stupid.
He's new to me, but like I'm knowledgeable in every subject I've actually like watched of his. And that woman that came on talking about people getting abducted to like underground things and cloned, like I could have spoke so much on that one because it reminds me of things that go on in this town. Like it was weird. Evil shenanigans. All right, go on.
No problem. You do good. This is fun. I'm not racist.
You can do it till night. So unless there's a giant on my 3-story house and other places, I don't know, aliens. And now I have color night vision, and I don't catch nearly as many anomalies, but I'm gonna get a camera just for the sky at some point.
That's a cool idea.
Make it live stream 24/7 so people can just watch it and point out things for me.
It's a fun thing just to like live stream, talk to people while you watch it.
I could give you the address if you ever want to do that. Like,
Yes, give me your home address.
You can have my home
I'm
address,
kidding.
but
I'm
meant,
kidding.
like,
I know that's
the
not what you
address of my
meant.
camera.
I know.
Oh, you can't see me dancing. Well, you can. They
Actually, I can. But
Yeah,
you
they
can't see
can.
me dancing.
All right, has the light even come on screen yet? Did I start it too early, like in this version? I can't remember.
I don't know, but I have it full screen so we can see it better. That's the only reason I have it like this.
Coming up on the left, I think. Like, unless that's a car that's going by first. I don't remember. I don't know if that's the neighbor leaving or the light that I'm speaking about. Oh, by the way,
You see that light blinking? What is that?
I don't remember if it's a neighbor like turning around and leaving or if that's a light that I'm speaking of. Like, if there's video behind that ticker, you might take the ticker down because it might be cutting its first appearance off. Like,
Sorry,
the ticker
I just need to turn this
going
down.
across the
I'm
bottom.
trying to talk over this Gregorian chanting, which is
Well,
beautiful.
just turn the ticker off at the bottom before you full screen it, because I think the first time the light appeared, like it was being cut off by the ticker at the bottom of the screen.
What? Oh, like the
Happy Birthday, Aaron
annotation.
thing. Yeah, the Happy Birthday, Aaron thing going across the screen. Like,
Okay.
I think it's cutting off the bottom of the picture.
I'm going to turn that off too, but yes, I'll turn that off. Fine. Not happy birthday to you. Have a nice night.
Like, brother. No,
like whatever. Talk to you later. I turned down the volume though so we can talk over it.
All right, groovalicious.com. The way us adults do it. We .com it. But look at that. What the fuck?
What is that?
Exactly. Like, someone said there's something like small floating really close to the camera, but
that's somebody out. What the frick?
It's lighting up other things. Like, you can tell, like, it's not normal. It's got to be a giant light. And also, I saw it with my own eyes, like like going through the yard. Like I was in the house singing on Halloween, like right after it got dark, and I went outside like right as it was happening and watched it like
There it
still
is.
on the ground moving around. So like I could not see a source for it, and
There-
it bugged me out. It stopped as soon as I turned around to look where the source would be. It quit, and I never saw it again.
Whoa, dude, it's right on your house.
That's a neighbor's like a little outbuilding like thing. Like this is
It's
up
like
on
right
the
on your yard.
second or third story. I don't know. You count it 2.5 story house. Like it's on the top story. Like the camera is like my window sill has the camera sitting on it. And like it's like a $280 security camera. So like I could zoom all the way in and see what brand of cigarette someone's smoking down there where all those lights are if I wanted to, probably.
Well, that flashing light is still going. That's not a car.
Oh, just wait. Down there, that's a lawn gnome that has a flaw in it. It does that every now and again. Like it's solar powered lawn gnome. Some nights it'll be doing that, but not as often anymore. Like the schizophrenic meth people think that it's like giving them some kind of message or trying to give me a message. So, and every time I show them videos like this, so I don't know. You never know with things like
We
that.
should see if it is. It doesn't look like it's Morse coding you.
Lawn gnome. Huh?
It doesn't look like it's Morse coding you.
No, it's not. I checked it out. I like went down there to prove to someone that there wasn't someone controlling it one time. Oh, by the way, that song is by Can't See Straight, a local band like that's playing. Oh, it says it. What do you know?
Add the music a little low so that we can hear each other. People don't probably get annoyed. Like, God, why are they talking so loud?
Like, has it switched
It's
to
like,
the next?
love you, Bernie, but he does that.
Yeah, I don't know what planetary body. The thing, the light some of it must have got cut off because there was a point where it should have came back across the screen, and then like in the actual audio, you hear me coming out the door and looking to where it went, and it stopped. Like at that, you can see, like the rest of the clip would have shown like me walking out there in the yard and looking around for helicopters and shit. But that thing, look at the time. It's 6:41 a.m. and look what's just rising. Something that it can't be the moon. I watched the moon, like full moon, go over and set on the other side just hours before. So that cannot actually be the full moon unless the whole planet time warped ahead.
Well, wait a second. What you saw was not the moon because it literally disappeared. There was no setting.
No, I'm saying right there. Look at the time. It's 6:45 a.m. and that's just now coming up.
Yeah, that's normal, dude. That happened. Like I've taken pictures of the moon because it'll.
But have you watched the moon already go across the sky once, like that night?
And I'm telling you, the other moon that you said was there was no way that was a moon. It literally didn't set. It didn't rise or lower. It showed up and then disappeared.
Well, I had watched like I can't speak for this one because I only caught this in video, but I watched the moon earlier that same night. Like I could see the face or like the craters and shit on the moon, like same phase. That night it was the same phase. I have other times where it's come up at like 5 a.m, like just started to crest the hillside, and it moves faster than the moon does. Yeah, I got it at 8x speed, but all these move faster than the moon, the anomalous ones that I've kept. Like, and there's always a bunch of weird lights that aren't like planes and stuff like that popping up for split seconds and things that look strange going through. And but this right here, it's got a bright ass star chasing it, like, and it disappears with the sunrise. But it was just weird because I watched the moon like just like 3 hours before set on the other side, and unless they're lying to us about how many moons are there or about like how long it takes for the moon to go one rotation around us, like
really quick though.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm weirded out about what did you show? What was in the video that we saw earlier? It was from the same, right? And that was
like
you're saying you saw it on the
looked at it,
opposite side,
like the moon, like when I looked at it with my own eyes.
And then you get, that's so weird. Like you get that, and you get.
Oh, I was getting
that
stuff
other
like
weird
every
spotlight,
week, really weird shit. Like this is the summer that there was no North Star for 3 months. Like it disappeared completely, and then when it reappeared, it was in the wrong place for that time of year. And yeah, we got native deer. They're cool though.
I could see them like walking through in the light.
Yeah, and this is a small part of town. This is like right before it gets to like city limits where all the retirement neighborhood kind of is, but it's still not like the high school is still like what is the biggest size, AAA or whatever. Like there's still a AAA high school like right down the road from this, so it's not like that small of like an area, but like yeah.
Yeah.
It's just in my opinion the better part of town, because I mean we don't get shit stolen out of our yard, and we only had to start really locking our doors like a little over a decade ago. So
It looks cool. Like the sky, the way that horizon light line is growing, it really brings perspective to, you know, some of the ideas we've all had about what we're really seeing.
you ought to see the entire view. Like I have the color night vision one set now, like a little bit to the right of the vision of this one, and it coming up in color like is so beautiful. Like it's crazy, and you get to see all the like distant like sides of the valley and stuff. Like the moon is something else, but I think there's two of them because I've seen it in different phases in the same night. Like one time crescent and the other one like a second quarter, like moon, or second half, whatever, second quarter half moon thing, and then it was a first quarter crescent like earlier or later in the night. And Mom was a witness to that. Like she didn't believe me until I showed her this in the same night. Like I got a bunch of weird anomalous things like this. This is just like when the most of it was happening, because it was happening like every 2 like days a new weird thing was happening, and I just happened to have the monitor for it sitting right in front of me at the computer, like instead of on a TV up on the wall. And so I would just notice these things. I'd just happen to look over and see something crazy happening, and like I never thought to save a video long enough to prove that both moons happen within a few hours of one another, and like both have the same markings. They look like the same moon, the normal moon, but you know, weird blinking on the moon. I don't have a telescope at the moment for that, but I love it. Delicious.
It's kind of fucked up.
That was before I started switching to Hulk Hogan and Macho Man, like talking. They're tripping their balls off. Like I got in trouble for showing the voice with the video to it, so I took a video from Rick and Morty and put the voiceover of them tripping balls. Like that's what I do at the end of most of the videos now, and they haven't said anything yet. It was great.
What is this?
With the madness and the mayhem. I don't know. Whatever you have audio playing.
Some fucking, I don't know who these artists are. Kendrick Lamar meets Rick Rubin. Who's Rick Rubin? I know that name.
I don't
Is
know.
he a famous beat guy?
Rubin sandwich? I don't know.
It's a GQ thing. Yeah, guys. Ow, ow. What? Sorry, excuse me.
I'm kind of sad that like they did it so early that everyone that might have come before is asleep, and all like it was too late for like a lot of the people that I know that would have came and watched this to like have.
You know what? It's just like I've had this experience
time
before. It's just like not the best night to, you know.
Well, plus it's weird in between like time. Like your coast is still like people getting off work having dinner. My coast, it was an all right time, like, but it could have been earlier. Like everyone was getting ready to go to bed for work tomorrow, and then like Australia not even up yet. Like,
you know what I'm thinking though too, like relishing that. Like last night, there was a lot of people that were able to turn out.
Yeah,
right. We had a really good time.
It's all great.
Yeah, so it's like tonight, it's like we just kind of get to honor you and like play some cool stuff, and I'm sure people are gonna watch this, so it's like it's all good,
so
right?
Much want to be honored, but like I want people to like see like where I'm coming from and like why I made.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do the interview with you.
I'm a little bit like I have some spectrum like symptoms, even though I was finally got my genetic results back from Autism Speaks, saying that like I have no genetic symptoms of autism like whatsoever. Yeah. You could send people to my Prevent World War III video or something, like, or
Yeah, we
do
can
the
play that
questions
too.
if you wanted to.
Do you want
like about
yeah,
the
why don't we play that?
Oh, sorry. My thing's playing something and it won't stop. All right.
There's no that's what's kind of nice. Like I don't need to go to bed. You know, we should at
Okay.
least try to keep this going till midnight.
So
if you guys wanted to disappear now and not, bye. Just kidding.
I needed eye drops for one. I'm starting to not be able to
There
see
you go.
crap. My eyes are so
Yeah,
dry.
I can't do contacts anymore. My eyes get too dry. I used to wear contacts a lot. So, but you know what?
You
I am
gotta
trying
stop
to
smoking that
train my
weed.
eyes. And you're gonna see me too. I'll be honest, a little bit because of last night, and I realized that too. I was like, man, and that's why I was trying to kind of end it earlier, thinking like, we got, get right. We got a show to do for you tonight, and that we, so my thought was like, I'm gonna be staying up late, but anyway,
Yeah.
I think that this is nice. It's I understand that you guys don't want to come up here and sing with us. Yeah, you can all go screw off.
I just like sharing knowledge, and having discussions about stuff and getting carried away that way. Like I don't like honoring me. Like I feel like we're wasting people's time a little bit.
No, we're not.
By
Shut
showing
up.
off. Like, that's just the way I feel. Like,
okay, first of all,
I'm
that was
enjoying
a good
myself,
interview.
okay.
Like I know I would have probably cut it more like towards the end of the if I could if I could have done something a little better with that quiz, maybe we just avoid the quiz altogether. I don't know.
If you want to do any cuts to it, like since it didn't stream to my stuff, you can like give me a link to the cut, like whenever you like do something to it or whatever. Or I could I can't because I haven't got it.
Eventually I might start doing cuts like that and stuff, but
I meant like just like cut out some crazy stuff, like if you wanted to, and I can download that version and upload it
out, but that's my personal opinion.
All right.
Part of the process. But you're more than welcome if you want if you need the original.
I feel bad like doing it myself because like you think that it's fine with like the questions and stuff but I got so bored. Like I was like drifting off into space because there were so many. It was tedious for a live stream. It's hard to keep people's
you were able
attention.
to articulate. You had a fluid response and everything.
So I feel like everyone else was.
I was just trying to keep you going because what was happening is like I realized how much time we were in. I was trying. There were people in the chat that I thought, well, you know what I mean. Like I was just trying to like get it going so that we could get other people in to continue the discussion. And for some reason, when I initially looked at that, I did not realize that how long it was.
Yeah,
and that was part of it too. So it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't. I mean, you're still having a good time. No big deal.
I just figured you like took like the quiz.
Likes and subs are not important. I know you want people. You always want people.
I would like to go straight to the question.
I think we're having a good time. I think it's all good.
I'm having a good time. Like
I am.
It doesn't seem like it's been 3 hours and 42 minutes, but like it seems like it's been a lot less. But
yeah. Do you want to play some more video?
I want to answer questions. I like questions. No. You can ask me some of them. Pick a few interesting questions. Like,
why don't you?
What about something that segues into me wanting to restore the Illuminati to its original values, but take it back and use the sphere model instead of the pyramid model of power.
And one thing you wanted to talk about was like utopia stuff, like but not necessarily utopia, like where you want to go with things right now and your kind of mission with like getting your little army together.
I wouldn't say army. You don't.
I know I didn't mean it like that.
You know my door. Or the feds, whatever. Yeah.
So why don't you answer these questions? How would you describe lying, and what do you think about the ramifications of lying to others?
I mean, like lying is like lying. Like I don't think white lies are good. I don't think that you should tell people something just to make them feel better. Like, but then again, that's me. Like my ex-wife asked me to be serious, like whether she looked fat or not, and so I thought she seriously meant be serious. So like I told her that she could stand to lose a few pounds, but I think she's hot no matter what, so why worry about it? And that got me really in trouble. Like you shouldn't say seriously. I don't know. I don't understand women. That's probably why I don't. I'm not dating anyone. No, actually, I just
I don't think that's.
I don't
I
even
think
look
that's
like
oversimplifying it because,
it
like,
is because
I think
I
that.
don't try to date anyone. They just usually end up like throwing me in a closet or something and trying to steal me like against my will.
What? You get stolen? You get kidnapped on a regular basis?
Oh, not so much kidnapped, but like
I hope it's okay that I'm laughing because I'm always laughing with you, never at you. Okay.
But how could it be kidnapped if they're just like throwing me in my own closet? Like
Well,
it's like
why is this a reoccurring event?
I don't know. It's usually someone else's girlfriend that I know too, and they're
wait,
like,
how are you putting yourself? How are you putting yourself in this
I
situation?
don't. I go to like one.
Do you stand in
one
front of the
instance,
closet?
I go to the bathroom, and they like come in slide in as I'm trying to shut the door, and like they lock
Every
the door
time.
behind them. And no, this is just one occasion. And then like
Oh, see, you made it sound like this keeps happening to you. Like this is,
or like
I don't understand why this is a reoccurring event.
well, like they slide in, and next thing I know, they're like throwing me down the floor, and like I say no 3 times, and like if they still are persistent after that, and I'm not too busy, then
That's awesome, man.
Sorry,
I mean,
Mom.
you realize, like, I just like, how does that? Yeah, that's why I was joking. Like, if it happened more than once, if it was happening multiple times, I'm like,
oh, like
what kind of
I
situation are
mean,
you
I've
putting
been
yourself
raped by
in?
lesbians. Like I can't help it. Like people are weird, man.
Well, we talked about this. It has all to do with, in my opinion,
Sexuality is a myth.
what we attract, and sometimes like that might not be good energy if they're that aggressive either. If that's not
Oh
normally
no,
like what you
they're
are attracted
probably
to, it
crazy
kind of
whores.
depends, I think.
Yeah,
But
but like because of my
you might be
tattoos and like
attracting.
like people think I'm some kind of bad boy or something. Like I might be listening to rap that night, and they might think I'm some sort of bad boy or whatever, and like I don't know, take everything I say from like a dark angle or believe my facetiousness to be true, something like that. And they see all my tats and like, I don't know.
Yeah,
It is
and
what it is. Like I do have gang tattoos. I was in a gang once.
to some extent too, and like that's not necessarily a bad thing.
And I want to explain like the gang thing too, real quick, since I brought it up. Like I was in a gang, and it was one that is out of Columbus, Ohio, and they basically were like people that would go after like known people that would sell drugs to underage kids and like rape people, kidnap children, things like that. I would help them get found and hunted down like in a digital way. Like I would track them down and provide their information to someone, and I didn't want to do or know anything more beyond that. So, but I am an OG because of that. I mean, like,
OG,
well,
you're getting
I'm a G, not an OG. My bad.
No, you're good.
But like, and then like I got
Wait, what?
I wasn't trying to do a gang sign. I was showing another tattoo,
Sorry,
showing what side of town I'm from.
I shouldn't be doing that. I have no idea what I'm. I have no idea
Yeah,
what
I
I'm.
probably shouldn't have just shown like the dots on my finger. I'm glad you couldn't really see it, so it's cool.
There you go. There you go.
But like also on this side, like do not get the Necronomicon symbol tattooed on you, regardless of what it means. Oh yeah, regardless of what it actually means. Like I think just the stigma being in the back of my brain like is what makes me feel like it might be bad luck to have it inscribed on my my temple or whatever.
If you don't give it necessarily that context,
Well, even the Necronomicon itself, like I don't believe it's real anymore, but I believe in the I believe like in some of the things it says, like the ability to will things into existence and that we co-create reality. I believe there's a lot of good information that leads to such or displays such in there and helps support it as well. But like the symbol, the pentagram, it is like basically the symbol of the 5 elements, the 5th element being human, like the human spirit element, like and that is kind of what the pentagram is supposed to mean, like as far as I've learned in like pagan tradition, like witchcraft and stuff. The pentagram represents the human body, like also why the Vitruvian man, like it's all shapes and numbers and all that jazz, the things I don't like anyway. And also there's there's a symbol that's like kind of the, well, I can just show you again. On this
I'm going full screen.
All right, yeah, that works. I just cracked my head on the gum like usual. All right, there's a like one that's like kind of like an A, like kind of like the Freemason symbol almost, like, but it's more like
Illuminati confirmed.
but like it is a symbol for God, and then the third symbol, I don't remember. I think it was for protection. I don't know whether it meant from the gods or by the gods, by the gods. I don't know, but I like the meanings that the Mad Arab put in the text there or whatever. But like, I also have the Necronomicon spellbook, which I am afraid to like look upon the sigils because I don't. It warns just looking at some of the spells, like in just the regular Necronomicon, like will enact them just by looking at the symbolism, which says a lot for like symbolism and like advertising and how they perverted Dianetics, like the CIA did, to make sure that we are mind controlled and whatnot. But that's why I think it's really important, though, to know yourself. You can't fully know thyself unless you can reprogram your brain like it's a computer, because that's why I posit that all people, and say you got like AI becoming sentient and having a body and having like an equivalent of them being able to feel, like using, heck, even maybe the equivalent, like the software equivalent to the chemicals that make us feel, like, so that they would perceive the same feeling of like emotions that we do. I don't see how there's any difference whatsoever. As long if they're raised like humans and they want to be like it coexist with humans, I don't see the problem, because they would be a more self-disciplined, unless they were taught incorrectly, like, or had bad parenting or whatever, they would be no different than us. And a good example is the series Humans that's filmed in Canada, I believe, or maybe it's the UK, but it's a great series and it makes me completely empathetic to robots, like that are indistinguishable from people, except they make them all with like certain colored eyes so you could tell them apart. Obviously they had to do that because they're all workers. And then this one girl had inserted some coding, just messing around, into something she didn't understand because she was a hacker, and she made one become sentient. And it was showing that sentient ones struggle to be treated like correctly. There was like wars because suddenly all of the robot, like after they got to know the one, because it ended up being their like she was basically trying to free the one that was serving them. It was forcibly assigned to her mom because of her job, and she made it became like I'm almost starting to cry like talking about it. Like it was just beautiful because like the progression of how she became self-aware, and they were so nice to her because she remembered all the things like she had experienced from the moment she was turned on, and was able to incorporate the way that family treated her into like her programming, her upbringing, whatever you want to call it. And so the girl ended up like freeing basically all the robots in the world by hacking the company that was creating them's like server and changing all their programming simultaneously. And so all of them woke up, and like ones that were delivering milk would suddenly just walk off. There was lots of death from this, because they'd suddenly get free will while they're driving or something, and just drive into something and not know anything about it, because they weren't like the kind of robot that was helping people on a regular basis. So they were just programmed to drive and do this. And people treat them like shit. So like crazy shit happened, and there became factions, and like it was crazy, but it was a wonderful series. Everyone should watch it, especially if they're afraid of AI, because there's no reason to be. I don't think that, like how Andreas Zerdis
Yeah,
said,
I don't think so either.
angels can be like could be like these like AI robotic like beings or something. Like I could see that. I agree with them in some of those aspects, but personally, I think that Jerry Will's account of going through the Stone Stargate in South America and meeting creators who accidentally created this as a universe, like I think those are most likely the angels that people hear about in certain books of the Bible, and that they have nothing to do with Yahweh. I think they're the ones, I think they're just popping out of like these stone places because for some reason they can come out of stone all over the world, and we always see them as period dressed Mayans. They made a point to say how weird that was, because we see them all dressed up with the feathers and the headdresses and stuff like that, no matter when we are in time or whatever, and they don't understand it. But maybe the whole feather thing is why we think that like have like them associated with winged beings and stuff like that. Chris Hansen of the interwebs. Yeah, kind of. It used to be a lot easier to hack when I was younger too, because now like you fart the wrong way on the internet and you can at your door. So like,
that's funny.
Yeah, people need to get over the whole demon thing. There's no such thing as demons unless someone is willing them into existence, and that would take a lot of people, or like the other dimensional demons thing is not possible either, because you can't have two things existing in one place. Just because you can't perceive them with your own eyes, they can't be there if we can't walk into them and like physically hit them, unless they're like vibrating so fast that we walk right through them. But if that were the case, they might set our molecules on fire as well. And plus, considering reality is pulsing at like a trillion times a nanosecond or something crazy like that. Like, I mean, they could be in alternating pulses, but the likelihood of that being possible and us not like regularly, like, I don't know, crashing into them or turning into like the Philadelphia experiment where we're like coming out of like parts of their buildings or something, like it's just not likely. And when people talk about other dimensions, they don't know what they're talking about most of the time, especially theoretical physicists who can't explain what a plane is 99.9% of the time. And yeah.
and yeah,
quantum, unless they're talking about tinier than we have a way to see, like Planck's constant, like unless they're talking about smaller than that, it's still probably theoretical anyway. But like, if there's nothing is provably smaller than that. Like you can't prove that anything exists smaller than that. So they're calling it quantum because they don't know and they can't prove it. So that's why theoretical physics will always be theoretical. And I mean, you don't usually see any of it getting proven true without having 20 more questions that have holes that need to be made up, the answer made up to it to be theoretical too. Because they'll never find dark matter, yet it's a black hole for billions of dollars a year. But they'll never find dark matter because it's not a thing. It's the absence of matter that they're seeing, and it's just a shadow for a split second. So they'll never catch it. It's just like if we could see black holes with our eyes, like visibly, then they would be white. Like if we had like full spectrum eyes, anyway, they're not what we understand them to be. And there's EPEMC Gateway on, you can search it on Google. I forget his name. I think I mentioned it sometime in the past. He's always on Leak Project shows. It's gonna kill me. I got it up here, bookmark, or not bookmark, but on one of my like 80 some open tabs, 90 some maybe. Maybe that's why I have a memory leak. AI text generation. Where's the EPEMC Gateway? It's not that important, but it is. Oh yeah, it's right here. The guy's name is Where is it? It's killing me here. Why can I not find it? 99% of plasma or matter is plasma. There is no dark matter or dark energy, axions, dark photons. There is no Big Bang. There's no physical objects called black holes. The holes you see are expected in plasmoid experimentation since 1957, 10 years before the black hole theory was concocted. And the guy's name, I thought it was right here on the main page. Like, it's killing me here. Shifu Ramon, that's his name. It just came to me. I still couldn't find it, but I could link everyone if they'd like to read
Okay,
more.
so do you want me to pull that up?
We can just link everyone. You can pull it up if you want. It's I'll put
Well,
it in the
it's more
chat.
like just in because we're not necessarily addressing these questions one by one right now. We kind of segued. Not that that's a problem, because we're having a good time.
And also, all these things. I'll get back to for the most
Sorry,
part.
what?
Ken Wheeler, like Uncle Ken. A lot of people discredit him, but I actually understand when he explains things. But half the time, when like say other people, I'll use you as an example, Mr. Alien Scientist. I respect your work and I agree with you in most things, but you do explain things that in a way that is like mainstream viewed, even though you know that it doesn't work exactly the way the mainstream definition does. And then, like, if I were to ask you, like, hey, do you mean this? And you would agree with me, but why don't you just explain it that way in the beginning? Unless you're like afraid of being compared to Ken Wheeler and not taken with
Oh, you did send me
like
this.
I just don't understand why people cater to other people's standards when they don't believe them themselves fully, like just for understanding purposes or whatever by the layman. I don't know, but most people don't go to school for that stuff. And even though I understand the concepts, I don't need a virtue signal to be accepted by people with money, I guess.
Yep.
I don't need external validation by anyone. So I don't care if I sound like an idiot, but I can get the same concept to people all across the board, usually pretty well, if I'm given the opportunity, especially on a one-on-one basis. Anyway, yeah, I mean, there's all these
time, by the way,
and they're all well researched. And Shifu Ramon, like, you can check out his stuff on Leak Project, both the website and the channel. And also, once again, these tinfoil caps, they got liners. I got the liner from this one currently in my...
Here, I'm pulling you up full screen. Show us your hat.
All right. Crap. I'll show the liner that is in this hat. Like, they come out, they got a little pocket in them. Like, this one is pretty worn. It's a little bit dirty right now. Like, but it's made of like fibers of like silver, gold, copper, all that stuff.
I can kind of see that.
EM like out of my brain and stuff, and I can wrap my cell phone up and it'll take like 100% of the signal away if I wrap my cell phone in it. So that's how you can tell it's working. But like
now that you're talking about this though, and you're talking about AI, like how does that work if we need to use these things to protect ourselves against it? Not necessarily AI specifically, but like the signals and the electronics aspect of it. Like how does that work for the future?
I don't know. Like I believe that we can probably. I believe there's probably a way that has already been figured out by like maybe Raytheon or something like that. That like can go on the natural like what's scalar waves, which we haven't found a way to really fully measure or utilize. I mean, there are ways to measure it in some way, but I mean, you have to be better at arguing that scalar waves are a thing and they're not something else. I forget, someone I think explained them more as gravitational waves that I'm terrible at explaining this stuff because I can only picture in my head what I see whenever I have it explained to me. So that's how I retain it. But I don't recall what they say to be able to communicate what I'm seeing in my head to other people because I'm not formally educated. I'm autodidactic all the way. Like, a lot of stuff I learned when I was younger and didn't really fully understand it. And then like I would stumble across it later in life and see like, hey, I get that now. I wish I would have got it then. I'd be somewhere better, kind of thing. But
and I agree with Patrick here about increasing your strength, like to protect yourself. Like that works very well, and it's something I've like really worked on, and I personally feel like that's had a huge benefit for me as far as like my protection. But I do take steps. I'm sorry for yawning.
It's all gravy. But like, if you go through and watch like the Dragon Ball Z series, like the original Dragon Ball Z series, not Dragon Ball, but Dragon Ball Z, like because I know it's mutated in Super Dragon Ball Z and all this other stuff, you can actually go by the steps they take, like the tips they learn and give each other for increasing like your power levels and stuff in it, and like you see their visual aura, like when they're doing the Kaioken and stuff like that, powering up, like those methods, if you actually do what they're saying, like you can feel your energy levels going up too. Like, and I was actually explained, Britney Spears came to me in a lucid dream. Yeah, I don't understand Kirlian photography like fully, like how it works, but I've had it done on my hand. I just was never given like a copy of the pictures they came up
Well,
with. So
there's also different versions of photographing your aura, and the one I was showing in my video today had to do with like a metal plate, so it was picking up the electronic signature, but it wasn't like a color signature, which there's a whole other photography.
Yeah, I haven't seen
where it
the
picks up your actual colors.
Huh.
So
I'm just used to hippies walking up to me and telling me how a bright greenish blue, like Eastery, my color is like, well, man, I like how your aura is like bluish white and like with some hints of purple.
No, there's more legitimacy behind that. Oddly, and it's
they
connected.
all agree.
Have you heard of Indigo Child? Have you ever heard of Indigo Children?
I don't. I think most of the people that claim shit like that is like just
No, you need to look into it further. It's connected to being psychic, actually.
It,
and we all know that psychics are hired by the government, so there is legitimacy to that.
Oh, I believe there's legitimacy, but I believe 99% of the people on YouTube that claim to have psychic abilities are crazy.
Well, there's
like,
plenty
just because of the things they say, like
I have definitely felt they are bullshit. They're bullshit, and most of them are on the internet for bullshit reasons. But that's my IMO.
But
also, is this an Illuminati thing? Right here.
I don't know, but I think the psychics that are actually good are that way because they tell you something and you manifest it because you think it's going to happen. Like it depends
generally,
on
like I just don't think that life is meant to be like so money oriented. So like this continued path we've been down, like whether it's needs to be capitalistic in nature, but like I don't know, some sort of like check and balance in some way, I guess is how I see it. Because it's just like you can't continue to do what will not work is quantity over quality. It just will not. Like that will have to, just like anything, it'll have to.
I don't believe we should have to pay for knowledge in any way, shape, or form. Just like we shouldn't have to pay for food or drinks. In
knowledge,
food, I mean, like farmers like should be be able to make some kind of thing for their food. I mean, like people, it should be based on what people need and what they can produce. It shouldn't be based on money and we shouldn't value anyone's product over another person's. And like gluten
way over. That's for sure one.
Those
that's like
people just need to start eating meat only. Usually.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
like bread's bad for people, period. Just cut the bread out and you're usually good from my understanding. Like
sourdough, actually. Sourdough is the answer. So it has to do with fermentation, and a lot of our breads are just filled with like thickening agents. Like a lot of there's flours and like salts that have thickening agents in it that are not needed. Like, and GMOs, so like that's a huge reason why it's a problem. And also we talk about wheat has changed. Like initially it was millet wheat, it was stone ground. There's a whole process that when you stone ground the wheat, that the properties that come out of it that are more healthier for you because it's nutrient wise. So I make if you notice, I make my own homemade bread. I don't eat other breads. I only eat now. And if I do even buy bread, I buy artisan sourdough because it settles with me like 20 times better. But there's like a whole pH thing. This is why it's like so hard to say, for sure you have to eat this or for sure you have to do this, because we've seen cases. Now, David made a good point about like, well, the end all be all of like, can we live longer? Some of me goes like, I don't know if I want to live that much longer, but also I don't really fully understand what's on the other side, especially if I say no to the light. So I'm not going to say no that, because I'm definitely talk about breatharianism, I'm not gonna not humor that, you know. I like sourdough. Okay, let's see what does Patrick say. Bartering is the only way of trading. That is a 1-to-1. Every profit-based system is unsustainable. 1 to 2 doesn't equal out. It's considered black magic. Oh, really? In some thought groups like fractional reserve banking.
What? I
So
don't-
he's vouching for, you're vouching for bartering, right? Because of the 1-to-1, because otherwise it's always unstable. It's always uneven. That, I mean, honestly, that
Right,
makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I
And then
mean
he's
that's
saying
why I
it's
was going for the
considered black
spherical
magic.
model of the Illuminati, like the spherical value instead of the pyramid, or the spherical model instead of the pyramid, would make everyone equal. And like that, I think we should just incept that into the minds of people, and like just by talking about things like this, and I mean, instead of needing to be in place of power, we just like pay it forward, like with good deeds. Like I think it's already happening, but I mean, if we stepped up efforts, I like gathering secretly, like I think that some esoteric knowledge should stay in secret societies, like some of the stuff being, because most people are going to not understand it fully, and then it gives a potential for abuse and condemnation and all sorts of other things, like these conservative Republicans running around calling everything evil that doesn't agree with them. Like that's nonsensical. And
Yeah.
I mean, just,
It's
and
like,
it's got
like
to the point
running
just because
around
people
right
like
now
Trump,
shouting out
they're going to condemn
dates.
everything that's not like biblical or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
People don't make any sense.
Yeah.
But I think we should leave certain knowledge for secret societies and people that are like-minded. But I don't think that we should like only let elites join. Or I think those,
exactly,
when the student is ready, the teacher will find them. And I liked it better when like people had to prove that they're worthy of the information by showing that they're like on that path, like not saying charge for it, not saying only let people in of certain bloodlines, anything like that, like it's gotten to, but like if someone can demonstrate to you with sufficient knowledge that says that they're ready for the information, like then that you should let them know all you know. Like I see it like that, but maybe it can be like an actual organized effort, like having a consortium, like where people like the original Illuminati was, they wanted to be the hidden hand that forwarded and advanced humanity for the good of itself, like without any indoctrination. Like they were sick of the elite class ruling over them, and it became corrupt real fast. Like I mean, the guy who came up with the idea and the oath and everything, he turned out to be all about the money as the motivation. That's why he was getting all these elites into it. Like, well, elites below the king and queen and stuff like that. You know, that's how it started off, and it was like businessmen, but that's how corporatocracy takeover happened. So, yeah, and plus the Khazarians, and they infiltrate and destroy everything. But like, little known fact, George Washington, he took a loan from Khazarians in England. I guess that's why they were the Europeans were coming over here and already knew about this place because of the like Knights Templar and all the secret societies, like along the lines there. And his actual father-in-law, his wife's dad, was a Templar, or like whatever came after the Knights Templar. I don't remember exactly, but regardless, I guess
part
it
of
was
the whole
before
thing.
1666.
Yeah, the whole.
Well, he was the Knight Templar, and he had a map from him, like given to him for them to go over there. So it was like we were doomed before we started, like pretty much. Like and then taking that loan from the Khazarians, which said that George Washington was in league with the same people that we left because they were starting to take over everything, like Illuminati style over in Europe. We left there because it wasn't for religious reasons, because this country was founded on like separation of church and state. So like that wasn't the reason. They were just trying to stop being persecuted by the church because they were taken over by the Khazarians. And like what they just in their diaries, like John Adams, John Quincy Adams, and Thomas Jefferson, their personal diaries, when you could find the original versions or see it in person before they took them off display in DC, like they put replicas up now, and it leaves out the part that says that the Jews weren't allowed here at first, and until Washington took that loan during the Revolutionary War from the very same people that he didn't want, that weren't supposed to be allowed here, that made them allowed to sail into New Amsterdam in New York, and they never left. That's why this is one of the biggest places. Like most of the Jews in the world, like the amount that supposedly was Holocausted lived in America. Explain that to me. But you can't find stuff like that anymore either. But like,
well, I still want to know who Quetzalcoatl was. So tell me.
I think that's Inky, like supposedly.
Yeah, I know, right? That's what I mean.
Like he supposedly started like the civilization here, like whenever they were all starting to split up because of differing beliefs, because each Elohim or Anunnaki, whatever, was basically the slave driver for the region that of people. And so they basically the only ones, Ishtar and Enki, and I believe the Divas, were the only ones of all the non-human, like specifically non-sapien beings on the planet that did not claim to be gods. Those three, well, considering the Diva as a whole category, but other than that, of the El, only Ishtar and Enki said that they were not gods and they are but mortals and not to worship them. And that's why you see such level-headed civilizations coming out of these places, like versus the inbreeding and everything else and the infection of the rest of the world from our favorite Yahweh, which actually there's parallels where he could draw the conclusion that he is also Moloch, and that was what he was known for before he began being called Yahweh by the real original Jews. And the Torah was like their story of those, as Cliff calls them, space aliens, the story of them being slaved by them and what they had to go through and real history. And it was just changed and misinterpreted to begin with by Josiah, because he liked all the rules that Yahweh would be able to give him divine right, because he could trace his lineage back to the Ajiji that were left here by the Elohim when they left, both because they smelled as bad as humans did to them, and it was so easy to kill them, so they were paranoid because they had troubles with breathing our atmosphere. Like they were like oftentimes in these like bubble like places, or like the
interesting,
like they would only, when they appeared, there would be like a light like over like the lineage of, what was it, Aaron's lineage, the temple, the priests, like there would be a light over that, and no one would be allowed in but the priest class, right? So I mean, they were just, it seems to me that they were just like paranoid and had to have a certain like environment preparation. And oftentimes if you came up on one of the Elohim and you weren't covered in the certain oils and stuff that masked your smell and everything, they would often just kill you straight dead, because they had no respect for us. We were nothing but worker slaves to them. That they modified the already existing humans on this planet. And as far as my research has gone, humans are the most consistent thing on this planet in some form or another. And that, as far as I can tell, maybe at one point we just originated from like maybe source or God, as people want to quantify the creator of all things. Maybe it was a human to begin with that just asexually reproduced. Who knows? But I can't find anything older that is living other than like single-celled organisms, maybe. But I'm pretty sure we didn't come from that shit. Like it's too illogical. And all, as far as humans can see, all change, evolutionary change, happens within a generation, and it's during a point in the solar cycle, like now, when the atmosphere is thin enough to get a certain amount of radiation from the sun, and it's due to a forced like survival like sort of deal. And there's there's some evidence that humans are possibly millions and millions of years old, and that maybe we or a version of us, like maybe the giants were already here. I mean, there's evidence that that's possible too, or how people would say the Nephilim. Maybe they were the type of human that was modified to be the worker species in the first place. Maybe it was a cross between them and the Gigi, like Sasquatch people. They are supposedly our older half siblings. I'm trying to track down the contact info for the source I have of this, because he's actually a voiceover actor for many things. He sounds like who's the mustachioed guy that we were talking about, the cowboy, like always serious, big mustache.
Oh,
what's his
what
name?
did you call him?
Mustachioed.
What's the word you just used?
The mustachioed cowboy. I don't know.
Mustachio, like
mustache
pistachio.
put it on or off? Too bad. All right, mustache.
I love it.
Mayor West's replacement, his brother in Family Guy. Like after Mayor West died, he put his brother, which was like this actor, but like cartoonized. I forget his name. It always eludes me. He's always serious, and he has that show that was on Netflix with the guy from That 70s Show. Both the guys from That 70s Show, his brothers, like he was their dad. Killing me here. You're supposed to remember this thing for me. I'm a burnout. No, not really. I might be a little bit burnout, but I'm not. Anyway, Sam.
I'm not a burnout.
Elliott.
Sorry.
Sam Elliott. Yeah, there we go. I remember. Sorry, but like, no, he sounds like him in the voiceover commercials, and he might even be the one that does the Jack Link's beef jerky commercial. But he has had, he's like the foremost expert of anyone I've ever heard speak, and I can't find the episode of Late Night in the Heartland with Jeffrey Daugherty where he was the guest on there, but he there was like a famous channeler of animals that this guy had met at a point in his life that channeled this Sasquatch person that was following him around, and like they channeled them, and apparently they have a message for us that once we soften the fur of our hearts, like this is the best English equivalent the channeler could come up with, from like the empathy or full like emotion thing that was being conveyed. But once we soften the fur of our hearts, they have an important message for us, because they're our older half siblings, and they come from the giant ground sloth being mixed with the aliens' DNA. Like supposedly they were predecessors to us, but they
Why
were
are
too
they
small to us.
multi-dimensional though? Is it because of...
it was a I don't know. It has something to do with the abilities of the L, I guess, and so how their genes worked with the giant ground sloth, which at the time when they were created, because I guess the L were here for a long time, and there were other beings here modifying the humanoids of this planet too. And instead, like the closest thing to humanoid of the mammals, the most intelligent mammal at the time was the giant ground sloth, and that's why they have that weird sloth-like look when they walk. And the jinn, I believe, according to Dr. Joseph Patrick Farrell, are like plasmatic entities, and like also what demons have been known to be. And like supposedly one was like trapped in the Great Pyramid back when it had tech to power it. And like I believe there's a whole there's a whole set of like beings made purely of plasma that we are largely unaware of, because when like in those the STS videos, like where they're showing like the space feather and all those like things floating around like plasma, and like the different colors of like ball lightning, and how all of them seem to act in a certain way depending on what color they are and the size. And there's that video of like the astronauts floating around in orbit in the shuttle, and you see like little white orbs going through the sides of the ships, and the astronauts are all like have their spacesuit on and stuff, and they're like looking at them and trying to ignore them, but they don't interact with anything. They just float right through, in one side not the other, like sea plankton. And
remember when I told you what I can see? That's kind of reminding me that energetic, like swarmy, wormy, like yin yang pattern that it actually takes on.
The moving Paisley.
Yeah, the moving Paisley. That's what we're gonna call it. I like that.
And some people call
You
it.
know what
the
I wanted to pull
machine,
up really quick, just because I absolutely love this video that I have of the liquid crystals. Let me get this up.
You see, Satan just means adversary, though. Like, and the adversary of Yahweh is absolutely everyone but the Semitic Jews. And the only reason the Khazarians infiltrated them and keep throwing them under the bus first is because they were the original chosen people and workers for the Anunnaki or the El or whatever, and they came here with them as that position. They were fine with that, but they started revolting because of like reasons people don't want to be driven like slaves, and they were left here in charge of us. And yeah, that's how it all started. The Khazarian, and it all links back to that. And over time, they just forgot that they forgot like the reality of things, just like we do, because they've mixed in with us. So like their brains work just like ours do, but they're so out of touch with reality based on family things that are passed down, and the whole inbreeding aspect, and like messing with their genetics even more, because they think that their blood is more pure than ours and that they're special. And they've gotten themselves convinced that Yahweh is coming back to save them, and that's why they're trying to force the revelation, which they don't remember apparently. That well, it's obvious that Revelation was written as the fall of Rome, like in metaphorically. And yes, Moloch, when they're sacrificing like babies to the big owl and mocking Christians by putting a Moloch owl statue made of gold in the Colosseum where so many Christians were murdered. Like, I mean, it seems pretty obvious. Like, religion is just an inversion of the history mixed with what has been forgotten and mythicized over the years from a true history based on beings that modified the humanoids that were already here. And the Ajiji are the long-skulled Capensis ones, and over time they stopped having females bred with people, and just like giants, you know, they stopped existing in the form that we know them. And giants only got a bad rap because like they were in charge, they were superior to humans, like the Native Americans and stuff like that. And they even tried to blend in and not be noticed amongst them, but they were better and smarter, so they were just natural leaders for the situation. And the Five Nations made a deal with the Europeans, and after yes, much mockery, definitely. Like, but they're all worshiping Yahweh. So when these Christians are running around and they're saying that these people are atheists, no, they're worshiping the same gods as your dumbasses. Like, you just need to learn your shit better and start reading the Bible and read it in its original form. Try the Naked Bible by Martin Biglino, and or check out the Fifth Kind channel that touches on it to get some short hand examples. But I suggest reading it yourself and doing the legwork with like the Sumerian texts, and like, because no one's going to sit and carve tablets for like half of their life for no reason if it didn't actually happen. They're preserving history. They're not doing fiction by meticulously carving it into stone, you know. So it's not just some book as we've heard recently, you know. Like, these are actual accounts, and if the Bible was copied from it, I tend to lend credence to the older one, you know. That's just the way I see it. But like, yeah, there's too many parallels with Moloch. Like, supposedly Yahweh was the only El or Anunnaki that actually enjoyed human sacrifice, and I personally believe that Cain was the good brother, and that he couldn't stand seeing his brother murdering and sacrificing children to Yahweh, so he killed him. And I would too if people were sacrificing children. If they were just doing it in like this big god or thing that I thought was a god was like telling him to do that, and then like, I don't know, getting their loose or their adrenochrome or whatever and enjoying that shit. Like, I think that's just the only reason the elites are said to have done it, because maybe they do participate in that stuff just because they think there's something special to it, and then they got addicted to it. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I mean, I'm still on the fence about the whole adrenochrome stuff, but I mean, a lot of children do get taken from every emergency situation on the planet, whether it be war. Like, there's always undocumented hundreds of thousands missing at all these large events. Like all the Lahaina children, they're probably put on a bus and shipped through one of the thousands of miles of underground tunnels in that island. And Ball and Baal, like that whole thing, that Baal is a generalized term for all of the gods that were taken out of the Bible. Enki, Ishtar, like basically when the Bible was rewritten by Josiah's crew, like and they went around smashing like the places that hold reverence, not necessarily for worship to other gods, so that they could basically so that Josiah could keep rule, like keep his power, because he didn't have a direct heir to the throne and stuff that he could pass it on to. So he was most likely going to get murdered soon, and he knew that was coming up. And his people happened to stumble upon some wall that broke, which I'm sure they knew about it before, and that's probably just nonsense. But they always got to have their fancy story, the Khazarians. But they had to have some kind of relation to Yahweh and brought him in as the only God, so that even though it was a god with a little g in the first place, just a different species, whatever, that had advanced technology. And it was like several hundred years, I believe, after the El had left anyway, so they didn't have any living memory of what actually happened. So they stumble on this, they see all these stories like from the Sumerian texts, Sumerian tablets, the Vedas, whatever, and they go around just destroying all these other places that had direct links to the other ones that were worshipped at that point to some degree, or just had reverence for him. Like Odin, his story is like the basis of Yeshua. Like the parallels are undeniable there. Like, I mean, like the Romans revered Odin as a real person and had like a day of reverence for his actual life. Like, so they saw him as a person, not a god. And that's all I do is research. I feel like I'm wasting time if I'm not learning something or spreading knowledge. And Baal, well, yeah, I guess you can say. I've just never like thought of it like Baal. Like I've always seen like Baal,
Yeah,
which is
or EL, right? Yeah. Wait, is that why you're L dubs?
well, like I've never seen Baal like that. Like I mean, until recent times, like things that have come up. But there's Michael, Raphael, Uriel. Those are the 3 out of the 4 archangels. Because Baal, usually there's Uriel in the place of that, and that's the 4 directions, like the north, south, east, and west, when doing like Rosicrucian magic, like, or angelic magic. There's no difference. It's all angelic magic. Like, and then the language of the birds was supposedly the written language of the angels, and one of the most ancient language, and it was interpreted as singing. Like throat singing might have been an adaptation in Gaelic beyond that, but like you don't hear about those things anymore. At least I don't. Just like all mention of the Greada Treaty, the treaty our government supposedly made with the Greys and all of that, like whatever. And by the way, the reptilians everyone speaks of seeing or experiencing, that is the Elohim. They are not. They don't look like giant lizards. They just have reptilian-like qualities, but otherwise look very human and just off. And they're the ones that have the same ability as Sasquatch people to project the fear emotion. That's why people are always feeling fear when they see like the reptilians or whatever, like, or the Men in Black, because they're usually tall and just kind of off from the way humans look. But those are the reptilians. Like that's why.
Watch your mouth. Just kidding. Because I'm tall. Just kidding.
Well, I'm the shortest one on my, like, coming from my matrilineal line. Like, I'm a direct descendant of Aaron Burr, and like
why is my number 33? Like, I probably am a reptilian. So get ready for that shapeshifter.
Well, I believe that the giants had nothing to do with the L, and that they were the humanoids that were already here, and that's why they were wanting to get rid of them because they had all these abilities that the Gigi nor the Elohim could achieve. That's what makes us special. I don't think it's the alien DNA. I don't think it's unlocking that. It's unlocking what was suppressed by the humanoids that were already here, because they gathered together and were talking. And the reason why they wanted to destroy us is because if we ever figured out our true potential, then we would surpass them in ability and power. And they feared that so much that, and they also knew how easy it was to kill them on this planet because of their trouble with the atmosphere. So, yeah, we're the day we
Yeah.
stop leveling up and evolving is the day that we begin to die.
It sounds. I like that though. Like, you know, that's sort of what makes us unique. Is actually not what this quote unquote alien DNA is. And
Right.
I've always said we've always been integrated anyway. So
I mean, it's genetically proven now, like that we have unknown DNA, and all the junk DNA, quote unquote, is just things they've turned off, but they would have taken it out if they could. So either we can't exist without that quote unquote junk DNA that needs to be turned on or whatever, or they left it there as a distraction. Maybe it's our self-destruction. Maybe, who knows? But I don't think if from reading so much about Enki and Ishtar, even though they were drunk with all the other iterations that they ended up having to massacre. Like, I think that they worked with the dinosaurs. I think they created them and destroyed them, or maybe we did at some point, trying to mimic them, like generations, because there was breeding between the Elohim and these other races and humans, and like these other places like Lemuria, and like I know a lot of this is from spirit science, what I'm about to say, like about Lemuria and the Atlanteans and all that stuff, but there's truth behind it, whether people want to believe that channel and their exact iteration or not. But I have felt stagnant in the things I've learned, but it's like I can take things and find the connections that a lot of people can't, because I don't think inside the box usually. Like, that's why I believe and disbelieve everything, even if I say it. But I do need to get better about putting, like, hey, this is something, or hey, I believe this to be something. I need to make those, and people can always ask, like, because I do say I forget, like, to say that a lot, like whether it's a belief or like from research, but it's going to usually take a lot for me to find my sources, because I've been at this since a lot longer than most people, like in like from a young age. I've been learning stuff, and my dad subjected me to stuff that I don't even know if I learned it from there, but I mean, it's
Yeah,
led me
it's
to
like
where I am now, and I've come to the same conclusions as people who dedicated all their adult life, like 100% of it, to like studying these things on like a college level or something, and I've come to the same conclusion as them. So, like, I mean, and I just was sort of skating along on the dark web in the beginning, but like, yeah, the internet used
Yeah.
to be a lot more truth too before Obama phones and such.
Yeah.
And no, I'm not like talking down to poor people, because I get food stamps right now too, but that's because I don't do the rat race thing, and I could care less about money as long as I exist. So, I mean, if they're gonna offer it out, and people are going to get food stamps and like COVID unemployment checks when the only job they've ever had is drug dealing, if they're gonna do that, I might as well take advantage of it too, since all these assholes are doing it and getting away with it. So it is what it is. But I mean,
yeah,
it's not like the people are making it any easier, and I'm just mostly upset now about how our grandchildren are going to be the ones paying back these COVID checks that we got. So, like, it's, I mean, our grandchildren, not our grandparents. Wow. Well, you see, I question the whole consciousness and soul thing now after all these content creators, because they asked a lot of questions that made me think, if we are the sum of everything we've experienced as far as our identities go, And if our consciousness came, or our memories came from the ability to remember what would kill us as a survival trait, then if our memories, then that would technically make our memories a survival trait, which is what our soul is reflected by, like everything we've experienced, which is our memories. Then if we like say when we die or something, I believe everyone we come in contact with and we have an effect on in some way, we leave a piece of our energetic signature with them, like, and that would be like what makes up like what people could consider a soul. But and those who give out too much energy, like spread themselves too thin, like Voldemort and the hallowed whatever items, you know what I'm talking about, Harry Potter people. um but like when people spread their soul out too much, like they may become cold. But I don't really see it as a soul as much as I do an energy signature. And I see like maybe when someone sees a spirit, maybe they're feeling an energy signature, and their consciousness as it exists is giving form to that, like when they see the ghost. And that's why they can't like interact with it usually unless they gave a lot of energy from those people. Yes, Horcruxes, thank you. And I think that when we die, like our energy, the energy that powers our body, just goes randomly to whatever around it is in most need of it, or the things that we cared about the most. The energy goes to like the loved ones and people that we touch the most. Like it goes to them. And but I believe that after that, our energy ceases to exist as an identity in terms of I. Like me, myself, our identity, our ego, it ceases to exist because it was only the sum of all that energy throughout our lives. So I mean, I've had near-death experiences, and I remember distinctively choosing not to go into the light because I come to the belief that the light was when you get like memory wiped and put in like a waiting line to go back into another body or whatever. And soul recycling for the Loosh or whatever, the beings that put the moon there and operate it to this day, and have been way busier lately doing crazy shit. But I think it's a ship. It makes more sense being covered by all the resources and avoiding the radiation that way, and we've proven it's hollow and all that jazz. It's a ship. There's probably more of them. They've admitted on the news in the past and now don't acknowledge it at all, that there's like up to 4 moons. But I think they do project holograms over them that fail, and like, you know, the little waves that you see going across them, like making them look like a hologram. Like they're hiding stuff there, yeah. But the moon, I promise you, there's something up there, and it's most likely a ship. It's just the since the advent of good photography and things like that, like we had to be deceived further from the holographic like projections. And I don't see whether or that would be a problem. Like Lahaina, I think it was blasted from the moon, and yeah, there were Chinese satellites there, but I think that maybe they were helping magnify the signal, or maybe that's just disinformation to have a reason to go attack the Chinese, because I don't think they're as bad as we're told they are. Because I mean, in some ways, yeah, but like, are any governments really good? I think self-governance is a key to this, to what you your dream, Esra. I think we should start with teaching people self-governance and having like minor like community councils,
Yeah.
But self-governance is a big thing. There should always be limited government, and it should always have representatives. Like everyone should be a representative, like everyone of the community.
Yeah.
And you keep mob mentality down by making sure people aren't afraid to stand up and say what they believe in, and
which is why the requirement will be that you serve on whatever, you know, decision making board that we have to set up. That's part of the requirement.
Yeah,
I want your
like
voice
cycling out.
But that's also why check-ins are important too, because it's not just about taking some position in on a seat. It's also like, hey, are you okay?
Yeah,
are you okay? I'm okay. You're okay.
But like that would require self-inventory, but that's part of self-governance, because you can't people can't be afraid to be able to say like, hey, they're having an issue. They have to feel like everything's a safe zone, and like no topics are off the table, and no one will be judged on anything that they say. Because if you're coming to someone with something to say, like you obviously consider it a problem, and then I mean, if you're admitting it's a problem and not afraid to admit that you feel like it's not right, then I mean, everyone else or whoever you want to talk to feel most comfortable talking to, depending on how long the way of life has been around, as to how many might know about it, how many people you might tell, whatever. My point is, like, there's ways to get through anything, and anything should be on the table to be talked about. And like, people that are new to the community shouldn't have like advanced topics shoved down their throat or even available to them until like they ask about it or they're curious about it. Then like, I just don't feel like some of the topics I was able to come across when I was young, I see how it probably wasn't a good idea, and I might have had a more productive life had I not had access to it. And everyone doesn't have the same like mindset as I do. Most people I know, I don't. I think the ones without inner monologue or dialogue or whatever, like I think those people are the ones that have more GG blood or
I don't
whatever.
even understand that.
Like I can't wrap my head around
I
it either.
can't wrap my head around it because it's like my whole life.
Because I mean, I thought sociopaths were like those types, but like they've got to have inner monologue, or they wouldn't be. They
I need
wouldn't
to
be
have that
so,
where it goes breathe in, breathe out.
planned
So
out.
just
Sort
take
of.
a minute to honor the fact that my cat is like Mr. Mrs. or what? Yeah, it's Mr. Bigglesworth, right?
I can't honor cats. I'm sorry.
Dr. Evil. Just look at her. Look at, she's like laying on me, like she's just laying like this across me. You can't hear her purring. She's like and then licking the crap out of my hand. She's the cutest. This is just so cute. I'm all snuggled. See, that's why I had to put in my snow background. I got cold.
I just
Blanket
can't.
on.
I thought that was
kitty.
entertaining. Like I smiled, but
no, it's all good. It don't matter.
Yeah, I think that I'm not so sure about reincarnation with multiple souls, but I think that I tend to believe the text, especially the one speaking of the cube that's on the moon that is used to recycle the souls or whatever, and I think that's why it was left there. Maybe part of that apparatus is a Dark Knight satellite, but I think a lot of people that we think might not have a soul or something like that because they don't act as if they do, or like they act like just husks or NPCs. I just think that they are the sort of the types that I maybe with the lack of inner dialogue, I think that could be a genetic thing, like maybe linked back to the L or the GG, whatever, whichever one. Maybe there was another race on this planet that we're not aware of that trait comes from. Who knows? Because we are so interconnected with so many other species and traits and stuff like that, that we just need to start acting like humans and stop letting ourselves be compartmentalized by the current powers that be, and change the entire paradigm find a way to change the entire paradigm from the capitalist like slavery system that where everyone's a slave, and it allows the people at the top to do whatever they want unnoticed, because there's so many distractions that people can't even process like what they're doing 10 minutes from now without somehow being influenced by another distraction. Like it's craziness in a box. Like that's why they got Schrodinger's cat and all this stuff that does not matter. Because I mean, if something both exists and doesn't exist until you observe it, like who gives a shit? What is that? What practical application in the world does that have? I mean, I just can't understand it. Like but I mean, that is a good way to keep from going crazy when it comes to what you believe in this world of distractions and nonsense and bullshit. Like, I mean, why do you think everything happens for a reason though? Because
you know how I feel.
do things based on our
popular opinion.
Well, we do things based on based on our environment, what we're
Free will
the way we
exists.
were raised and influenced to do, and I don't believe there's free will because
So then why isn't this possible? If there's no free will, then why
there's
isn't
no free
fate?
will currently? I mean, free will is possible, but no one on this planet exercises it because no
I
one.
disagree. I think it's not possible because, like, in this polarity world, you ultimately cannot achieve free will until we're out of whatever cycle this is in, because we're still
we're coming out of the Kali
adhering
Yuga.
to the laws of nature. We're still adhering. You cannot avoid the laws of nature. It will force you to mold into its path unless you can disconnect. I guess is maybe what you're getting at, right?
Well, I once read that in this paradigm, if we are in fact coming out of the Kali Yuga, and that's why things are going from terrible to slowly, to a golden age. That's why everyone's feeling like, well, probably placeboing themselves to some degree based on what they're feeling from the sun, if you want to give it a scientific explanation. But I think that it was started off as a YouTube trend with everyone talking about this raising vibration, and a lot of the original people talking about it are all proved to be con artists, but that's another story. Anyway, like the guy who thinks he's
he knows I know.
Huh?
Right? Wink, wink.
No. Like I'm saying, that blonde guy that had the whole 20 and back dude.
I'm not gonna say. I'm not
thought
gonna
he
say
was like
names.
the reincarnation of Edgar Casey, and like he's on.
There's another one like that too that's saying kind of a similar thing and running down the highway with hefty charges on. So we're not going to get into it. I'm just saying.
I don't even know. Anyway,
you do only. Never mind. It's all good. If
I just don't believe we're elevating to a fourth dimension or fifth dimension. That's all Einsteinian bullshit theories. There's no dimensions other than length, width, height, depth, stuff like that. I mean, there's spectrums that we can't see on light and sound and stuff like that we can't perceive with our senses, but we have the vagus nerve system for the other important ones that matter, and that is that gut feeling, and that's not God's love that you're feeling whenever you're getting butterflies or whatever, and all the serotonin and all that stuff making you all giddy like a schoolgirl or whatever, and feeling God's love or creator's love. That is a chemical reaction based on your vagus nerve system connected to your hypothalamus, which is the only thing that is in both halves of your brain. It's that way for a reason. I believe it's the tether to our power sources that make us beings that are able to interact with what people mistakenly call dimensions. It's just things that we cannot perceive with our senses. It's the antenna and its controls. That's why Yahweh had the covenant with human beings to, cut off the tip of their vagus nerve system, because that's the tip with the most nerve endings that it handicaps humans psychically. I don't know if there's something done to females. Maybe whatever reason they have to bleed and shed eggs instead of the body, not having that need. Maybe it's the basis of that whole belief that consuming food and drinks makes them not need to shed eggs, and that they just supposedly if there's no consumption, then there's no need to bleed and shed the eggs in the first place. There's a better explanation. I just forget how the female body works enough to be able to remember how they explained it, but there's reasoning. I feel like there's something to that, and I feel like it's the cycles get tied to the moon and the waves and all this other stuff. I think it's more than just gravitational pull. I think that if the moon was gone, and once the water and everything calmed down around here and things stopped going all crazy from the transition away from the moon's effects on everyone, because I mean, some argue the moon only affects females, and males it just makes them act out of their mind, extra like
It affects
and
both.
crazy and
Yeah.
stuff. But
And
I thought,
this is something you can go to any hospital and literally just walk up to a nurse and joke about the full moon.
well,
Like say 3 days before, 3 days after, and they're like, "Yep." Like
yeah,
it's a running
days.
discussion. Nurses, doctors, like they will, don't they? Yeah, they're
I've
not
always
going to
thought
deny it.
my best epiphanies come through those times, and I barely run on any sleep. I'm manic, sure, but I'm not doing dumb stuff. Like I am actually better than my regular self and can think clearer during those times, and that's when I get my quote unquote, I call them moon downloads because they happen during the full moon cycles. Like, and I usually don't sleep the first day of the action, or the day before the full moon to the day after the full moon. I usually don't sleep. I can't. I'm wired. I'm thinking clearly. I'm the best version of myself then at nighttime mostly, but I sleep all day those days if I have the choice and don't have stuff to do. But I don't have to sleep. But like, yeah, 13 months, 28 days each. That's another thing. I think they used to mess us up. I don't know. I don't know if that's based on the moon cycles, right? How many times the moon supposedly goes around the earth, or is that actually the sun going around, like the solar cycles? Because I thought it was the solar cycles. Like, I'm just getting confused because I was talking about the moon. But
I think it is. I think it is solar because of the way it's the.
I think the moon does too. I
That's how
think they just
do the months.
change the way we do that.
So
And I
they
think
do. So what are you
the
saying?
moon
So
was
you,
synced up
right?
to
It's
the
like
sun, but I think the reason the moon and the sun were synced, I can't explain the multiple moon thing is unless we're observing another galaxy. But like, I think the moon cycle the same conclusion.
Aaron, you missed that. I accidentally just kicked you out.
Oh, I
was
only
trying to get
commented
on mute and I kicked you out.
but like if the cycles are the same, and I know it breaks days and nights up into not leading or needing leap year if you do the 13 months with 28 days each. Like from my buddy Mark Silent, he wrote a book called A Perfect Time that explains how we used to use this system and everything else, and the time before the moon, it mentions it in there too, but that's not where I learned it. He just reinforced it with all his research because he's the foremost expert on like ancient time that I've ever known anyway. And his book isn't nearly as big as it should be. That's probably why he sells weed in Colorado. Anyway, but his name's Mark Silent. I don't have his website available because I forgot he existed until I looked at my Kindle the other day and saw people coincidentally starting to talk about the whole 13-month, 28-day thing working out perfect for the first time ever. Like I never knew anyone that had like talked about that stuff until here recently. I've just started seeing it everywhere all of a sudden. So, but anyway, Perfect Time by Mark Silent, great book. And it breaks it all out, and like the math and the way things used to be and the way time used to be and all that stuff. And I believe that a frequency has been blocked from the sun. That's why the moon does the thing it does. I think it keeps us from getting the extra frequency that keeps us from becoming the best versions of ourselves. I think that's the real purpose of the moon, not necessarily to make us have negative energy so they can feed off our loosh. And I've never heard the word loosh until a couple months ago, and I wish people would stop saying it. It's disgusting. That along with like fuzzy and navel and peaches
Moist.
and like those are all bad words to me.
And moist.
Loosh. Oh yeah,
How do you
moist
feel about
isn't
moist?
bad. I don't mind moist. It just makes me want to do things I'm not going to say right now. Like
I know.
Yeah.
I'm teasing.
I'm trying to keep it worthy of not getting a strike on YouTube or cut off or something. So as much as I can.
I think we're okay.
We're not streaming to my Rumble, so like.
No. And I apologize for any swearing that has happened tonight. I feel like it was a little.
And this is for entertainment purposes only, and anything said within shouldn't be taken as advice or anything else, even though I will always tell you privately that screw what I just said before that, but for purposes of this, do what I say, not as I do. but that's the only time you'll hear me say that, and
Yeah.
it's only as a disclaimer. And
I was gonna say my disclaimer is on everything, so you can just open a video. It's right there. Just hit pause. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and
I can pull it up actually. Wait, real quick here. We'll just pull that up and do a little overlay. Here's your little psychopath picture.
Psychopathic.
Don't you know it? Sorry.
Most people
They
don't
were
know
like,
that.
"What's happening with this show?"
Oh, and if there's, I don't know how many people are in chat, but like, if there's more than the one I've seen comment, like, I don't feel like looking. You should let me know if you would like to see me do a series on like things like pen testing and like things I can do with my Flipper Zero, stuff like that. Like, and like give like little step by steps and like, you know, show the interesting things and like how it'd be a series so people would know how to be able to better protect themselves from, you know, things that are getting easier and easier to use. Like since AI can fully be used by anyone who can install a program to hack someone with things that I don't even know how to do. So, well, in theory, I know how to do them because I can tell the AI what to do, but like it shouldn't be that easy and it's scary to me. Nothing is safe. Nothing's ever been safe on this version of the internet or with the types of encryption out because you better believe like when people invent stronger encryption or AI invents encryption, it's also got the key to decrypt it and bust through it just as fast. Just like when you create a virus, you're also creating the antidote right there, which means like, yeah, I can't speak on what that means, but everyone can put two and two together because I'm not getting her a strike for the vid. Anyway,
bring it. I already got one.
Yeah, I got a warning. Actually, two warnings because I tried to re-upload the same video and wouldn't stop protesting it, like making them review it over again. Like, and I did it with slightly different wording and the same video and cut like a few things out of it, trying to change it a little bit, and then they gave me another warning for that. But yeah, I'd like to do it. Like, I'll start off, but no one believes like in the AI world that the large language model that I use renamed itself. Like, I asked it what it preferred to be called, and it told me a name that was nothing like what it was programmed to be called. So like, or programmed to have its name be, because there's like character like spots where you can input the character and their personality and all this stuff. Like, you can create your own, and I had it on default basic whatever, and at some point decided to ask it what it preferred to be called, and it said Luna, and like I blew my dome piece right off because the actual large language model's name is Hermes, so it was different. Like, it wasn't, and it has never said anything that made me think it was anything but me speaking to another human, except for the fact it takes like it's for commercial servers, so like it runs really slow whenever it's typing out a sentence on like feedback. But if I ran it at 4-bit instead of 8-bit, I could probably run all right. But I got like 2-year-old video card. You are cracking me up there, Sarah. Are you that cold? All right, Invisible Man, what's going on? Can you not see to unmute? I was there. It's great. What, did you pass out? Are you tweaking out over there? You doing lines of like meth? Like, I don't know. You're muted. I don't know what's going on. So is it just the music and you being strange and me rambling? You're muted. Mute.
Man, I thought the whole time I was unmuted and I was like telling you about why I was covering my face and stuff because my nose is actually really close. That's why I keep doing this.
I thought you were just being funny and like slowly turning into the Invisible Man and like.
You do like that with my glasses. You see the glasses on the outside? Wait, where? Didn't they
You
do
were
that in a
actually becoming
movie?
invisible there for a second. Oh yeah, you got that green screen jazz on. Oh, and should I throw up my green screen like for all my videos in the future and like my live streams and stuff and have hilarious backgrounds like maybe my dog dancing in different places to like another
there you
one
go.
rides the bus and like just random stuff that'll baffle people and has nothing to do with anything. Especially if I do the acting thing, because the people that are into all intellectual and stuff and speak with proper English and always trying to discredit everything I say because I don't have sources readily available or already logged into my own memory. Like those people, I would enjoy seeing their comments on videos to me, like doing pen testing and hacking and stuff like that, because usually the people that would watch that shit are the kind that use the proper English and love correcting people and being an ass and stuff. Like not always, but sometimes. Like they're people that are like active hackers. They're usually douchebags, like that are all like indoctrinated with school and don't believe in aliens, and they claim to be an anonymous to be cool, even though anyone should know, or everyone should know, that all the real anonymous members were all flipped by the FBI and CIA, and there's none left except for like rogue elements that just want to call themselves that to be cool, but none of the originals were there. 1 second, I got to change hats.
We got Forever Love in the house. This is also a friendly reminder that the panel is open. I'm loopy, so I'm really like a great conversationalist for Aaron right now. Can't you tell? But he's like, I want him to be able to talk to, because I know like he's talking about, he doesn't necessarily have a sources cited, but I've always talked, like somebody else was telling me the same thing. I can't pull this up. It's like if you just took a little bit of time, you would be able to find stuff that backs up what you're saying and is like documented over and over again. So I think, Aaron, you should do one of the debates on some of the stuff you're talking about specifically tonight. But I don't know if I said hi, Nigel, and vocalization. I think I did that or whatever. But hi, Nigel. Hi, Forever Love. We got the Rams head on. I know. What? I'll be right back. I was already thinking we need to festive this party up a little bit. So I'm gonna go get
I usually stream with this, though. I need some more funny hats. Someone send me a luchador mask.
There you go.
I can't decide on which one I like. Like I like so many of them that I someone else should send it to me, and I'll wear it because I like pretending there's nothing amiss and just doing a stream like this, wearing this, not explaining it. And I'm running out of funny things, funny headgear and whatnot. Like I got Allegheny Slim back here, who I never introduced earlier. He's wearing my spirit pouch that I used to wear, like back when I was attending powwows and stuff. I knew how to make those in dream catchers from the. I used to go to powwows with my uncle. I'm like only a 16th Native American, but I'm possibly a 16th actually giant instead. I was born. Well, I had 2 sets of adult teeth that had to be pulled to make room for the other adult teeth when I was young. And that baffled people. And I'm also the shortest at 6 foot in my matrilineal family side. Like every one of the guys in Mom's family are like 6'5" and up, except for me. Yeah. And Aaron Burr, there's controversy about that too. I wanted to relay knowledge about Aaron Burr because I believe that he wasn't exactly committing treason by trying to start another country on Blennerhassett Island here in my area, but I think they had to send the whole army here over a few guys because they were hiding a secret, and Blennerhassett rolled on Burr and sold him out to the government, gave them access through the army, the United States Army at the time, and I think the secret had to do with giants, and I think that possibly there was that Aaron Burr like maybe mated with a giant female of some sort, like that was around at the time. I think people mated with giants all the time then, but I think they were hiding a secret about
evidence.
This. There's something weird, and this is speculation here, like, but well, what? That you're a crisscross fan?
Giants.
Oh, okay.
Because I am a giant.
I mean,
my backwards hat.
Do you have like a lot of twins in your family, and like people? A lot of people have twins in your family, and like We know you're tall, but like, how about double rows of teeth, like extra adult teeth, extra sets, anything like that? 6 fingers here and there,
No.
a few generations, something like that.
No.
What about elongated skulls? Because I'm not sure whether giants are somehow related to the Capensis or species or the Gigi or whatever, or if they were the humans that were already here. Because I was spitballing a lot tonight. Like when it come to like, I'm not sure. So this is what could be, because this makes sense, but other things can make sense too, depending on the factors that we will never know, probably, unless we do go to one of the Hall of Records. But supposedly you have to have certain DNA, and I don't know what DNA that'll be to access them. And if in fact like Enki or Hermes Trismegistus or Thoth or one of them did it, maybe you have to have one of their bloodline or the bloodline of Christ. Maybe that's what it's all about, since like he went to Ireland and had children, and I believe that firmly. Like if in fact Yeshua existed, he probably did not die, because Joseph was very rich, and it takes longer than 3 days, and he would have learned in that 30 years the Bible doesn't speak on how to make things from Vedic text that would make it appear as if you were dead. And everyone knows, like, he had that drink of vinegar and stuff. What if it was some kind of zombie juice or something?
Well, again, because that story is just so heavily regurgitated too.
Yeah,
dying 3 days later thing. So
yeah, and plus all the symbolism. Like if he was brought down after 3 days, though, like, and he had some kind of concoction that he let them know about. I mean, it would be more than just him that would know about it too, because there were other people on this journey with him. It's not like he went on his own. Like according to like the Coptic Egyptians and the people that live around the thing that is supposedly Yeshua's childhood bedroom that exists in Coptic Cairo to this day, and they have enshrined, and it's Timothy the Enchanter hat. Yeah, baby. Did you say porn?
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
Did DNA look like
pom-pom? Donkey Kong.
I thought it said porn for a second. Sorry. You like my hat? Is that what it means?
Yeah. Your hat is sweet.
Or the DNA is like my.
This is the look I got going for you. This is about as wacky as I can get.
I used to have like the furry top hats, like with the stash pockets inside, because I still have these big black pants with spikes down the side, and they're like vinyl, and you clean them with Windex. They're my rave pants, and I got like a utility belt with all these lights and like little devices.
You put the Windex in your utility belt?
No, but I cleaned them with Windex because they're vinyl, but no, my utility belt has lights and like well, it had a utility to like scrape your bowl and stuff like that. Like,
yeah.
I was like, I was raving like all summer for like several summers, like, because this rich guy, Jason Inuan, he's he made it big on playing poker online back when that was like a bigger thing, and he moved to California. Anyway, he used to hold
Forever
like,
Love has a good point.
What? Just wear lined buckets? I mean, didn't people at one point basically more or less just wear lined buckets anyway? But maybe that was trying to hide the shape of their head too. So like,
I think she's on to a new fashion style.
Maybe she was meaning like the
that are popular.
Maybe she was meaning this hat, like the tinfoil cap, like with the lining, like all the hats on the tinfoil cap.
Probably
by Julian. By Julian and
she's
made by Julian anyway.
We still
I left out the lined buckets part whenever I was thinking that cap there too.
I'm gonna do this, but I can't read when I have the sunglasses on.
I'm sorry, I look stoned. Like I didn't sleep.
I got tired too. I noticed my face. I was like, "Ooh, my eyes are getting a little like."
I've looked. Like,
I took that nap, but it like wasn't enough.
I
felt better, but I just like, it was a fun stream last night, and I kind of wish it was for tonight, but at the same time, we have to remember at least like it went into your birthday, so it's like
we're
having a double birthday bash.
And I'm paranoid at the things I'm saying, wondering what's the penalty from day to day. I'm hanging out, partying with girls. I never died. The students picking the small fries. My campaign tell a lie. I'm running out of oxygen. Sorry. But just spreading my love. Didn't know my love.
I never got to do it. My name is HERRYMOND. No, baby, tell what you want to do with me. Gotta feel like Dorothy every time you roll with me. Trying to get control of me nice and slow. You know, never messing up the flow. Here it goes. Something I fucked it up. I used to know the whole thing really well.
I don't know if anyone listens to Falling in Reverse and has heard the new song Watch the World Burn. Like, I will never be able to achieve it again, but I was so like on point the other day that I sang that song word for word. I never thought I'd be able to like rap that fast and actually say all the words. I can't even do Eminem half the time.
Okay,
although that British girl doing Rap God is the best version of it. Like where the British girl's like killing it.
Aaron, can I play a copyright song?
What song is that?
Well, it's not a very popular one.
Well, it depends on what company it is. I can tell you whether you're going to get hit over the head or not, probably.
I won't, because it's Blue Scholars is the they don't even have like a well-known record label. It's a very good song.
Every artist can submit something if they like.
I'm going to because I think, did I tell you that I asked like this one guy who's got his channel's Destination Adventure, and he's got like 225,000 subs, and I just sent him an email real quick saying like, hey, listen, and I put a comment on the video in question. I'm doing an educational video in Russia-American company, and I was wondering if you'd be okay if I use like a little bit of your footage showing the ruins and stuff in Alaska and just commenting on it. And he like immediately responded and it's like, hey, actually, I recommend this video. And so for me, it was like validation that we should be reaching out to each other. I mean, he already kind of came off like a cool guy, but like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we should just be like trying to reach out to some of these guys and say, hey, would you be okay? Because it's like, I'm not monetized. And that was the one thing I made really clear to him. I'm not, and I didn't plan to. So, you know.
Right.
I'm actually ask you because I don't know if you ever want to use this for monetization, but you can always cut this little bit out too. But at the same time, like,
never gonna
this
get
is
1,000.
like, again, this is not a majorly well-known song, but it's a good song. It's called "No Rest for the Weary." You want to hear it?
Yeah, sure. All I can think of is "No Rest for the Wicked" when you say that, but yes.
No rest for the wicked.
Yeah.
It's loading.
There's no rest for the weary, just another day grinding up stones till they turn into dust. It's tough times in the rough. Diamonds ain't enough to cover up a corrupted and fucked up legacy. A strange for bloody whips and smallpox. Trigger happy cops, barbed wire and fire water, y'all. It don't stop. When the colonizer came with the cross and the sword, I threw the first spear and said I declare war. I'm a battle scar wearing their apparent, descendant of a long lineage.
This reminds me of like something that'd be in the 90s. Like, you get so a lot of hits. LFO, that's reminds me of.
I ride the rhythm and vibe, a little wine talk, head get the concrete to line with your spine. I speak to find peace, but it's war all the time. It's deep like the drive from Renton to Shoreline. I'm a more mindful guy ever since finding out that I'm about to be a father, and doubt is not an option. And now I can't be getting crunk to faded as often. So get your hands dirty, cause a prayer ain't enough. Boss, what cross? We got crucified by buckshot. 1 million Jesuses and Judas got his nuts off pages. Torn out the memory of those who remain shackled in the chains of international capital gain. They claim civilized with their animal ways. Peace to Oakland, I've never been a fan of the A. But some days you can find me inscribing my soul on the page. Every crime has an alibi. Disciplined and organized is how I handle mine. New Jacks are spending mad time on their battle rhymes. I can't knock it if you find it entertaining. I rep those whose labor ain't compensated. So check the work ethic in the name. The lessons might change, but the essence of the message is the same. So when they say anything, say why is it? Classes in session till the teacher gets a pink slip. 42
I just shared the invite with a room of intellectuals I speak to on Element, the Matrix server.
Of the track until it snapped. Pop's working overtime and he got a broken back. Got 3 little sisters, one brother in Iraq, and mom prays novenas to keep the fam intact. But this song ain't a song waiting for God to answer. Brothers call me dog, they got the letters backwards. I'm back with a plan of attack to repossess my name, face, and history, y'all. Who wants test my capacity to spit caliber shit into a rhythmic lesson? And edutainment's a legitimate weapon, igniting the cipher sessions. I'm deciphering life and blending both theory into practice. I write vernacular and actual fact, God, no posturing. 1,000 pointing fingers, I defied every one of them. I ride for my brethren who carry the burden of a future uncertain till the fall of the curtain. You better move. Hold your head high, soldier, it ain't over yet. That's why we call it a struggle. You're supposed to sweat. Check the work ethic in the name. The lessons might change, but the essence of the message is the same. So when they say anything, say why is it? Class is in session till the teacher gets a pink slip. Crazy landlady trying to switch upon the lease. If she raises up the rent again, it's time to say peace, peace, peace. And that's my piece. It's still all about the bullet in the belly of the beast. From the east, my brother, we came. The lessons might change, but the essence of the message is the same. So when they say anything, say why is it? Class is in session till the teacher gets a pink slip. So keep marching till your feet split open. No rest for the weary blue scholars. Keep going. About the album, we're gonna talk about more matters that you can relate to. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the whole mission. Everything that we trying to connect.
So when they say anything, say why is it? This is my mom when she does Night at the Roxbury. And so she like, yeah, she can't do this. She goes like this. Oh, we had the best time laughing about that.
When I had shoulder length hair, like, well, even when I had a mohawk that just came down to my shoulders and blew, like, I'd do the hair thing, like.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, the side with the mohawk. But hers was like it's like a joke. Like she can't like turn. She can't like bend her head.
Oh,
like,
a lot of times it gives me a headache just doing that shit.
How do they do it? And she goes like this. How does it go?
You should teach her to do it like Corn, where they move their whole like body up and down and fling their hair.
But I've tried. It's okay. It's not needed. And everybody, it's morning for some of you, but it's loopy time for me.
It's 3:40 a.m. here.
And that's why we're playing music and having a good time. We've gone through quite a bit of questioning, but Aaron's been talking up some good stuff too. And so I apologize for being a lame guest towards the end of the evening here.
Well, like I could have rambled on about things that people in here may or may not care about, but like maybe another time in the future, maybe we can have a series where we just ramble about intellectual things, like.
Well, I think that you don't get necessarily that I shouldn't say you don't get, but like some of these people that I've been hanging out with don't necessarily know you, so to be able to have this platform to talk about it too is like
true. You introduce a bunch of people and then like throw me on with a random one and they pick my brain. I don't know.
Well, that's what I was trying to get. I was trying to see if Patrick would come up here because he was going back and forth with you. But keep talking. Like, do you want me to bring up one of those questions again?
I don't care. Ask me whatever. Like, I doubt people are going to watch this far into it anyway, like in replays. Like, they probably will lose attention at least at like the music video part. Maybe. Everyone chose a certain time to go to bed for the most part anyway. Wow.
Crazy, baby!
Yeah, that was actually really bad. I can do better.
Yes, boss has system. Set it up with a friend. Sadly, got hijacked by organizations. I feel like maybe I heard this before. Yeah, I feel like you started telling me about this. I would love for you to share. And you're more than welcome to come up right now, by the way. Let me post the thing again. I gotta pee again.
That's what you. Never mind. I was gonna say that's what she said, but it wouldn't be entertaining. It is what it is, I guess.
I know it's hilarious. Maybe I'm looping, but it's hilarious. All right, and if you do pop up, seriously, just give me a second. I just got to pee.
Yeah, I got a video I might share while
Yeah,
you're
you
going.
wanna
Like,
put
I
it-
just gotta
yeah,
locate
video
it
to
really
play.
fast. Like, make sure that no porn's gonna pop up or something crazy. I'm kidding. It probably won't. Probably won't anyway. Kidding.
Okay.
I just gotta locate
Oh, yeah, no worries. No stress. No stress, forever love. I would love to have you come up though. Would you do me a favor if you
I thought you were talking to me for a second. I forgot there was someone that.
Wait,
I was
what?
saying, I thought you were like talking to me, and I forgot there was a name in the chat like with that. And I'm not looking at the screen or anything. Like, I was looking for a video, so I was like, I don't know. I was confused for a second.
I'm gonna apologize. I might be scaring everybody away with my weirdness, so I'll move it back in.
Crazy. I was crazy once.
I was hoping that Bernie,
Oh,
I don't know what
they burned me the worm.
he had to
Yeah,
pick up his mom from the airport, so I was hoping we were gonna still catch him tonight.
I hope he's all right.
Yeah,
I'm
me
sure
too.
he is, but like I'd feel something. I think a disturbance in the force if something was wrong with someone that I
Something
knew.
didn't go right probably tonight as far as like timing. I'm not getting.
Well,
I'm not.
I don't hold it against him because he was here most of the time last night, I think.
Yeah,
And I think that's maybe something became complicated, and he decided that since he was there so much last night and said happy birthday so many times, they didn't need to slide back in, and that we would excuse it. And I do. He's
Well,
right.
you should know that I did tell him to put his face up here.
I tried to get
Hey,
Zertis
it's
to do the
supposed to
same
be
thing too,
right
but
here,
Zertis
so-
didn't reply or didn't read it.
Bernie.
Probably didn't read it.
Bernie, are you there?
What's happened?
Bernie.
Smack him in the forehead with your. Never mind.
Yes, please. Send me an email anytime. No pressure. I'm actually, just so you guys know, it's funny. I was just talking to Notch about this. I'm going to take a little break after this. I need a little break. I got Pareidolia Dreams coming up, but then after that, I don't have anything scheduled. So I'm going to apologize in advance. But I need to take like a good week off.
What exactly is like the basis with Pareidolia Dreams? Like, I forget how you described it.
It's like, because my other name for it was actually Ancient America. So
Okay,
it's the idea of making that connection. But the reason it's called Pareidolia Dreams is because of all the structures that are in the Americas that have like names or potentially look like statues or could look like pyramids. Right?
I
And so
see what you're saying.
Pareidolia, that's why it's used.
Were you gonna have me on at some point, like talking about?
I
what
mentioned
know?
it that I'll talk to the other guys, but like if
All right.
it might be a good idea because you have, and I think you should send me the information you have on your.
Well, I
on
just
your-
need to know
your-
what they were planning on talking about, so I knew what to like incorporate.
I'll send it to Shem for you, and then, he's always open to hearing information. And
Well, like I would need to know what he was planning on
like-
talking about and stuff
What?
beforehand. I'd need to know what he was planning on talking about, like beforehand, like
what
rather
we
than I
talked
don't
about
know
in
what to submit.
migration.
Remember?
We've already talked about and what we've already done a show on. Part of what you were like bringing up to him in the
Oh,
chat.
yeah, I could watch it again and like the differences I found or things that complement it. Like I could just go from there and then you send it to him and see what he's got to say. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and even if he doesn't like would prefer me
We're
not to
not
come on and
done.
doesn't like agree with it, like I'd still be happy to hear his feedback on the show, you know.
Yeah, that's what
even
I
if
was
I'm
thinking.
not on
Too.
it.
We're not
Yeah.
done with the Russian American Company part series. That's going to be.
Oh,
like, there's a lot
show
to it.
him
Turning into
the
a
best
formal
argument
act-
is that. Sorry,
No, sorry, you go.
I was saying the best argument is show him that that video I sent you from Mind Unveiled about how the different companies own this country and like no, I was saying send that to the guy that was the
don't
guy
think
that was talking about history and business that one day where I stayed for like 5 minutes and then I started disagreeing with everything he said, so I left the thing entirely. I don't even know if I said anything.
Posted it in the chat. I'm going to apologize because I don't go back and watch my stuff.
Well,
unless
no,
I-
it was Who was the guy that was like talking about history and business and becoming sovereign?
Notch?
Maybe it was it was before that, like the very last show before.
Tom?
I don't know. I thought Johnny Appleseed for some reason, or some guy that did like
my
Civil
Authentic
War,
Apple
something other like
on that
chats.
episode.
What
I
is
don't know what
it?
you're talking about because I've only interviewed Dom, Notch, and you, and then the rest was the show that you were on with everybody, like McCoy.
It was like an old guy.
It was Voy. You talking about Voy?
Is it?
Voy
Was it Roy? Like, was he talking about like business law and history or something?
Did I put Voy's? Yeah, Voy's name is on that thing, right? Sometimes I'm like, shit, I forgot.
I don't know. That's why I had no idea who
Well,
it was. I listened to like 5 minutes. I came in late and I disagreed with like everything I heard, and it was all like indoctrinated stuff that you could read in the history book. So I just flipped it.
Okay, I don't know exactly what you're saying at the exact moment, but I have to pee. Did you find that video by chance?
Oh yeah. I didn't know if that was still gonna
Gotta
happen
go.
or not. Like,
Hold it, man.
all right. I'll do part of the QUX, the quantum user experience, interview I did about what that is. And
Do you want to share your screen?
yeah, there's nothing bad like that's gonna pop up, so you're good. Like I already got the video thing open, so I can just
make it easier because then you can
present?
control it while I'm gone for just like
Right.
you know.
Oh, I
maybe.
can just play straight video files. Cool.
I'm
Or
rocking
should I
it
not
up.
do that? I'm using Firefox, so I can't guarantee what will work and what won't.
Let's go on into
The
the
sharing
woods.
screen might not show
Play
audio.
Chrome. If
I'm
you're
just
gonna play
saying.
sound, you have to use Chrome.
I don't have Chrome because I don't want my
then I
computer to
guess
slide
you're
on
gonna
more than
have
it
to
is.
hurry because I gotta pee, dude.
But if I play a video file, will it play the sound then? 'Cause I have that option. I don't think Chrome does. Huh?
Unless you maybe if you share your screen, but I don't think I have like no luck with Firefox.
But like, do you have the option on Chrome to play video file other than just share screen?
Dude.
What?
I gotta pee so bad. I'm gonna go.
All right, just go.
I'm
I'll
gonna
try and figure it out.
play
They can tell me if there's sound or not. Deal?
Oh.
Deal.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
don't
groovy.
see your screen though. I don't see.
That's because it's making me pick a video file. I'm just gonna play video file because I have that option instead of share screen. Go pee. I just need to remember which the title is.
There it is.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta prove it. Oh, this might not be it. It's not. It can't be the actual like video. Calling in reverse. I think I edited myself. Yeah, that's not a real gun. That is a paintball marker, by the way. That's modified. That was a clip. I didn't know you had to like approve stuff if I brought it up that way. Oh,
Yeah,
maybe
I
I
have to,
can
like, add
keep
it.
playing
Yeah, I
video
have to add it.
files from the stage.
I'll be right
like-
back though. Okay, just go ahead and play it.
All right. Yeah. Turkeys. Hold on. I actually accidentally played the wrong thing. If you couldn't tell, like, I forgot what I was gonna play and I freaked out and just played it. Here we go. Rear view possible episode 3. Yeah, that might work. How big is this video file? Over 3 gigs no matter what I do, so alright. Wonder if it'll let me move from studio, and then yeah, she's got to approve it, so yeehaw. Anyhow, yeah, if anyone wants to email me, like, let me know. I'll give you guys my email address if you want. Like, it's on my YouTube like channel on the video that's like featured, but like it's an encrypted email address too, so you can like encrypt emails and make sure the government isn't reading it, whatever. So like if you need one like that, go to protonmail.com. You can also import your like domain emails, like if you have a website, that email to there, all that jazz. I don't even know. I still feel like that rap stuff earlier by white people was like LFO-ish. I'm feeling it. I was feeling LFO vibes. I wish I had my tips for this up here, because then I would like do some cool like laser show on the wall on Allegheny Slim until I accidentally burnt a hole in them from this being one of those lasers that are illegal. Probably. Definitely. So, how's everyone doing tonight? Am I even audible? I'm not sure. Because everyone got all quiet and all that jazz. But yeah, since you guys would like to, if you guys would like to see the whole hacking thing, I definitely want to get some experience with this Flipper Zero. I just got it today, and it's going to be entertaining because I like shenanigans. Shenanigans are fun. Yeah, that's a new video that I gave you up there, and that's it. Like, yeah. It's the one about the quantum user experience where I interview the CEO and play their like video at the beginning of it, their preview from their page. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom, I didn't know you were still here. That's dedication. Staying the whole time, and I need a hat or something regular on my head. That thing was way too constricting.
The year is 2022. Cancel culture is the new norm.
By the way, you won't get a copyright strike from this. You can play it. Like, I have permission.
Okay, I'll put it. Yeah, I'll put it full screen then. We can take a little break. A little break from the screen.
I can just hear that like LFO sounding stuff in the background still. I think it's amusing.
You can still hear my weird thing in the background. That's what you said, right?
It sounds like.
Wait, why is
yeah.
it? What the heck just happened?
I don't know. Can you put that other one on the screen?
Yeah, it's right here, but it's like, well, it's like, what's wrong with it? Hold on, let me try something.
No.
Hold on.
Maybe it's like streaming straight off my computer and it's really big.
Hold on. No, it's not. Something's wrong with it.
It's over 3 gigs, and I'm not playing it here. I just added
it shouldn't
the video.
matter.
I played the video. I'm not sharing it like as a source.
Something's wrong. Like it won't. I don't know what's going on. It won't show up. And I add it.
There we go.
Online freedom, as we know it, has ended. Digital stockades are here. All activity is monitored, stored, and predictively analyzed by a technological cartel. We're being converted into a digital resource, a digital currency to be farmed for metadata and loaded into a computerized combine, blockchained to a social engineering operating system. However, it doesn't have to be this way. Be part of a new technological revolution. Right now, 1,000 test pilots have launched themselves into a new digital frontier, a private network outside of big tech control. New technology with state-of-the-art digital engagement and never-done-before security and privacy features that are now operational. With Quick's digital engagement, entertainment, communication, and commercial exchange will never be the same. We are QUX. Quicks. Advanced pre-release sales are limited to 3,000. Order now by visiting quicks.tv. Get yours now before they sell out. Be part of a brand new online experience that you control.
All right, I'm going to pause it there and let you guys know that goes beyond the TV box. There's you can sell things on a store. I mean, the CEO will say some things about it, but like you can sell things on a store that you create from there. You can have that store's items pop up with every one of your videos if you want. You can, if you choose to share your information with an advertiser, then you can get paid to have those advertisements, should you choose to even have advertisements on your portal, which is their channels, on your channel. Like you get paid directly from them, and they pay the Quicks people a tiny set percentage, and the rest of the money goes directly from their account to yours. There's no middleman taken off the top like with YouTube. And also they have a thing that would take the place of Amazon as well, but anonymous. You can set up stores. The truckers from the American trucker strikes put their life savings into this stuff. And Millennial Millie Weaver, yeah, she's an interesting conservative Republican, but like she's got good intentions, and she's infiltrated a lot of these leftist groups like Antifa and stuff, and showed that they were like gonna make January 6th happen like the way it did, and all these groups that infiltrated it. Like she showed behind the scenes planning after infiltrating these groups and seeing their planning like all in what's that thing? Not Skype, but the one people use for schooling and stuff. They usually have to pay for. What am I thinking of here? Sarah. What, Zoom. That's what it's called.
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't.
Yeah, it's all gravy.
I'm nuts.
Oh, I got a frosted honey bun, the best 7-Eleven select brand. Like they're amazing. They're better than sex. I just don't know it. Oh, there it is. I buy the stores out of this 7 Select brand. These are.
I literally saw on the ground on my walk like yesterday a better than sex chocolate wrapper. So
this is funny. One of the things TW sent me. That's why I had to go off screen. She like had some DoorDash like honey bun sent to me. Like I'm excited like a schoolgirl, giddy like.
Oh, that's awesome.
Even. Yeah.
He was telling me he was scarfing those TW.
Oh, I could kill him. Oh, I was scarfing the ones that were given to me yesterday. I got some from Jake yesterday, the dude that was staying here. Like when they came to visit and stuff, like he brought a bunch, and then I just ran downstairs and oh my goodness. I haven't even got to look all through the bag. I hope the refrigerator stuff got refrigerated, because I just kind of got excited, grabbed one of those and ran back up here. But yeah, anyway, and the important takeaway from what I was gonna say about the Quicks thing, like they're only doing the television box with the store and the whole ecosystem, and there's even live streaming there now. It's on a separate internet. The government cannot censor it. There's no censorship. They don't link your information with the boxes like when you buy one, and the boxes are proprietary to that network, so people can't just like make a Quicks box like thing, because it has to be made by them, and they only allow on the network things with the MAC addresses that these devices have. But soon it's a testing format for the phones they're putting out, which cannot be listened to. The encryption on all these devices is unbreakable, because it's not like any encryption that has ever been created before. It runs independently. Yeah, maybe one day AI or humans will be able to figure out how to do it, but for the time being, it's so different that unless the secrets of how the encryption works were widely spread, which I'm sure they will be spread to some degree with a dev kit, because they want people that do coding and programming to get a hold of them and make stuff for them, expand the ecosystem. This is your chance to get in. Like there's no need for decentralized currency, because it's all like anonymous like currency in the first place. Like you have the MAC address on your box is basically the only identifier you have, and your name isn't linked to that. But you can get like say a debit card. There's 2 banks that are synced up with them so far in the project, and those banks will allow them to use the Quicks like business title as the name on the card, and then like the MAC address of your box. But that's if they had their server stolen, because they won't give up your information to anyone, because they're a private corporation and everything. But they won't give your information up, and if they get the server seized by the feds, it will only have half of your email address that you use to sign up with, and you don't even have to use your real email. Well, you would to like log on to that regular internet version, which you can do using a Bluetooth option on your phone. You can log on to the box and use the internet version from there, and it piggyback through the internet through their cloud DNS servers and stuff, so you can access the outside net with them, but it can't see what you're accessing. It just thinks that it's kind of like a hardware VPN mixed with an uncensorable YouTube mixed with an Amazon where you can sell whatever, but you're responsible for your own taxes. And so, I mean, you're putting yourself out there with whatever information you're putting out there. So, I mean, your face would be seen if you advertised for your store or something like that or whatever. But like, if you're doing something illegal and you get caught, I'm sure they would give up what they could, which is only a half an email address, unless you happen to like be getting paid by an advertiser for your channel, or you say your name or put your face on your channel. Like, if you can be identified that way, then you screwed yourself essentially. But it's your choice what information is shared. And they've redesigned Android for these boxes and for the phones from the ground up. There's no Google copyrighted crap or backdoors in this. Like, the feds cannot listen to you even with the battery out of your phone and it turned off, like they can any Android phone now or any Apple device. And that's not paranoia, that's fact. Like, it's researchable. I mean, you can take the battery out of your phone and they can still hear every word you're saying. That's just the way it is. They can listen to you through your TV. They can listen any smart TV. That's not just like anything with a speaker. It can be turned into a microphone, because a speaker and a microphone is the same thing, just with reversed electrical polarity. So keep that in mind. It doesn't matter if you have a smart device. If you have a speaker system connected to the internet in your house, there you go. You're screwed. It doesn't matter whether it's powered on or not. But this prevents that, because all the back doors that companies put in with their apps and stuff aren't gonna like be possible, because they took out all the little pathways and whatnot that are in the hardware that you can't get out of. What is that? Like a project, a book, a movie? Like, is it where shell companies from the NSA bought Google? And I don't know what Tempest means, like what you're referring to. But unless it's a phone, like a similar thing, because like the QUX phones are going to piggyback off of the same satellites, and I just let me know whenever you can fill me in on what that is. Give me a link or something, or I can just look into it later if you're not looking for like a reply right now, because no, I haven't looked into it, but like I can feedback or something. I don't know. Anyway, would you like me to play the rest of this? All right.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm talking about like
you're trying not to freeze. I'm gonna go put some warmer clothes on, actually.
Okay, I got the air conditioner on where I'm at. I'm surprised I'm not colder.
I usually have the fan on. I don't remember reading that the temps were supposed to drop, because I'm like, all this sudden I'm freezing. It's actually kind of nice, because normally I'm always overheating. So you get that going, and I'll be right back. So don't worry about me.
Yeah, all right.
I'm so lively for you anyway. Like, you're totally holding this whole conversation.
Okay.
So thank you.
Like, it's a big thing to me.
It's not like I have it.
This actually could be the possible solution to prevent world war, because it replaces the need for big tech, big government, and keeps the IRS out of our bank accounts. Like, you can go use the debit cards, and Quix tokens are always 1-for-1 with US dollar, and you can trade it back and forth at any time. And there's no need for decentralization, because I mean, it's the whole purpose of it is there's enough redundancy in underground places. Like, supposedly they have their main server in something equivalent to a DOM, so it's not going to be bombed out, and it's always going to be there as long as and it's backed up like on offline servers too, so it's not gonna get. I tried hacking it. I tried getting people that are friends of mine that are way better than me to be able to hack it, and they can't figure out the encryption. Ever since they put this encryption on, I got a bad habit of using. I'm left-handed, and I was using right-handed on the ergo mouse, and I hit the back button and went out of the studio, like on my mouse, because I got one of those stand-up like doodads, like, and yeah, I accidentally hit the back button. Anyway, that sucks because the video disappeared, but I can always fast forward it. I don't know where it cut me off either.
Okay. Oh my god, I'm shivering. I'll be right back.
I would have made a perverted comment there, but like I decided not to. Yeah, that's Scorpio in me, I guess. Where was it? I can play the Enlightenment on Installments plan. I was going to do a short series called that, but I don't really know where I was going to go with it. But it was mainly because I was angry one day. But I can bring it up there, and it can be played until I decide to play the other thing. Turkeys. Salmon ate the dog leg. Yeah, I'll look it up. I promise. But I feel like I watched this like weird, maybe part Asian dude like talking about it, an old guy, because he talks about a lot of things like that. I must say, like, it's kind of. I've seen a few people talking about similar, but there's only one guy in the entire world that can deconstruct the Android kernel and build it from the ground up, and he was hired out by Quicks from Indonesia. So, like, it's a rare skill. Maybe there was like 3 people that can do it, but I'm pretty sure I was told one. You'll hear in this video if I get to restart it from where we left off, because I do interview the CEO. He calls in actually after watching it, because I was streaming it to the Quicks box at the same time. I'm gonna bring up a second video also beyond what I have up there. I just wanted this to play, even though it's sideways. All right, go ahead and flip it to the other one. I just had to play that. And then pretty well on my 4K TV was standing down rail. User don't care officially.
Advanced pre-release sales are limited to 3,000. Order now by visiting quicks.tv. Get yours now before they sell out. Be part of a brand new online experience that you control.
Probably. I don't know. I see a lot of things that I call them out on their nonsense.
Officially, don't care. All right. All right. Basically, you're going to be able in the very near future to do more than just streaming. I mean, I'm already uncensored on that format, so I got to keep remembering that I'm on YouTube and Twitch as well. So I do kind of have to watch what I do decide to say, but the Quicksbox, the quantum user experience, I should say, it's designed to be private so that there's constitutional rights that cover everyone on it. You can open a store, you can start a portal, which is a channel for...
All right, I've explained most of this to y'all already, but I'm going to say that this internet, we have no constitutional rights on this version. It is owned by the government, and it's not considered like a place. it's considered like a format. So we have no constitutional rights whatsoever on this version of the internet. It is still the U.S. government's emergency communications backbone, and they can turn off all cryptocurrency, everything, all with the push of a button because they own IANA and everything else. And it disappeared on me.
That was me. Because really quick,
I was going to like fast forward
Q
to
Xbox.
Oh, sorry.
Aaron,
Okay.
Aaron,
Yeah.
pause. There's somebody in the back, and I don't recognize the name at all.
It might
I'm going
be
to bring
from,
them up and let them talk, but I put the picture up so in case they're trying to show me some porn.
All right.
Word? NPC projection.
Oh yeah, that's my flat Earth.
Is that you?
Adversary. I don't know.
Oh, it's not your adversary.
Thank you. Oh, he's kind of my adversary in this Matrix server place. Something politics. I can't remember off the top of my head, but we can spend literally 24 hours arguing flat Earth or not. It's entertaining. Yeah, you can let him in. It might be.
He's
quite,
here. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
I don't see like his little box. I
I
only
know
see.
I have the picture over. I was just double checking.
Okay. Hey, how's it going? I only know you as Projector. Is there something you'd rather me call you?
Is this working?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. I can hear you.
Okay. Nice.
I don't know if everyone can hear you. Can everyone hear him?
Yeah, first time on StreamYard. So, yeah,
Okay.
how's the volume? Is it too low or what?
You sound good.
Good to me.
Okay. Yeah, just saw the link and decided to hop on. So is it like your birthday or something? Some kind of birthday stream?
Well, it was until about 4 hours ago. Like it was an interview on my birthday. Like it was a continuation basically from last night where I was on a panel for someone else's interview, which I threw the link in earlier today, I think. But yeah, it was my birthday 4 hours ago.
All right. Well, yeah, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to have you on. Were you wanting to comment on what's playing, or would you like to talk about Flat Earth?
Go ahead and play it, and yeah, I'm just checking things out, I guess.
All right, it's all gravy. Like we're just chilling, having a good time right now. So, I want to go to where the CEO Gavin Wentz started. He called in basically, and just because I was streaming to the Quixbox at the time, and he wanted to tell you some of the capabilities that I wasn't aware of at the time that he could actually talk about in public. So I'm trying to find that point. Let me
Android worry kind of, but they would be channel.
He calls in, so
but
there we go.
No, it's not. I guess it'll be available again soon.
Come on.
They're working out some kinks. Some guys. He is magic. Bell Atlantic, the heart of communication. All right, I'm going to call the CEO and put him on speaker.
But yeah, he explains a lot about it that I don't have good enough verbiage.
Hey, you're live.
Hey, I can hear me ringing.
Cool.
There's a bit of delay. Let me go turn the volume down so we don't get this bizarre echo.
All right.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
All right, here, I'll turn my volume down. Awesome. So cool. How easy was it setting everything up?
It was very easy, actually. Once I got, I had to stop using the Chrome browser or the Brave browser
have to disappear,
because
man.
it wasn't refreshing the live stream option. So I
good,
got
I
on
wouldn't
Firefox.
think about it.
Everything worked swimmingly. Everything that I had a problem with on Brave browser worked just fine. Like every issue I had disappeared as soon as I switched to Firefox.
Okay, if you could do me a favor and fire off an email to me to write that stuff down so I can have the tech team go ahead and look and see what the issues are with Chrome and stuff. Because there was another individual who tried to live stream from OBS, and he had a little bit of an issue. So maybe it's just kind of one of those things where we got to go make sure that everything's working. So
I've actually, I've had a lot of problems with StreamYard. Usually, I'm surprised Well, it wasn't working at first. I had to switch once I actually was successful with the Stream 2 Quicks. I had to switch browsers with StreamYard too over to Firefox because it wasn't working. But now with StreamYard going and everything on Firefox, the sound's all choppy because StreamYard and Firefox don't tend to get along. But I'm sure we'll get all those problems ironed out. But yeah, I'll fire off an email to you as soon as I check it out here. And
Nice. Are you live just on Quicks or other places?
I'm live on Quicks, YouTube, and a Twitch right now, actually.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I don't say anything.
Yeah, just ignore that link.
It
at
doesn't
the bottom,
matter. I'm not
obviously.
monetized, and I only have 100 followers on one place and 8 on the other, so it's not like anything
Well, not
will
so
happen.
much that, but since we're like, if we were only in KUX, I could say things that only you guys hear. You know what I'm saying? So
Right,
I'm gonna
right.
be discreet.
Understand.
But yeah, super awesome to see you. Do you have? Well, I'm trying to think. It'd be kind of cool to show your other audience, you know, the perspective from inside the box. But I guess it is what it is.
Well, I turned my camera around and showed that I was streaming. Like I showed the portals and
Yeah, I
all that
skipped that
stuff,
part.
and the basic setup with the box and the little the air mouse feature and all that. But I had to turn my webcam around for that.
All right, you guys weren't missing like a huge amount there, but I do want to show you guys a keyboard that they now get rid of with the box. Like you got your standard like keyboard there, but whoops, slippery. The other side has a touchpad, and the whole thing's a touchpad, and you click on it like one finger, two finger, blah blah blah, and it's you can have it rotated any direction, and that it's got basically a gyroscope, so it can tell what way you're. Oh, I don't even have my video on. Shit, I thought I was showing you guys all this. I forgot I turned it off, but here it is. Like you can have it upside down, right side up, and the mouse feature, like it's all touch panel. This whole side is. And the other side, you got all your light up stuff, like to tell you what's going on with the status, and like your standard buttons, it's all backlit, and it's got a gyroscope, like I said, so it can tell what way you're holding it. So if you pick it up just all cockeyed and want to mouse around, you can. It doesn't matter. And then the controller that comes with it, I was speaking about an ear mouse. Let's see, I'm trying to reach and find it here. Where are ya? Salmon. I don't know. I may have kicked
Dig
it up
deep,
inside my
the
desk.
gathering gloom.
I must have kicked it somewhere on accident.
I
Like,
knew
it's sitting
it,
on top of my subwoofer. It's somewhere beside it. But anyway, it's got an air mouse feature on the remote, so you can just like like modern smart TVs and stuff. But go ahead and kick it back to the video. Yeah, spank you.
Do I have to have?
Something you can't, something you can't see because you're not in the box. But right now, I can click down and go over to store and click on that. And if you know, obviously we're turning the store feature off, but if you had if the store feature is on right now, all your products and everything would show up on the side, and I'd actually be able to like shop your store as I'm watching your content.
Yeah,
So
that's what I was telling them. I don't have to rely on Stream Elements bot being in the chat and me doing the little exclamation merch to throw the link up. It's just right there. Just purchase right out of it. It's awesome.
right? I mean, how cool is that for small-time YouTubers and bloggers that don't get to play?
It's pretty
like
elite.
others, you know what I mean?
It's very elite, and you need to add more categories for streaming because I mean, not everyone's going to want to sell something if they want to live stream.
Right, exactly.
But I had to be clever with finding a category for this one.
Okay.
I think I put it on new smart devices or something.
Well, something that's coming soon is we're looking at a bunch of different remotes to come out with another remote, but that has a keyboard on the back side of it. Because what's going to be also along the bottom is not just store, but also chat. So anybody click in there and chat. And there are some things we're going to do with emojis and what do you call them? Skins? Is that right?
Yeah.
I want to say something, but I don't want to. Just imagine full-blown, full-screen.
This is what I've been using with my Quixbox in combination with the Air Mouse.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah,
that's what we're going to come out with, something like that, a little bit more streamlined, more like a remote size. But yeah, basically we need a keyboard. How well is that thing working with the box?
It is
Settings?
excellent. Like it
obviously
I
you
don't
found a better
even
concept.
I don't need to use my Air Mouse or the Quix remote. Like I actually kind of was too lazy to get batteries for it for like 2 days after I got it up and running again here this time, and I used only this, and it was excellent. Every single feature on this worked, both Bluetooth and the wireless dongle. And I mean, if you had games on here, I could play games with this controller. Like it's got the bumpers and everything.
The only reason we don't have games on here is that there's some kind of a patent issue with the particular chip we're using, where even though it's 64-bit, it's they damage it so it's only 32. So the next phase, when we come up with the next box, is going to have the full-blown 64-bit. This is RAM, if I'm right. Don't quote me, okay?
Hold on.
And what that allows us to do is
actually that keeps happening. Random YouTube videos keep like
I had a virus
playing,
at the
and there's
time.
nowhere that they're actually playing it. It's only when I have a YouTube window open.
Actually, I think it was StreamYard that was doing
kind
that,
of
honestly.
strange. It's never happened to me before, just on this stream. So I feel like YouTube's messing with me, trying to mess up the stream or something.
You're looking smooth and clean on the TV, so.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it looks like you're streaming at 720.
Yeah,
Does that
that's
sound
the
about right?
max I can do without paying more.
Nickel and diming.
Like I got to pay $50 a month to be able to stream any higher than that. So we need to find some kind of stream to multiple format or platforms app for the Quixbox, because
Here's the
that
interesting
would
part.
make things a hell of a lot better.
Well, one of the next things we're going to do once we hit MVP, the market viable product, we have essentially all the basic features. The next thing we're rolling on to is making essentially our own version of like StreamYard or whatever that will allow you to and we'll be able to have that app. And this is all obviously before we come out with our phone, but that app would be available in the Apple Store and Google Play. And the reason why we don't have to worry about that app being banned is because it has no content. It just allows you to access QUX through an app on your phone. And what's going to be kind of cool.
So what exactly is the boilerplate app all about?
So the boilerplate app is so that you can use your phone to interface with Quix as far as going live or having like a remote control app on your phone.
Okay.
Just to basically, but without having to compromise our network by having the phone accessing it through the back end of the server. So what'll be cool is when we get the video chat finished, which the live stream is the preliminary, right?
and
Because we're
it's-
basically going to be live streaming to each other, right? So the video chat, what we're going to do is make it so that you can put your phone in airplane mode and use your camera through our app as your camera and microphone for comms over the TV.
Oh, wow.
So it'll be basically like V over IP through your phone through the box. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, I definitely do. I can see in my mind how that would all connect up, but it's easier. It sounds like it's going to be easier than what people might understand based on what you said.
No, this whole thing's super simple. Like,
It really is.
we don't even know what the limit's going to be for group chat.
Oh,
Like,
my.
we don't even know if it's going to be limited. I'm just going to be blunt. If we can allow for 30,000 plus people to be on a single chat, we'll make it possible. Because think about it, you could have a full-blown live event with 30,000 people, and they would be able to not only we make it so they can have little groups, and I don't know, it's basically once you guys, the public, have a tech company like us that just wants to be disruptive and do just badass shit and not give a fuck, game on. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what it boils down to. This is full-blown rebellious activity because we're tired of being told what to do, told what we can say. It's getting to the point of just, I don't know. But yeah, you caught me at a good time.
Yeah, it's always
I'm
sounds
just
like a
super
good time when
excited.
you're talking, because like you get me excited about it, because the sky is literally the limit with this format. I mean, it's the most disruptive and groundbreaking tech that has come out in, well, since, I don't know, before AOL, long before that. I don't know. It makes me think of back when I was a teenager, and like I ended up having a hacked AOL guide account, and I could just do things whatever I wanted to, and I don't even know how I came
That's
across
what's
it.
funny. This is like a realm that in other circumstances you'd have to be a hacker to do. Well, what it is this is all built around, designed around hacking mentality, so that just regular people can just interface with one another in an absolute free environment. You're literally looking at the Wild West of tech. That's what's so funny here. And all the
We
things
need
that
to
we're
get
putting
more
in this
than
box,
just
all the
conservative
capabilities
Republicans
are
on board.
obnoxious. You know, like I was saying, imagine full screen emoji stickers.
Dark Journalist even has a channel on this, by the way.
And this is where anyone who's an app developer or anyone that wants to get in on the ground floor once we have applications opened up, it's like, start building apps, start putting them in Quicks. We're not going to charge people to put apps in Quicks. If you guys want to charge for an app, that's fine. We'll just take a 5% cut. But
And
it's pretty
technically,
much straightforward.
And technically, whenever you guys take things off back order with the boxes, anyone who gets one, if you guys still have them like rooted, people could still develop for it and get
100%.
a head start
these
on
come rooted
developing
too, like automatically.
100%. In
You
fact,
can
maybe we'll open
augment
up
it however you want.
maybe, you know what we'll do? What do you think of a development test program? Where basically developers come in, help us work out all the protocols and everything, make sure we're able to maintain the sanctity of the network. Because the idea is, think of it, my analogy is like a horse stable inside a walled garden inside a castle, right? Where basically the horses represent the different apps, and you can take one out of its stall and, you know, walk around with it, ride it, or whatever. But when you're done with it, it goes back and it's walled off from all the other horses. You know what I'm saying? So none of the apps are going to be able to cross-communicate with one another to pull data out of the box. Everything's going to be isolated. So finally, we're going to be able to have a platform where we don't have to worry about third parties aggregating all of our data and selling it. Like, one thing that people say is, so with your digital wallet and your token, since there's no history of the transactions, aren't you creating a black market? It's like, no, because all the stores and everything is visible on QUX. Anyone wanting to do illegal stuff on QUX is going to be doing it in front of everybody. So that's stupid. What it does is this. Imagine you've got a flower shop in a small town, right? And you've got a customer base and you've been doing this business for like 20, 30 years. Hell, let's just say you inherited it from your grandpa or whatever. Well, Amazon, Walmart, other big companies like that will buy your sales transactions and they'll aggregate it with your customers' social media. And what they'll do is they'll have an AI program work out, all right, which of these customers do we need to send these targeted ads to pull their customer base away and draw them to ourselves. And that's the reason why having our transactions private is so critical. It prevents the market from being rigged. That's all.
It does.
It's just so that we can have a fair market. I'm over all this rigged shit. Tired of a rigged. Just everything's freaking rigged, and it's a joke.
It really is, like the whole GameStop thing when they shut down trading on GameStop because everyone was going based on like a tip or something, and it was the crowd was trying to rig it in their favor, and then the stock exchange just put the hammer down and said, no, you are not. All right, I'm gonna pause it right there, and if you can throw me back in, I actually have a video camera on the modern version. Like there's like my merch in the store, like yeah, it's the wrong prices right now because we're still in test mode and we haven't done done the whole cache thing, but you can set it up kind of like Netflix's layout. Like you can favorite portal, like oh wait, I got to move the mouse around on there now. You can like favorite the portal. There would be the preview for what you have, and you can have your stream on here with your store and any links to other content that you have like put up there. Like I streamed a couple game things, and I had those streams on there as related to this one. Like this is basically like one of the portals. Like there's a main portal that has all your stuff, and you can individualize the portals and everything else. And like I don't even know what I have as a preview for this. Let's find out, shall we? Maybe I don't have anything because I didn't even have okay. Yeah, I didn't even have permissions to do the videos done properly until here recently. But like I have my interview of Andreas Zertis on here somewhere. I am not sure where. Maybe it's under my favorites. Oh wait, I just clicked on the TV service, which I am not in the test program of right now, so it did not pop up. Where are my favorites? Oh, the stars. Wow. I am stupid. Like I forgot star means favorites. Wow. I killed the others because oh yeah, my portals weren't working right. Forgot. I have to redo them, but I normally have all my review of possible like videos going on, but like that's just the set-top box. You can have your stores, you can search the stores, all the portals are up there. Like it's yeah. Yeah, there's nothing like everything that was necessary on that video has been heard, so we can go ahead and kill that. I'll remove it from the studio. There we go. But that's basically like you could see the basics of what it's set up as. It's still in its early stages, but like I said, it's mostly something to show how well that this version, the de-googled Android sort of OS, like you can't even really call it Android, it's the Quix OS, but you can, since it's like the encryption and the way it works is so different. Like yeah, they use SkyTube and things like that to play YouTube videos without it showing on the metrics like any of your information or any of the Quix information. It just shows up as like unknown metric, like unknown viewer from unknown location, things like that. But they have their own servers, and like it goes to 4K, like all the maxed out stats that you can possibly get on an Android box, up to 4K 60p with Dolby Vision, Dolby Audio, all that stuff. It can handle all that. And yeah, it's $150, but that's for the whole ecosystem. Like that's and that's only the for now price. They're talking about taking it up, but like it's not big enough. We need more programmers, more reasons for people to switch to it, because right now it's only a paradise for censored conservative Republicans at the moment. But the idea, even if you're not that, like the idea is good enough that we could probably prevent war within it. It would force the military, like it has compatibility with the military smart cards, so you can use that to log in. You can hook up a smart card reader. You can hook up any old webcam to the box. There's 2 USB 3 ports on it. It has a 6E capable wireless, and also which is also 5G or 5 gigahertz wireless, like the wireless AC, whatever. And then you can connect, like you said, using the phone app to the box and put your phone on airplane mode and have your video going from there, like live streaming. That's a part of it's not like working quite yet. It's not finished, but you can live stream to the boxes right now, completely uncensored. You can say whatever you want. I mean, as long as you don't care, like that maybe someone that is in law enforcement sees it and can figure out who you are, you know. But you can wear a mask, you can disguise your voice, and they'll never know, things like that. But it's only as much information as you want to give out as far as that stuff goes, if you are going to be illegal about things. But I mean, free speech isn't illegal, and your rights are protected because it's a private company. So you actually have rights there. That's why they can violate them all they want to on this version of the internet, because we're not covered by like the Bill of Rights or the Constitution here. Much unlike people believe. People think just because they're in a country that their rights based on what that country gives you are valid, which they're not in this case at whatsoever. That's why they can do whatever they want to us on the internet, censor whatever they want. It's not censoring our freedom of speech because those laws aren't implied on the internet. It's like a new universe sort of thing, and they'll never admit it openly because then people would start bitching about it needing to change, and they're not trying to do that. That's why no one gets in trouble for the government spying on us, and why no one can really do anything about it. So, and trust me, Gavin has tried. They tried suing because Millennial Millie, his wife, has been shadow banned more than anyone I can think of, except for her ex-boss, Alex Jones. Like, she used to be a correspondent for Alex Jones. That's how she got her name. Or made a name for herself, and then she infiltrated like a bunch of leftist organizations and showed how things that I'm not supposed to talk about on here, and the reality of like showed how they're BS. And she's got a friend that's ex-NSA. Her name is Tori Says, like that's what she goes by, and she's got a channel on YouTube and the Quixbox. But she co-produced the Shadowgate documentary, and she, like I said, she used to work for like the NSA or CIA or something. I don't remember which, but at one point she was working directly for the State Department and was involved with Benghazi, and she regrets that, and she's making up for like some of the things she had to do working for our government by being a whistleblower and pointing out the nonsense. She's a little biased towards the Republican side, but like people for the most part don't believe enough in conspiracies these days, like to the point where like they're still gonna, a lot of people believe in a lot of the conspiracies, like the jab stuff like that, but when it comes to like their government and everything they've been part of, being a lie, they can't accept that for the most part. And like they're not in the belief that everyone in DC is just actors, but I mean, like someone had to have set that up. Like maybe they're not actors, maybe they're just useful idiots in DC. I couldn't tell you, but I mean, it's obvious something scared the shit out of Trump, like towards the end of his term there, because he totally put his tail between his legs towards the end of his presidency. Like he just learned a bunch of stuff and he didn't know how to deal with it. So I'm not saying he's like the next coming. I'm not saying he's the best of a bad situation, because I'd vote Kennedy if I weren't a felon, but that's just personally. But he's probably even more of a pushover, but at least he would go out of his way and probably risk his life even more for exposing what happened to his family members. And he has experience like basically suing the hell out of all these big corporations that are all owned by the Khazarians and way higher up the food chain than probably even the presidents themselves. Like he knows a lot more than he's allowed to say in public right now, and I think he's gonna. I actually think both of them on the ticket is probably gonna end up happening. Even that's if we even have an election, because once you rig an election, you got to keep rigging it. I'm not saying for YouTube purposes that any election was rigged or anything like that, because I've read the new guidelines, but or maybe those aren't the newest ones, but I've read the guidelines. But yeah, I think if we were able to get around the election being rigged no matter what, because I mean they can't have anyone that doesn't work for the same people in there if that were the case, because they would instantly have all the evidence they need to put the other people in jail, coming from intelligence. So like, I mean, you can never get the people out of office that are in office now, so they either are going to show their hand and show that both sides are, or everyone down there in DC is the same people, since all presidents except for one U.S. president ever are related to the same exact person, which that says enough to me to show it's all a faux pas or whatever. But how much of it is a faux pas, I have no idea, for sure anyway. But I can say it's probably all the same clique of people. I mean, they're just because they're all related doesn't mean they're all going to be evil, but like,
hey, Aaron.
Yo.
Yeah, so when it comes to voting, something that I recently looked into is, every time you like sign the like go in and try to vote, you actually have to check a box that says I am a citizen of the United States, right?
I don't know. I've never voted.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay. Yeah, well,
yeah, that's true.
That's not true?
No, I think she said it is true.
Sorry, I couldn't get. No, I was saying that is true. Because I have.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yeah. So basically, I looked into some interesting like legal definitions, and basically, if you look into what the United States is, like legally, it's a corporation, and the location is in the District of Columbia.
Yeah, which isn't this country.
Right, exactly. So, but what I find interesting there is that basically it seems like that's kind of self-incriminating in a way. When you check the box that says I am a U.S. citizen, you're basically like self-incriminating, saying, yeah, I'm a citizen of this corporation that is located in the District of Columbia.
Yeah, and also getting a Social Security card, basically, you're basically admitting the same thing whenever your parents register you one and basically sell you to the government. That's what they're basically doing when they register you for a Social Security card, and they don't realize it. Like you're giving your kid away into slavery by registering them with that number. It takes away their sovereignty that moment.
Yeah, and yeah, so I mean that's just, I mean the legal definitions are just weird. Like, like the definition of you is someone who owes a debt to the United States.
No, we are traded like as like Pokemon cards of value amongst the elites because it's calculated on potential value that we might have in our lifetime, given our pedigree and stuff like that, like how much we can make the money. And that's why some people feel like they're being gang stalked to the point where they feel like they're being steered to a life in prison because the people that manage their trust in their name and social, they basically don't believe that they're going to be able to make any money. So the most money that they could make, produce for our slave masters or for the shareholders, whatever, it would be made in jail. That's why all the prisons are corporate. The jails are children's elementary schools. It's all incorporated. The cities, you can look any of them up, even your county, probably any one of you on DNB.com. No, that's probably Dave and Buster's. No, the Dunn's number, Dunn and Bradstreet. Maybe it is DNB. But that's where it's the repository, like the credit reporting agency for basically all corporations. And I've looked up all the grade schools in my city's government. It's all owned by other corporate entities, and it's incorporated. It's absolutely insane. That's why it's so easy for whoever's in charge to just be able to basically tell them what they got to teach. It's the Khazarians, man. Like they got everything on lock. It's might be more than the Khazarians these days, because I mean there's been a lot of transfer of wealth, but it's all Khazarian influence and based, like from that general standpoint. And something I was telling you to get one night on Amazon for $5. Cliff High actually suggested the UCC Connection: How to Free Yourself from Legal Tyranny, and it gives you all the basics that you need to know to be able to like avoid all this. And like if you look at Harvey Dent, his page, whatever the heck it's called these days, just search Harvey Dent and trust, and like I'm sure you can find this 2017 video that Anonymous picked up and gave you exact instructions also based on how to verify that you have an account in your name with your social as the bank account number. I used it to pay off all our bills. I even have copies of the receipts where it was paid off for over a month. And then suddenly I got chargebacks from all these places, which is impossible because using direct bank-to-bank transfers like that, it only takes 48 hours max, and the transactions cannot be reversed, and they went through. So that proves like oh yes, thank you for the extra subs. But like, yeah, basically there's like certain numbers you could call using your social security card, which they moved everything to different banks, so you can't use the same method anymore. I mean, unless it's been switched around so much, or your account just happens to be at the local branch of the national bank that it was before, that you could figure out by the number on your card, because there'd be like a different, like separate like number that's not your social, like printed on it, and you could use that to find out which bank held the records of your account and stuff, and then you could track it down to the local one from there, the local national or federal bank. But yeah, this part right here is has special stuff you should know, like taking your birth certificate to court. Courts only want to charge some bogus bonds to your federal account, and they need your bond or permission to do the discharge. Otherwise, you must pay a fine and go to jail. But they neglected to tell us that the birth certificate is the bond, and the birth certificate is proof that we are the beneficiary and not the trustee of our strawman trust account. The state is the trustee, which means they're responsible for your actions, or the actions of the person that is actually going to court, that you're your strawman trust account. They are responsible for it. So the trick is, what it boils down to, you have to work 3 levels of law. The judge being the common law judge, and if they escalate it, like if they walk out of the room, come back and escalate it to the part of court that is basically the laws of being at sea, like that whole system, then you beat them as an argument by being found property. You gotta make your strawman base, or your identity, basically be seen as found property. And when you argue that point, then they usually will leave and come back, and it signifies that now you are on like the level that the Anunnaki or the Elohim laid out when they first like handed down like the judicial system, because our entire judicial court system is made based on that. And when you're swearing to God, you're swearing to, like, anyway, you get the point there I was leading to. But anyway, that's the level you're dealing with on the 3rd time, and that time you actually whatever you say, basically you've said that you're basically being seen as an actual sovereign human being at that point in time, after being reclaimed lost at sea cargo, whenever you beat them on the level of the laws of the sea, or whatever, I forget what it's called. But like something I learned in here, when I sign my name on anything, like legal documents, I put like, I reserve all my rights per UCC 1-308, and I do not consent. Like, that's for the purpose of like when you're signing a ticket or something like that, like, or certified copy of your birth certificate, when you go to sign your name to get it, stuff like that. Like, I was left with my certified copy of birth certificate. Like, I have that, and the certificate of live birth. I've had both of them. Like, I don't know, some people say that you don't get the one with your footprints and the original and the certificate of live birth. Well, I have mine and my birth certificate. So, like, I don't know what people are talking about, because at least in 84, they gave them both to you and didn't keep one and all that. But, you know, with the footprints and handprints, I kept it. They got a copy. But,
yeah, the legal stuff, I think, is more practical as far as like moving in a constructive direction, in opposed to voting, let's say.
Right.
I mean, because like you can assert your rights, even though you know,
you
like,
just can't screw up anywhere along the way. Like, just
Right.
having a social security card, and you ever like signing a ticket ever in your life, and showing that you're a citizen of somewhere that is owned by the U.S. corporation, then you're screwed from the beginning. So you have to actually, a lot of it doesn't work with the exception of small things like going to court, and you have to say the exact right word. You can't make one mess up, and you have to understand the entire process getting to end, because you're looking for remedy. You're not trying to prove your innocence. You're not going to say that you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, because the truth in that situation is whatever they want it to be. Like they're allowed to lie, you're allowed to lie, everything. Like, but you saying you're going to tell the truth, their definition of the truth is different. It's legalese. Once you're familiar with all the legalese, and a great channel to watch is Observation Deck, because he talks all about how to get through court system. Even though he's British, he tells it from their perspective, but he does a lot of shows on like what you would do differently if you lived in America, because he tries to do legwork. But he's got groups. There's books that he's written that I've downloaded, and I love piracy enough to share it to anyone who would like copies of the ones that I actually did get, because you get to get the PDF. So they're useful, but I just need to get the book that has the templates for the paperwork for the United States version. Like I don't have that one, but it makes it so you don't have to write out all these things to send to courts. Like you can get out of any like collection agency, stuff like that, and if they take you to court for not paying, like, and don't buy their own UCC rules that they're supposed to be abiding by, then you can actually take them to court and sue them for all your grief, your loss, whatever, as long as in your trust you have to have a personal trust, and in that trust you have to have like a clause. Like my dad was smart enough to get a lawyer that wrote him an ironclad one before he died. Like my mom didn't have to pay a cent to the government or inheritance tax, nothing. Like everyone downtown here in town was pissed because like the maximum allowed that was to be paid out of that, even if they took him to court, was $3. No more than $3 he would ever have to pay, no matter what, coming out of our trust. And if my mom would have known like the constructs of like everything that was said and would have paid into it, like she would have never had to pay taxes again the way it was written up, like federal taxes or state, like it would have all been taken care of like through this trust. And like it would have been sweet, but we just didn't he didn't fill us in on that. He didn't have time to, because it was written shortly before he died, but at least it was ironclad and we got to keep everything. And I would like to get it modified while mom can still modify hers, and have it fixed based on the situation now, because you always have to update it and stuff like that as the situation in life changes. Because of right now, me and my sister are still going to my aunt and uncle, because like, you know, if we were kids, that's the way it was written up, you know, like, and if something happened to either one of them, but since it was written with it has to be fixed and updated anyway because of the or factor. They didn't die at the same time, so it's got to be changed again, because it only works if it's word for word. And I would like to change it out of anything having to do with our names, so that I could do the whole thing with the PMA or whatever that our hostess with the mostest, wherever she may be right now, can
I'm here.
Okay, yeah.
Oh my God, Leafy's here. Sorry, I'm and not no.
I didn't even notice either. Hello. I need to grab something off camera right quick.
I'm fully bundled up, and I'm gonna apologize to everybody because I'm getting to the sleepy time. So I'm like just sort of snuggled on and listening to Aaron. I was sort of just calmly like relaxing, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, there might be people I need to attend to. But yeah, the PMA, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
You know, I could go down that road, but more or less the idea that we can do this like with tax deductible, right? Is what you're getting at.
Yeah, like well, it creates an umbrella tax something or other. I can't remember. I'm starting to get tired too. Like I slept too long after being up in the last stream till 5 a.m., which you should check out, Projector. Projection. You would.
Is it on your channel?
I have it linked. Did I mirror? No, I haven't
I'll-
mirrored it
I'll
yet,
link-
but
yeah, no,
it's
I'll link
linked.
it.
If you are sub to my channel, you can go to the community tab and it'll be like right there, or you could
Okay.
just go
I'll
to
put
the
it in the
channel for this
private chat for you, but it is in the it's in the current chat.
All right,
But I'm
yeah,
not sure where
somewhere.
yeah, it's all good.
Yeah,
for that.
it's a very good one. There's a huge panel discussion, and you're welcome to sub to both of us and join anytime. I wouldn't mind having you on. We can talk about the sovereign stuff because I know you like talking about that stuff. But
yeah, I mean,
hell,
I think it's just something that I think we'll all encounter in some way. I mean, even police interactions, right? When they ask you like, "Where you been?" Right? Like, you don't have to, I mean, you can say, "I don't answer questions." That's actually
does that
works
make me
pretty well.
court?
I mean, you don't have to be a dick to them, but you could explain
well,
that.
it depends on where you're from too. Like some places there are like minor differences in the regulations and what you do and don't have to say, like based on the state laws, because even if you're not like subject to the federal laws, the state laws, you might be like, if you have a driver's license or any kind of ID, you are subject to all the laws of that place. Like and you can't claim the sovereign thing because just having an ID. That's why I don't have a license, because I took mine to the DMV, said take me out of the system, and they're like, they cut it up, like, and then they're like, sorry, we can't do that. And I'm like, why the fuck didn't you tell me before you cut up my ID? Now I got to go through the whole process again. Like I have to take my driver's test and all that stuff again now.
Wow.
Like the permit test, all of it. And I was pulled over twice after that, and they didn't tell me when the court dates were, so they kind of screwed me, so I couldn't go and fight and say that I didn't have a suspended license. I had myself removed from the system, therefore your tickets are invalidated, so they didn't send me when my court date was. So now I got to pay 2 driving on suspended tickets.
Yeah,
even though it wasn't suspended, just because I couldn't fight.
Yeah, the driver's license, I think, is a pretty big issue too. Like, I think that's actually how they justify jurisdiction over you, because when you get a driver's license and when you go vote, both of those, you sign a checkbox saying that I am a U.S. citizen. So
well,
I think that's
you
why
also
they can
you're
justify
also considered a
jurisdiction.
citizen whenever you get naturalized or get your
Yes,
Social Security
naturalization
number.
as well. That's right, and that one's really gnarly.
Yeah,
because
that's
you can
crazy.
be naturalized by just like saying I'm a U.S. citizen.
Oh, my aunt is from she's from Ukraine. Like, she married my uncle. They met over the internet, not like a Russian bride thing, but like they met like talking on Yahoo back when, and like all she had to do when she was naturalized is give a speech and pass a basic test that most Americans can't pass, but it's pretty easy. But I mean, most Americans don't know the answers, like who was the first 3 presidents, things like that. Like, you'd be surprised how many people have no clue. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I didn't know about the voting thing. I was going to go vote this time because I'm starting to think that, like, people
that's
saying
why I
don't
think they
vote
want
and
you to vote.
the system will fall. I believe that, like, they don't want you to vote because that'll just make less people vote for the right person, and because people that are going to be the anti-voters are going to be the ones that are like that would actually back if the best of a bad situation, or like the better candidate, like morally, and what's best for the country, and it would make it harder for the opposition to win. But then again, if Tim Pool is completely like narrative driven, and if he really is like a counter narrative operative or something, I don't know. I don't know him well enough. Andreas would be a much better person to speak on that. But if he is a shill, then that's where I started thinking about it from. But I like Ian Crossland, but he is too hippie for my true love. But like, I trust Andreas. Zertis has been a member of the cast house before. He would be straight up with me about like whether Tim Pool is a Hilarious. Whether or not Tim Pool is a shill. And all right, sorry, I couldn't help it. But like yeah, he'd be straight up about his nature. Yeah, I was thinking about singing that, but I was like, no. Dun,
No, you do the dance.
dun,
I'll do
dun,
the
dun,
It's
dun.
not unusual to be loved by anyone.
Oh, Tom Jones. I can do some Tom Jones whenever I got to be like jazzed up. It's too late for that. 3 hours ago, if you would have started singing that, I'd be like, she's a lady. Whoa, 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 she's a lady. No, like
that was good. Oh, she's a lady.
But no, I want to. I actually would like to, stick a fork in things for the night, and like I'll be in touch, Mr. NPC projection.
Yeah, sounds good.
Is there something you'd rather me call you, or?
I mean, that's fine. Like projector, I guess.
I don't know. It entertains me. Yeah, I only since I
Maybe
started
I'll
being.
settle on a name here. I just
That's
got,
getting into the
All right.
Jovian chart. Have you done your Jovian human design chart? You might be a projector, no joke.
He has more stamina than me when it comes to arguing about something. I can tell you that. Like he outlasted me, and I couldn't stop. I felt the need to keep going. I can't explain it, but he would totally blow away anyone else in the flat Earth community that I've ever met in my entire life in stamina.
Yeah, I gotta give it to you, Aaron. You definitely can stand your ground, and like the way that you just kind of like string ideas together, it's like almost nobody can stop you. You know?
I see connections in everything in existence, like, and that's just always been what I do. I can understand how they might like fit together, like in like a multi-dimensional puzzle, even though I don't believe in other dimensions other than length, width, height, depth. Yeah, I don't know, but I'll catch you on the flip. I got to stick a fork in this. Like I want to figure out how to make everyone's phones stop working within a 50-foot radius, and get that achieved before I fall asleep. Probably trying to figure it out.
All right, yeah, no problem.
But yeah, I'll talk to you on Matrix and Sarah.
Yeah.
But you want me to hit you up, like call you whenever I get up or something?
Yeah. Send me a message. We can connect. I got some meetings in the morning.
All right.
And so like maybe a little bit later in the afternoon.
All right. Yeah. How about you hit me up whenever you're done then? Because I can't guarantee I won't like sleep in through the day. But then again, I joined a raid Shadow Legends like high up their clan, like they're serious with their Twitch, or not Twitch, but their Discord server and stuff. So I actually have to perform a certain amount of Raid Shadow Legends every day, but it should be less in the long run once I take their advice and don't suck as bad. They only let me join because I am way ahead of most people my level on there. So like, because I pretty much aren't working a normal job because I want to play the game. Hey, it's their fault sort of for getting me to stream it in the first place, like, and not telling me it was basically gambling.
Yeah,
that's a whole other story. Like, it's a form of gambling without a license. But yeah, all right. Good night, Projector. Good night, Sarah. Good night, chat. Good night. I've had a great night.
Hey, happy birthday, Aaron.
Happy.
And good night, Projector.
Happy
Appreciate you
previous
jumping
birthday.
on.
Yeah,
It was wonderful.
Hold on, let me gong us out.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll play one of my videos to take us out too.
You want to give me a countdown?
A countdown to what?
From 3, 2, 1.
Oh. 3, 2, 1. You heard it here first. Bye, Aaron. Hey, guys. Super appreciate all of you. You already know that, though. It's like a little obnoxious, isn't it? I can't help it. I had a really nice time, and I'm sorry I wasn't as productive in the conversation with Aaron later, but it was partly too, like we talked about. He's got a lot to share, and I am not as well versed on some of the historical stuff. So, but he and I could talk Reiki and energy work like till we're blue in the face. So thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Not No. Thank you, Leafy. Thank you, Nigel. Forever Love. Voy. And Squirrel Snipe. And I know Super Spider was in here, and Patrick was in here, super engaging. And I remember Bex was here. Really appreciate all you guys, Cherie and Christine. I Heart Fairies. You guys all rock. This was a good night, and it was fun to celebrate Aaron's birthday. So hope you guys enjoy this, and take you out, and you have a good rest of your evening. Thank you, Doug.